Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, a committee has lodged a proposal as shown at item 3 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I seek leave to move a motion in relation to the resignation of the Bondi Royal Commission Special Advisor Dennis Richardson as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Cash.
Thank you. And pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion giving precedence to a motion relating to the resignation of the Bondi Royal Commission Special Advisor Dennis Richardson. And, Madam President, again, this is one of the most important matters to ever come before not just this chamber, but Australia. And that is why the motion to suspend standing orders is so important. In December of last year, Australians were utterly horrified when news reports started coming through of a mass terrorist event on Bondi Beach. 15 innocent Australians were slaughtered. As a result of that, Australians demanded that this government establish a Royal Commission. They were dragged kicking and screaming to do just that. They eventually did. But one of the things that the Prime Minister said at the time was that Mr Dennis Richardson's review, the Richardson Review, would be folded into the Royal Commission. Why? Because the Prime Minister himself told Australians that Mr Richardson, given who he is and his qualifications, was the person best qualified in our country to examine the intelligence and security failures surrounding the Bondi massacre. And then this morning, Australians woke to the news that this person, the Prime Minister's hand-picked advisor, appointed by the Prime Minister because of his expertise in relation to pull it in plain English, working out what the hell went wrong that ended up in 15 people being slaughtered on Bondi Beach, has actually quit the Royal Commission. Again, national security matters. The protection of Australians matter. And that is why the Coalition has taken this step this morning to put forward a motion to suspend what would otherwise be the normal business of the Senate to actually address this matter. One of the issues the government now faces, though, is this. Mr Richardson did not leave quietly. He has left with words for those Australians who did not hear him this morning, but these words should stop not just Australians, but every single senator in this chamber cold. And they should reflect very, very carefully on whether or not they support this suspension. This is what Mr Richardson told the Australian people this morning. He said this: "I was surplus to requirements." How in God's name is the man who formerly headed our intelligence services, who has one of the most impeccable resumes this country has ever seen when it comes to protecting Australia and Australians. He is the Prime Minister of Australia's hand-picked advisor to the Royal Commission. The Prime Minister himself, when he announced the folding in of the Richardson inquiry into the Royal Commission, specifically said, Mr Richardson is the best qualified person in the country to examine the intelligence and security failures surrounding the Bondi massacre. And yet this morning, Mr Richardson doesn't just hand in his resignation, he has gone public and said he is surplus to requirements. That is something that this Senate should be incredibly concerned about. They are words that should send a chill down the spine of every Australian, but more so, a chill down the spine of all Jewish Australians, because those on the opposite side of this chamber failed to protect you. 15 innocent people were slaughtered on Bondi Beach. The government was dragged kicking and screaming to set up the Royal Commission. It eventually did that. And without even providing a first report, the man who was chosen by the Prime Minister to look into the potential intelligence failings which resulted in last December 15 people being slaughtered in a mass terrorist attack, has this morning said he is surplus to requirements. This is not a bureaucratic inconvenience. This is an absolute indictment on the Prime Minister, the Attorney-General and, quite frankly, the entire government. They need to today stand before the Australian people and address what did Mr Richardson mean when he said he was surplus to requirements, and why are you failing the Australian people when it comes to getting to the bottom of the Bondi massacre?
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Deputy President. I rise on behalf of my party to indicate we won't be supporting this political hatchet job the coalition is trying to do of a Royal Commission that's barely had the ink dry on the appointment. And if you want to read an extraordinary proposition from the coalition and show just how politicised they see Dennis Richardson, if you want to talk politics, putting Dennis Richardson in the heart of a Royal Commission into the security agencies, because he is, to quote this motion from the coalition, the one person capable of properly investigating intelligence failures. You are kidding me. This bloke, Dennis Richardson, has so many conflicts of interest. He was the Director General of ASIO for the better part of a decade. The Director General of ASIO. He was the Secretary of Defence, and he's been the go-to person for the Coalition and Labor since he's resigned to write reports that just whitewash any failures of the security agencies. He wrote a review into the national intelligence community in 2020, and the review reads like, it's all fine, all terrific. All of his mates are doing a great job, nothing to see here, don't need to change the law, don't need to review it. That's why you want Richardson to write the report, because you know he'll whitewash it just like he did in 2020. And then if you want to see the latest example of Richardson being the go-to to write a report to protect the substantial systemic failures of the Coalition and Labor, have a look at his 2023 report into offshore detention. He goes and does a report into one of the most corrupt arrangements you could imagine. Home Affairs writing corrupt contract after corrupt contract, literally corrupting the Nauru government. We now know that they've been funding bikie gangs, funding illegal crime, engaging in drug dealing out of Nauru. And what did your mate Richardson say? Your mate Richardson said, oh, well, it's a tough environment. You have to work with organised crime. You have to corrupt people. Don't you worry about it. Nothing to see here. No one to hold to account. That's why you want Richardson in this Royal Commission, because you want the same whitewashing of the national security agencies and industries that he delivered in 2020, that he delivered in 2023. We can see what you're doing here. And to call this guy the one person capable, you want to parrot the Prime Minister, go for your life. You can parrot the Prime Minister. But he's the one person grossly conflicted. He's the one person you can guarantee will write the report to whitewash and absolve your lot, their lot, from any responsibility for their systemic failures. And that is why he finally said something that we can all agree on. Dennis Richardson today finally made a comment that the chamber could gather around and agree on. He's surplus to requirements.
Sorry, I did not see who stood first. In that circumstance, I am going to go to the Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. And what it shows this morning is that the opposition have learnt nothing from the last couple of months. We see the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate come in here with the political attack immediately. Learnt nothing from the former Opposition Leader Susan Lee. It goes on the attack without actually thinking through the consequences, and the Australian people are sick of these things being politicised in this matter. What the government has done, and we've been notified that Mr Richardson has resigned as advisor to the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion. The government thanks Mr Richardson for his efforts to date, and the government will continue to support the Royal Commission to deliver its important work, including the delivery of the interim report by the 30th of April. The government established the Commonwealth Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion, led by High Court Justice the Honourable Virginia Bell, and this will investigate and make recommendations regarding the circumstances leading up to and including the attack in Bondi, as well as the response of government and security agencies. The Royal Commission will also examine anti-Semitism in Australia and make recommendations towards combating hatred and strengthening social cohesion. A Royal Commission is not the beginning or the end of what Australia must do to eradicate anti-Semitism or strengthen our social cohesion. This is an ongoing national effort for all of us. The government has also been taking immediate and practical action to combat anti-Semitism. Our government will continue to support the work of our Special Envoy for combating anti-Semitism, Gillian Segal, and we will also drive immediate change required in education institutions through the work that David Gonski is doing as well. We will continue to work with states and territories to implement Australia's counter-terrorism and violent extremism strategy, and we have passed legislation combating against hate and extremism and delivering tougher gun laws as well. So we know, and Commissioner Bell has said, that she is confident the interim report will be delivered in accord with the letters patent, which stipulates that the interim report be delivered by 30th April, and the government will continue to support the Royal Commission to deliver its important work, including the delivery of the interim report, which is well advanced. So what we see from the opposition is always quick on the political attack, and that's something that this government rejects, and it's something, to be honest, that the Australian people reject as well. We've seen the focus from the opposition when they do go on these political attacks, like the former opposition leader did in Susan Ley. It didn't work very well for her, and where is she now? I think all senators know that they see the political attacks for what they are by the opposition, and all they are doing by coming in and doing a stunt like this is actually delaying the passage of important legislation that will actually go to help with the Royal Commission do their work. So by coming in and doing stunts, they're actually delaying the important business of the Senate that is actually going to pass legislation that will enable the Royal Commission to get on and do its work. And on that note, I'd ask that the question be put.
The question is that the question be put. Those that back that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chairs and those to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now put the suspension motion as moved by Senator Cash. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is the motion is moved by Senator Cash to suspend be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator McKenzie, are you seeking the call?
Seeking leave to make a short statement of 2 minutes.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 2 minutes. Thank you, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. I thank the Senate for granting leave, so that I wanted to make sure that I could contribute to the appalling situation that sees an esteemed public servant like Dennis Richardson feel that he can no longer continue with integrity in actually investigating what occurred behind the curtain with the Bondi terrorist attacks. How is it that Islamists were able to be granted a firearm licence by the New South Wales Police Force? What did our intelligence agencies know? When did they know it? And did they communicate that effectively to the jurisdictions and the agencies that could have prevented this atrocious attack on Jewish Australians in December last year? And our Jewish community, who are feeling incredibly fragile in the wake of this attack in Hanukkah on Bondi Beach, will feel gutted and betrayed that the Prime Minister's own hand-picked chair, a man that is esteemed on both sides of the chamber, that Australians broadly trust in Dennis Richardson, because he has not just served governments, he has served our nation as head of our intelligence organisations. The men and women who we don't know their names, who put themselves in danger to protect our national interests here at home and in theatres around the world. So we always supported Dennis Richardson's appointment.
Senator McKenzie, your time has expired. Senator Hanson.
Consideration of a motion concerning private senators' time today as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Senator Hanson.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to consideration of a motion concerning private senators' time today. This is very important for this to go, and the matter of urgency to move this motion today in Parliament. We actually have a crisis at the moment about fuel. We need to have gas brought into the country. Well, we've got a gas here, plenty of gas, but we're denied the use of the gas. My private motions is very important to move this, because Senators' time only has twice a year, One Nation only has twice a year to move private senators' bills, and this has been shut down by debate. The importance of this is the fuel crisis that it's have at the moment. It's more important to discuss the 15% domestic gas reserve. The gas is abundant in this country, and would actually we could actually use it to turn into petrol. That's how important it is. That's why it's urgent to deal with this. The crisis that's happening at the moment, we don't know how long the war is going to go on in Iran. We need to look at the urgency of this bill being discussed today. It is not it doesn't surprise me that the Labor aren't interested in moving this. Probably they're going to come out with their own gas bill in the future. Who knows? Are you going to pass what I'm trying to do here in this Senate, of trying to look after the Australian people by using our gas here? So it is very urgent that One Nation gets the time that we debate what is urgent to us. The Australian people are destitute out there. Our farmers, our business, our truckies, everyone is desperate at the moment. And yet you want to shut down debate on this today to discuss why. I think it's deplorable the way that this chamber treats One Nation when it comes to my private members' bills, notice of motions, everything that happens here. You do not consider this at all. That tells me you don't give a damn about the people out there if you're not prepared to actually discuss this bill today. Where is your concerns about the fuel security that we have in this nation to listen to what private members' bills may give? Because half the time you don't have the answers to the way this country is run. You actually are poor economic managers. You have never been in the real world to understand how grassroots Australians are doing it tough out there. And it just shows your incompetence that you're not prepared to listen to what needs to be done in the country. And of course it's the Greens on side with the Labor Party in this part, because you don't want to use the reserves of resources that we have and to see that Qatar exports more gas than what we do, or about the same amount, and they make $26 billion a year in their gas. They export. We make next to nothing. You've done really nothing about that. And then on top of it, you know, you export our gas overseas. Australians don't have the gas that we need. We're selling it cheaper overseas, and then we're buying it back. We're importing our own gas. That's how stupid the whole lot is. And I've been pushing for this. It's absolute madness. You're not economic managers, you're not business-minded, you have no idea how to run the country, and it's all about yourselves and you don't worry about the Australian people out there. That's why we need to discuss this on the floor of Parliament today, the urgency of this bill being debated. And that's why we'll keep pushing for it. As I said, only to the people out there, One Nation only has twice a year to introduce private senators' bills. This is not the first time you've tried to shut me down on introducing bills into the Parliament, only to see that you're either totally against it and you head down this path of this climate change BS that's going on, that it's going to save us, save the planet. It's destroying economies out there, it's destroying people. The cost of living is just rising constantly all the time. You've got no answers to it whatsoever. And now I believe, I really think that you understand this with the gas, that you're going to bring in your own bill on the gas reservation, but it won't go anywhere near what One Nation will do for this country in giving a 15% domestic gas supply on the East Coast and the gas that we need not only onshore but up the northwest shelf. You have failed this nation miserably. You are failing now and delivering the fuel that this nation needs, and you want to shut down debate on it, and don't tell me it's a stunt. Labor pulls the most stunts in this parliament.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister?
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The government will be opposing this motion from Senator Hanson. As Senator Hanson and One Nation and the opposition well know, it is not the convention and custom of this place that bills be debated in the same week that they are introduced. There hasn't been an opportunity for us to properly consider this bill. We haven't had an opportunity to take it to our party room. That is why the convention in this place is that bills don't get passed and debated in the same week that they are introduced. We'd be happy to work with Senator Hanson and One Nation on a motion regarding this topic, but we will be following the usual convention and not supporting the passage of this bill today. And on that basis, I move that the question be put.
Okay. Point of order, Senator McKenzie.
Precedents. Previous rulings have made it clear that the Leader of the Opposition would take precedence over Minister in the case of equalling a jump, and I'd like you to actually rule on that, your call earlier.
Minister.
I recognise at the end of my remarks you were dealing with matters. I actually put that the question be put before Senator McKenzie's point of order.
Look, Senators, as I understood from the clerk, which I sought to advise just before, the minister that's leading for the government takes precedence over the leader of the opposition. Having said that, I'm happy to refer the matter to the President for review. But on that matter, I do have a question that before the chair that the question now be put. So I'm going to ask all those in that opinion say aye. Those against? No. I think the ayes have it. A division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes, please.
Hello, President. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion moved by Senator Watt be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Liddle as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now put the question as moved by Senator Hanson. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Little as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Hanson.
Leave to move a motion relating to consideration of a motion concerning the domestic gas reserve as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, this gas reserve bill, I rise to speak about it.
Senator Hanson, could you move the motion first, please?
Thank you. I move the motion.
And just a moment, Senator Hanson. I've got Minister Watt on his feet. Minister Watt.
I move that the motion be put.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Hanson be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Senator Mackenzie. Senator Henderson, I beg your pardon, Senator Mackenzie. I have put a vote and I can't determine the outcome because of your rude interjections. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Yes. So it is that the question be put, to make that clear. So the question is that the motion is moved by Minister Watt be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Hanson.
Right. I rise to speak to my offshore petroleum greenhouse gas storage amendment, Domestic Reserve Bill of 2026. With this legislation, I deliver on my commitment to ensure the Australian people benefit from the natural energy and mineral resources they own. I've been fighting for this for many years. Australia has tremendous reserves of natural energy resources, which are some of the largest in the world, yet we face energy shortages, driving up our energy prices to among the highest in the world. This makes no sense. This natural wealth, which should make every Australian rich, has been squandered by successive Labor and coalition governments over decades, allowing our countries to use our continent as a cheap dirt mine. It is fundamentally wrong any way you look at it. It is a betrayal of the Australian people, incredibly damaging to our economy, and makes us an international laughing stock. I can only imagine what Norwegians think of Australia's approach. They are laughing all the way to the bank. Norway's sovereign wealth fund, built on revenue from the country's oil deposits in the North Sea, is now valued at over $2.17 trillion. That's almost $400,000 per Norwegian. It's easily twice as much as most Australia's superannuation balances, although that's probably an unfair comparison because our super comes from our individual earnings. Norwegians contribute nothing personally. All that wealth comes from their natural resources and governments which have wisely created and invested in it. When I think about the wealth Australia could have generated from natural resources, which dwarfs Norway's, I get very angry. This criminal waste of our natural wealth is an outrage. It's why I introduced my offshore petroleum greenhouse gas storage amendment, Benefit to Australia Bill, in 2022, hoping to generate more revenue for the nation from the exploitation of our resources. The main parties voted against it, faithfully serving their paymasters in the resources sector and continuing the betrayal of the Australian people. There's been one small step in the right direction recently, and it's something for which I have lobbied the past 3 Prime Ministers. On my first meeting with the current Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, I pleaded with him with regard to the PRRT in relation to the North West Shelf, and now he proposed changes to the Petroleum Rent Resource Tax, the PRRT. That are our forecast to increase revenue by about $2.4 million, and that was delivered in the budget of 2023, $2.4 billion. Originally, all we were getting was about $200 to $300 million a year, but because I lobbied the Prime Ministers, even the Morrison government, I lobbied over this. It has been something that I've been passionate about. They reduced it, the PRRT, from 100% down to 90%. That's why we're starting to get some money on it. Australia has some of the largest reserves of natural gas on the planet, and we're the world's biggest exporter. About 93% of these reserves are in Commonwealth waters, concentrated in the northwest shelf of Western Australia. The majority of it is exported to Asian markets, so much in fact that Asian customers pay less for our gas than Australians do. How can that be? Here we are exporting our gas. Now we're going to have to import our own gas to supply our needs in Australia. How stupid are we? How ridiculous to actually do that. And the people and the cost of living crisis that we have, it's a small amount if it's kept in the West, thanks to the policy of the Western Australian government to ensure 15% domestic gas supply processed in the state if it's kept in the domestic reserve, and this has been done for decades. They were smart enough to do it. But what annoys me is that gas is in Commonwealth waters. That gas should be 15% domestic gas supply to all Australians, not just those in Western Australia, to get the cheaper gas. And that's why I have proposed to build a pipeline from Western Australia to the East Coast so we can bring the gas across so all Australians can use it. My bill also proposes that the 15% domestic gas supply should be on the East Coast as well. Wherever we actually utilise our gas, even by foreign investors, must give us a 15% domestic gas supply here in Australia. My bill will amend Section 95 of the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act of 2006 to include references to a condition that petroleum and gas producers must enter into a domestic reserve agreement with the Commonwealth. The substantial amendment is to introduce a new section, 162A. This new section provides that licences will have 12 months to enter into a domestic reserve agreement. If this licence was or is generated before then, that licences will have 12 months to enter an agreement from the day the licence is granted, if this happens after the 1st of January next year. That for each year the agreement or licence operates, the licence reserves an amount of petroleum or gas equivalent to 15% of the amount exported by the licensee the previous year, and that such agreements must operate for a minimum of 10 years. If the first contract expires but the production licence is still in force, licensees will be required to enter a new agreement. As a lot of you and a lot of people would say, you'll vote against this. I have no doubt the Greens and the Labor will vote against this. I know your attitude, because One Nation puts up these bills, you won't support them. And you don't care about the Australian people. You're not economic managers of this country. You have no idea how to utilise our resources here. You're running this country into a hell of a debt that future generations won't be able to pay down. You're overspending money. You can't control the credit card. You keep handing it over. We're going higher and higher in the debt, more interest that we're paying a year in paying off our debt. And we will not be able to provide the services that future Australians will need, with an ageing population, with nursing homes, hospitals, schools, roads, infrastructure, bridges, all this that needs to be done, and we won't be able to do it because you're so, what can I say, your attitude towards this is unbelievable, and you do not care about the Australian people that are struggling out there. What I'm saying here is the Australian people are struggling. Their energy costs are going through the roof. People are losing their homes because they can't pay their mortgages due to rising costs. And this all comes down to energy. Like I explained, Norway has a tremendous wealth fund gained from their resources. And we have been so stupid in this country, we haven't done it. We've had governments or members of parliament who have never had long-term vision as our politicians did a century ago. They're here just for your term, and all they want to do is make sure that they make the right decisions to win their seats back again. But they're all making the right long-term decisions for this nation, and it's a shame because it is the Australian people who are missing out. This is a great opportunity that we have to actually recover from our resources some money that we can put to good use. We're struggling with hospitals in rural and regional areas. Hospitals are closing down, schools are and infrastructure. The roads are an absolute mess. There's so much waste of government money, and you're scratching around and you're bringing in a productivity commissioner who's talking about a heritage tax. That's a death duty on tax. That's what you're going to consider in the next, whether this budget or one after, is to increase taxes. Forget about getting wealth from our resources that other countries pay us. It's let's hit the Australian people again with another tax, whether it's capital gains tax, or let's look at superannuation. Let's tax them more on their superannuation. Let's look at a inheritance tax. Let's look at a death duties tax. All this government can see is tax, 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 more regulation, more red tape, shutting down the farming sector, shutting down business, industries, manufacturing, where we've had over 1,400 industries and manufacturing shut down under this government, 40,000 small businesses shut down insolvent under this government, 45% of businesses struggling to pay their power bills because, climate change. That's right. Let's, in fear, along with the Greens, climate change, it's all coming to an end, so we actually have to put in all this generation of power. The Snowy 2, that's right, from $2 billion now to $20 billion, once the transmission lines, $40 billion. Snowy 2 is going to cost us with not one extra kilowatt of power delivered. And then all your transmission lines going through farming sector, which they don't want, so you're destroying the farming land out there. You've destroyed how many millions of hectares of prime agricultural farming land to put your solar panels on that are destroying the land. Where are they going to go? Into the ground. Your wind turbines that you destroy land and putting them up. All this is coming from China. We're just seeing the dollars flow out of this country, go into China to provide these wind turbines and the solar panels that we put on our prime agricultural land that then has to be buried in the ground because nothing else happens. How much money's been spent on this? How much is it? 50, 60 billion so far in subsidies to multinational companies that you bring out here to Australia and paying them, making sure they get a good deal out of all this. I cannot believe, I've been a businesswoman most of my life, and what you have done is absolutely disgraceful to this nation. You really have. And then you brainwash the kids in the educational system that they're in fear the country's or the world's coming to an end, which is an absolute rubbish, load of rubbish. You can't back up. You can't back up anything that you put out there. And you play on the fear of people out there, and that's why they're feeling this way. But this is the way that we can move forward to give security people, to lower the gas costs. Even this government now and governments in the States, you want to get rid of the gas appliances out of the houses and put it in with electricity. How ridiculous is that? When your wind doesn't blow and your turbines don't work, you have to rely, especially in South Australia. The only thing you got left, because you got rid of the coal-fired power station, the only thing you got left is gas. Now, if you don't have enough gas here, what's going to happen? Blackouts. That's right, it's already happening. Or if you get short of electricity, that's right, I spoke to a cotton farmer, and guess what? He says, well, if they ring us up and say, if you turn off your power, we're going to pay you $150,000 to turn off your power, so that we can actually deliver power to other Australians, so we don't be seen as incompetent because you can't deliver the power that this nation needs. And that's where you've run this country into the ground. So gas is so important to us, but utilise that gas to the best of the ability so we get a return for the Australians, because it's our resources, and you're not using it to the best of your ability. Gas is so important. And this bill that I'm putting up here shows that we can use basic business common sense in how to deliver gas to the Australian people, get money back on our returns, be a wealthy nation to pay down your debt that you made, along with the coalition over the years as well. So both of you are to blame for the state of this nation, which is absolutely disgraceful. So You haven't been thinking, you haven't used your brains. Politicians have become, should have problem solved, and a lot of you have no background or experience in business and in running a business. You wouldn't have a clue. You're absolutely brain dead when it comes to things like this, where you can make money for this country. So start listening to the grassroots, start caring about the grassroots Australian people, start making them some money instead of spending it all the time. As far as I'm concerned, it's absolute disgraceful waste. And start learning how to make money instead of spending the Australian taxpayers' monies. And that's what One Nation stands for, to put up good policies that's in the benefit of the Australian people. And there's no denying that we need to do something about it. Give us the 15% domestic gas reserve. Australians get cheaper gas. Have your investments in Australia by all means. I've got Australian companies that wants to start working here, but you shut it down. The Labor Party shuts down everything here in Australia, whether it's gas on land or whether you're not looking after the Northwest Shelf at all. You're not using your common sense, how that should reduce your PRRT again there. You dropped it 10%, and guess what? We made $2.4 billion by dropping it 10%. This is only, giving more benefit to the multinationals and taking our gas. That's a resource that belongs to the Australian people. And if you can't do your job properly here, then I think that we need to get rid of ministers to make these incompetent decisions and cost the Australian taxpayers billions of dollars. I think you should lose your jobs and go to the back bench.
I saw Senator Whitten jump first, so I'll give the call to Senator Whitten. I think the speaking order is whoever jumps first. Senator Whitten.
The natural resources of a nation belong to its people. The benefits of these resources must flow to them. One Nation recognises the vital role that industry plays in extracting the bountiful energy reserves of Australia. Without the expertise of world-class industry, these resources would be worth nothing to us. However, it is the job of the government to ensure that the people of Australia see the maximum benefit of our incredible natural wealth while ensuring that the incentives remain strong for their extraction. This balance is vital in the crucial energy sector. All economic activity, no matter what you are engaged in, is downstream of cheap, reliable energy. Without it, our country grinds to a halt. We've seen over the past couple of weeks just what it looks like when a government put ideology before energy security. We've seen how quickly a crisis can escalate when we no longer have sovereign energy capabilities. The fact is that our energy systems have been under assault for a very long time, with unreliable, intermittent power sources being forced on us, replacing what was reliable, predictable generation. We've heard this week about the extraordinary steps that farmers have had to consider in the regions because they aren't sure if they'll be able to feed their stock or plant or harvest their crops due to fuel shortages. They've had to consider if they need to put down their animals rather than let them starve because we cannot guarantee that they will have the fuel they need to keep going, to feed their animals and in turn feed the nation. And this is merely weeks into the Iran war. Not months, not years, weeks. We used to refine well over 90% of our fuel domestically. We used to be self-reliant. Now any blip in global supply and we are sent into turmoil and shortages when we have an abundance of fuel right here in our own backyard. There is much competition for our oil and gas in the region, especially natural gas, with our neighbours in the Southeast Asia recognising the vital importance of this energy source. They incentivise the use of these fuels and pay out long-term contracts to ensure they have a long-term stable supply. If only we had the same foresight in this country. This bill would shore up the domestic supply and bring back some certainty to our energy markets that is sorely lacking under this Labor government. Look around at the havoc that has been brought on Australia by Labor's radical energy sabotage. Manufacturing is fleeing the country as power becomes unaffordable. Our energy companies are looking to invest overseas as uncertainty over environmental regulations, taxes and vexatious court cases drives out capital. We need to get our country back to certainty, back to an economy that people can thrive in. Cheap, reliable energy is the first step to that. But while energy is the cornerstone of all modern economies, the use of oil and gas extend far beyond into innumerable products and processes. Natural gas is a vital resource, Previous the darling of the Green movement, the saviour to come in and oust evil coal. Now the suicidal left has put gas on the same demonised scrap heaps, along with any other form of reliable, consistent, dispatchable energy. But gas isn't just used to burn for electricity or heat. It is vital for so much more in our economy. The biggest non-energy use for gas is to create ammonia, which is how we get our nitrogen-based fertilisers, which is how we feed ourselves. It is estimated that nitrogen-based fertilisers feed around 4 billion people, or half the world's population. It is a modern miracle that we can produce food so readily. But without a reliable supply of natural gas, the inputs for our farmers, the people that feed our nation, become more expensive, and in turn, our food becomes more expensive. Securing our domestic supplies of oil and gas is not just an energy issue. It is vital across all levels of the Australian economy. The Labor government won't prioritise Australian supply because it doesn't fit in with their insane green crusade. So One Nation will step in to fight for Australians' rights for their own resources. And let's not forget about oil. Oil used to produce some of the most useful material that we have today: plastics and polymers, synthetic fibre and more. These are the building blocks for all the goods we take for granted. Goods that have raised our standard of living and provided even the worst off in our society with a dignified life. We use oil for bitumen to pave our roads, that carry the trucks and transport that are the lifeblood of our economy. It is in paints, lubricants, cosmetics, detergents, you name it, and some component of it has probably started its life in a barrel of oil. As much as Labor and the Greens might hate it, the reality is we would be centuries behind where we are today if it wasn't for oil. Reservation policies are a novel concept. We know it works. Western Australia has a state-based reserve policy, and we are seeing the cheapest retail prices in the country. We won't mention the fact that the Labor government in WA is trying to shut down the cheap coal plants, but reservation policies work. It ensures that the domestic price is driven down by the additional supply, while still allowing the industry to access foreign markets. Australia First is all we're asking for. Why Labor doesn't understand that is beyond me. These projects are going to be producing these vital resources, whether you like it or not. They will be burned in one way or another somewhere in the world. Let's make sure that when they are, it is Australia that gets the benefit. Refusing to debate energy security at a time when affordability and supply are major concerns in Australia is simply not good enough. Australians deserve to be heard. They deserve a government willing to listen, and they deserve a genuine debate about the future of energy in Australia.
Senator Pocock, I did indicate to Senator McDonald that I would give her the call first because she did jump second in the last, when everyone rose before. It was marginally different. So and I'm going to suggest, sorry, just for the benefit of the chamber, I will go Senator McDonald, the Greens senator. Would you prefer it? Well, it would tend to go across the chamber. Yeah, but I think we've had two of the crossbench senators, Senator Pocock. I'll give Senator McDonald the call.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, this gives me no joy at all to speak on this motion, because at the heart of it, the ability for Australia to extract more of its resources is absolutely imperative to the economic and social success of this nation. We are a great mining company. We are a great gas country, and it has powered and funded the fact that we are a first world nation. We should be proud of that. We do it to the highest standards in the world, and not only do we do it for Australia's benefit, it has allowed us to become a reliable trading partner, a dependable defence ally. That is what resources has done in this country and made us one of the first world nations. Unfortunately, though, we are also a very trusting nation. We are so trusting that we have allowed foreign influence money to flood in and to provide soft influence into our policy debate and setting. Now, I spoke about this yesterday. we have organisations like the Environmental Defenders Office, whose sole purpose on earth seems to be shutting down mining activity in this country, including gas projects, that when they were discovered to be confecting evidence, when they were discovered to be running against the national interest, the courts ordered a significant penalty and fine. Of course, the EDO couldn't pay for that themselves, and so a huge loan was given to the organisation to pay that fine, and now we discover that that money has been forgiven. We don't know who is funding it. And I reflect on what happened in the UK when that huge anti-fracking campaign was run, which meant that the English voters were convinced that they should not allow gas extraction in the UK and offshore to go ahead. And later, it was discovered that that money had come from Russian sources, a country that was doing its best to keep the UK poor, both energetically and financially. In this country, whether it's donations to the Environmental Defenders Office, whether it's the Australia Institute and the Institute of Energy Economics Financial Analysis, both of whom have refused to provide me with their funding sources at estimates and at committee hearings. These groups are funding this kind of debate because what they're saying is that we should stop using economics and a business model, which Senator Hanson just referred to, a business model to attract more investment into this country, to see more taxes, more onshore and offshore royalties, more incredibly well-paid jobs. You receive about $400,000 a year to be a cook on an offshore rig. You receive huge salaries, and that benefits all of Australia. But it is a competitive space. We are already seeing investment going to Alaska, investment going to the Gulf of Mexico, investment not coming here because we are making it too hard, whether it be environmental groups or whether it's this kind of changing the rules, changing the goalposts around investment after you've made the decision. Now, there's a couple of reasons why this motion doesn't work, and I want to work through that, but I do want everybody to understand that the offshore foreign money that is funding anti-fossil fuel projects will leave us poor. It is not Australian. We should be frightened of the influence of these groups that hold themselves out as being energy experts, as being interested in Australia's well-being, because they are not. The reservation that has been proposed this morning, a 15% in Commonwealth waters reservation, is a noble idea. But I'll tell you why it won't work. Because we are extracting gas in places that have no infrastructure to support it. Western Australia, that has a 15% reservation, has absolutely benefited from that. They are using it to extract a portion of the gas from their onshore developments and from the offshore developments. That is terrific. And when we're in government, through the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, we provided funding to the Perdaman project, a terrific project that's going to use some of that gas to develop fertiliser for use here in this country. But what it doesn't allow, when we talk about the big projects that are offshore, Northern Territory and the Northern Western Australia, is the sort of pipeline investment that's proposed by One Nation is billions and billions of dollars. But I'll give you some good news, is that right now we have drills in the ground extracting gas from the Beetaloo in the Northern Territory. In Queensland, the minister there has just approved further exploration leases to extract gas from the Taroom Trough, which will also have some liquids with it, which we should be able to develop more Australian fuel refining from. These are close to the places where they're needed, close to the big manufacturing hubs. But I tell you where it's not close to. It's not close to Victoria. Victoria, the state that has crippled itself. It has got manufacturing jobs, forget the businesses, the jobs, the Victorians, who have now been forced out of that state, either into states like Queensland or worse, offshore, because of this agenda to shut down gas extraction in places like Victoria. Even Western Australia has been suckered in to this anti-fracking campaign that has meant that they have bans on fracking there too. This is why it doesn't work. Senator Hanson talked about being businesslike and common sense. Well, this is what we have to focus on. What is practical? What is in Australia's best interests? Let me turn now to the PRRT. This is another agenda that has been run by anti-fossil fuel activists. They think that we can change the investment mandates and decisions and that people will continue to invest in this country, no questions asked. That's not businesslike. That's not common sense, because they're telling me with their dollars that they are investing somewhere else. So the changes that the government made recently to reduce the amount of deductions that can be made to 90% didn't create a huge influx of cash. It brought forward a small amount, but we were always going to receive over $2 billion in PRRT last year. Now we've received 2.4, and that amount will continue to grow because we allow companies to offset their capital costs before they start paying tax. And for those people who are watching and listening, it's a super tax. It's 40%, not the 25% that Senator Pocock wants to introduce. We'd actually get less PRRT under his proposal. That's why it has got to be carefully understood and not follow the agenda of these anti-Australian, anti-fossil fuel activists who have crept into our civil discussion. They are affecting our policies, they are affecting Australians' beliefs, and it is beholden on those of us who care about Australia and who love Australia to speak up, to stop being sucked in by people who want to see us poor and in the dark. Queensland and Western Australia's reservations are working very well in those states. And as a senator coming here, I believe in states' rights. I don't want the Commonwealth to run all over the top of us the way they do with vegetation management and environmental overlays, things that slow down and stop projects that affect Australians. And no, I take the interjection from over there, it doesn't kill the planet because we operate to the highest standards in the world. Under the Greens, we have shut down most of our forestry industry, but we're okay to import it from countries that have absolutely no environmental standards at all. That's what happens when environmentalists get out of control. So our domestic reservations in states works, unlike in Victoria, where it is a complete disaster. We are seeing such a negative impact on our future viability. Gas is the pointy end. Remember when it was coal? Remember when coal was the pointy end of all these activists? I think we even had senators chaining themselves to trains. But coal is the cheapest form of electricity in Australia, and it provided the ability for states to open up, to attract manufacturing. And then gas came along to further support that development. But be clear, you fight against gas today, tomorrow it will be the next agenda. It'll be broad-scale agriculture, it'll be food production from cattle, it'll be broad-scale wheat and other crops. Be afraid of what this agenda is because it is dangerous for Australia. We are absolutely having a cost of living crisis in this country. We are absolutely having a fuel crisis in this country. But please, please, this dangerous, soft policy influence that has been funded by foreign actors who will not disclose their donations, who are in many cases getting tax deductibility status from the government. The Environmental Defender's Office receives tax deductibility status, but at the same time is paying millions of dollars in penalties for falsely confecting evidence. So when we talk about a gas reservation in this land, be clear. It's got to be practical. It's got to be in the places where we need it. And it has to be in a scale that we can use it. Do you know what 15% of gas from offshore would do to the Australian market? Well, you couldn't get it here. That's why we'll never know that, because the infrastructure doesn't exist. And thanks to the unions, thanks to the Maritime Union, we don't have cabotage in this country, or we have cabotage in this country. You can't even put it on a ship from Western Australia and sail it around to that gas-poor state of Victoria. Can't do it. Legislation doesn't allow it. That's the sort of stuff that we should focus on fixing, not this absolute rubbish of sending messages to the people who invest in this country, who paid $21 billion in corporate taxes, state royalties, PRRT, and that doesn't include the PAYG, on hundreds of thousands of Australians that receive a double, at least, the average salary. We are threatening all of those people. We are threatening the communities like Roma and Chinchilla, who now have farmers able to stay on their properties, send their kids to boarding school and give them choices. That's what this sort of discussion does. It is dangerous, and I'm putting it on the record now. If we keep attacking investment in this country, we will be poor, we will be dark, and guess where the activists will move next? Well, they won't really care, will they? Because they will have done their job here. And people who scoff at this and laugh at this, we have plenty of countries where this has worked. This worked in Argentina. In the 1970s and 80s, they moved to a different model, and they had to subsidise gas companies to come back and assist them. They also shut down their beef industry because they decided that beef was too expensive, so they'd stop exporting it. And the final point I will leave you on, and so beef got very difficult to invest in. The final point I'll leave you on is that people who think that Qatar and Norway are some sort of textbook example, well, the reason why they receive more in gas taxes is because they pay for the investment. They pay. Is Australia prepared to pay the $30 or $40 billion that it would take to get up one of those offshore projects? You would have to take it out of Medicare and PBS. You would have to take it out of roads and schools and hospitals. But if that's the debate you want to have, let's have that. But stop with this rubbish.
Time has expired. Senator Hodgins-May, and then I'll give the call to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move an amendment that has been circulated in my name. A tax on Australia's gas exports is an absolute no-brainer and completely long overdue. The Australian public supports it. Polling shows that it's supported across the political spectrum, and as far as I can tell, the crossbench supports it too. Yet year after year, successive governments, the two major parties, the two old parties, refuse to act and rein in our gas exporters and instead come in here and read out the talking points of the gas industry. What a farce that everyday people are paying more tax, teachers, nurses, retail workers, more tax on their wages than multinational tax corporations pay on gas extracted from Australia and shipped overseas. Australians pay more each year in HECS and HELP repayments than gas companies pay through the so-called petroleum resource rent tax. Students paying back their education contribute more to Commonwealth than corporations exporting tens of billions of dollars worth of our gas. Since large-scale LNG exports began on the East Coast, energy prices have surged. Domestic gas prices have been pulled into volatile global markets. And when international prices spike, Australians feel it in their power bills and in their heating costs. In other words, we are exporting our gas, importing global price volatility and collecting almost none of the revenue. What better time to confront this reality than right now in this moment, when this government is dragging us into another international conflict that is once again driving global gas prices higher. Global exporters stand poised to make billions in additional war profits, but Australians who actually own the resource in the first place will have barely a cent returned. Barely a cent. That is why the proposal for a minimum of 25% levy on gas exports makes so much sense and why Australians are demanding it. Replacing the broken PIRT with a flat 25% tax could raise $17 billion a year for the Australian public. $17 billion every single year. $17 billion that could compensate households for soaring energy bills. $17 billion that could accelerate the transition to renewable energy and finally move Australia off polluting fossil fuels. Create new jobs in industries, protect us from volatile global energy markets. $17 billion that could help repair the catastrophic climate damage that these corporations are behind, and of which my home state of Victoria has experienced far too many of. $17 billion that could fund an entire wish list of things we desperately need: universal childhood education, expanded paid parental leave, and desperately needed public housing. Instead, that wealth flows offshore. To put the scale of this into perspective, from the moment I began this speech to when I finish it, Australia will have missed out on roughly $320,000 in public revenue. $320,000 in about 10 minutes. $320,000 that could be taxed from the more than 1,300 tonnes of LNG exported in just 10 minutes. Look at the clock ticking and imagine that flow of LNG off our shores, those millions of dollars of profit, and next to nothing. Nothing for Australians paying the price. It's not a fair deal. We're being ripped off. And it's not just about the revenue, it's about decoupling our domestic gas supply from the volatile international market, prioritising supply for Australian households and businesses whilst we rapidly and fairly wean off toxic gas altogether. And importantly, this would be without the incentive of new gas fields. We don't have a gas supply problem, we have an export problem. The so-called shortages projected on the East Coast could have been avoided simply by redirecting uncontracted gas currently shipped offshore, often for a little public return, back into the domestic market. Instead, the Labor government is incentivising new gas fields, opening new acreage and letting the gas lobby run wild in this place. They are cartels operating in this country, gas cartels. They're insisting that more gas is the answer rather than using what we already have and finally breaking our dependence on it. Thousands of acres in the Bass Coast opened up just a few months ago, a gift to the gas industry that brave coastal communities across Victoria are fighting. Risky, toxic fracking proceeding in the Northern Territory, which the Northern Territory community are rightly, fiercely opposing. The climate bomb of the North West Shelf extension that we continue to oppose and fight, and which was cynically approved by the Labor government straight after the election. And communities in South Australia continue to fight for justice in the wake of the devastating algal bloom, Australia's largest ongoing environmental crisis, driven by Santos and the gas companies just like them who get away with climate and environmental destruction. They're cowboys. The Greens We continue to stand with these grassroots climate activists and community advocates who will not let these multinational corporations continue to pillage our resources, pollute our environments and get away with paying for the mess they create. And they are being let get away with it by the major parties in this place, who are very quiet. I've noticed the Albanese government side of the chamber are very quiet on this debate. This week in the chamber, we heard some of the usual familiar talking points. So familiar, if we've got a question, are we actually in the Parliament of Australia or are we in a shareholder meeting of Woodside or Santos, honestly? Members dutifully repeat lines of the gas lobby, defending inflated claims about how much the industry supposedly contributes to our economy. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the hundreds of thousands of dollars that flow through to their campaign coffers before an election. But the truth is simple, that no amount of spin can hide the failure of the petroleum resource rent tax. Now, there is not much in this chamber that I agree with One Nation about, but on this point there is rare common ground. Our gas tax system is broken. Decades of loopholes have allowed multinational corporations to extract Australia's resources, report massive profits and still pay little or no tax. Successive governments have failed to fix it. They are too beholden to their mates in the fossil fuel industry and to their generous donations. Instead, they have allowed a system to persist that is clearly rigged in favour of multinational gas corporations and against everyday Aussies, against everyday people, against nurses, against educators, against retail workers. At the very same time, just today, new analysis shows that billions of dollars in public subsidies are continuing to flow to fossil fuel companies. $30,000 a minute. $30,000 a minute in subsidies by a government that claims not to be giving public money to fossil fuel projects, but refused to tell me whether that's still government policy in recent Senate estimates. I'll take that question on notice, they said. These subsidies are flowing to some of the largest and most profitable corporations operating in Australia at the same time that households are being absolutely squeezed and being forced to make decisions about whether they put a roof over their head, whether they pay for their medicine that week, whether they buy fresh produce. Support for fossil fuels continues to grow. It's growing by this government. In the face of the climate crisis, this government's solution is more public money to the companies causing climate catastrophe. Total subsidies for coal mining, gas production and large diesel users rose by 9.4%, up from $14.9 billion in 2024 to 25. By comparison, despite constant claims that it is expanding too quickly, spending on the National Disability Insurance Scheme increased by only 7.6% over that same period. The largest single fossil fuel subsidy remains the federal government's fuel tax credit scheme, which cost $10.8 billion and overwhelmingly benefits large mining companies, many of them multinational. How much longer are these parties willing to see our money flow offshore? Where's the outrage? Where's the listening to the community outrage on these issues? So, according to the government's own budget forecasts, the cost of this scheme is expected to grow faster than federal spending on a range of essential services, including disability support, childcare assistance, aged care and service for veterans. So Australians are effectively paying twice, once through their energy bills and again through the taxpayer support for the very industries driving these costs up. Enough is enough. The Australian public is ready for change. The Australian public is demanding change. This parliament is ready for change. The arguments could not be clearer. Australia should not be giving away its natural resources for free while households struggle with cost of living and surging energy prices. We should be accelerating the fast, fair transition to renewables, which, by the way, aren't beholden to international markets. The sun and wind remain, regardless of international wars. A gas export tax of at least 25% is the first step. It's the first step towards restoring fairness in this country, to restoring justice, and to driving Australia towards the clean future that Australians want and that Australians deserve.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise in support of this motion and want to put on the record that I think it's disappointing and quite worrying for the Senate that we're seeing private senators' time not being allowed to debate bills. We saw Labor and the Greens stop One Nation from debating a bill. At the same time, we know that drafting resources are very scarce when it comes to the crossbench. It takes a very long time to get things drafted. And the argument we heard from the government, from Minister Watt, was that it's not the convention that you introduce and vote on a bill in the same week. And yet, we'll be voting on a bill today that the government introduced yesterday and slammed through the House. Will probably be voted in the Senate with not many, if any, second reading speeches, probably no time for debate. So I don't think that that argument holds much weight. And so it was disappointing to see that the government actually got support from anyone in this place to stop a bill being debated. But to the motion at hand, I would like to move an amendment to Senator Hodgson-May's amendment to Senator Hanson's motion by leave.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
Thank you, Deputy President. We're in this ridiculous situation as a country where we are one of the biggest gas exporters in the world, and yet we don't get much for our offshore LNG exports. We have a petroleum resource rent tax that is not working, is not providing a fair return. A 25% export tax would change that. It would actually say to gas exporters, multinational companies, you can exploit our gas, you can export it overseas, but you're going to pay us a 25% tax on that. And that would bring in $17 billion a year. And if we look at what happened to gas prices after Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, you can add an extra $12 billion to that. This is a huge amounts of revenue that rightly are owed to the Australian people. That gas belongs to all Australians. As a senator for the ACT, we have the Canberra Rape Crisis Centre seeing a 60% reduction in its funding. We have DVCS, another frontline service provider, $820,000 short on their budget. 1 in 2 calls to DVCS at the moment go unanswered because they do not have the resources. We're told that the budget is tight. And yet we're in a situation where we are giving away a natural resource for free, something that belongs to all Australians, young and old. It belongs to future generations. And so I strongly support efforts to ensure that Australians get a fair return on our resources. Aussies are looking at the petrol station and seeing petrol over $2 a litre. They're hearing that premium could be heading up to $3 a litre. And yet we have no mechanism in place to ensure that Australians actually benefit from rising energy costs. It's just everyday Aussies that have to bear the brunt of that. And we have a perfect example of what happens with these big shocks to energy supply at a global level with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Multinational fossil fuel companies make bank. They make tens of billions of dollars of additional profit. Why have we not put a mechanism in place? This is shameful. This shows a total lack of political courage, a total lack of long-term thinking, and a total lack of recognition that the natural resources of this incredible continent belong to the Australian people. We need to get a fair return. Today we'll hopefully be voting on an inquiry to actually look at this, to look at why, as a country, we're happy to give away gas for free, why the PRRT isn't returning much, if anything, on export, on offshore LNG exports, and what can be done about it. We should be looking at this 25% export tax that has been put forward by the ACTU, and I assume has fairly strong support amongst Labor branches, backbenchers, but we haven't heard much from ministers and from spokespeople from the Labor government. One of the things that's become so clear in this debate, and I think this actually holds for a range of issues in this country, I think is one of the reasons we're seeing a decline in primary vote for the major parties, is that there are so many issues that aren't actually about left versus right. They're about vested interests versus the interests of the Australian people. They're about vested interests and power holding onto a system that benefits them at the expense of Australians. And we're seeing it in this chamber, where we have the entire crossbench, from the Greens to One Nation, saying gas belongs to the Australian people, let's reserve some for our use, for households, for businesses, for manufacturers, and let's actually get a return on its exports. And you have the major parties, the vested interests, leaning on them to say, leave it as it is. This is a pretty sweet system. Pretty sweet system. We'll keep donating to you. We'll make sure that there's some jobs after politics. We've got to do better. We've got to actually put the Australian people first. We often hear the argument from the major parties, well, this is sovereign risk. You know, we've got long-term contracts. Even if you had the guts to apply this to uncontracted gas and phase it in over time, it would make a huge difference. It would make a huge difference to gas supply in this country, to manufacturers who are currently on the brink because they are paying international prices for Australian gas, and it would actually ensure that we get some revenue. So I think this is a test for the major parties. Whose side are you on? You're on the side of multinational gas companies who give us all the talking points, all the fear-mongering around sovereign risk and we'll go and invest elsewhere. This is what they said to the Norwegian government. They said, if you tax us, we'll go elsewhere. Norway stared them down and said, okay, this belongs to Norwegians. You can come, you can take it, you can export it, but you're going to pay us for it. Oil and gas companies, a few days later, said, well, actually, yeah, I think we'll still invest. Norway now has a $3 trillion sovereign wealth fund. $3 trillion set aside for Norwegians' present and future. Here in Australia, we've got $1 trillion of national debt. Two very different approaches. It's not too late. We are still one of the biggest gas exporters in the world. Let's at least make a start on uncontracted gas. And maybe just finally, I understand if there isn't the long-term thinking and political courage from the Labor government to actually get a fair return for our gas, to have a 25% export tax in line with what the ACTU and others are saying, at least introduce a windfall profits tax. These profits are not something that these companies have done anything to deserve. This is because of skyrocketing energy costs. We could actually use the potentially $12 billion, if you look at what happened after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, to provide support to farmers who are struggling at the moment, to provide support to households who aren't sure how they're going to put food on the table, who are going to the petrol station and paying huge amounts of money to fill up their tank, to commute to work, to drop kids off at school, and then going to the supermarket, going to the duopoly and getting fleeced hundreds of dollars for a trolley of groceries. We've got to do better in this country, and I would urge the major parties to actually listen to the Australian people. I think on this one you are so wildly out of touch when we see poll after poll after poll that says 75 to 80% of Australian people support a 25% tax on gas exports. What gives you the right to say, no, we're going to side with the gas companies? So it's going to be interesting to see how the vote turns out on this. Very interesting to see how the vote turns out on the inquiry, and I hope Australian people will judge all of us in this place, not on our talking points, what we say, but how we vote, how we represent them, how we vote on behalf of the states and territories we're meant to be representing this place.
I do have to go to the Minister. Senator Roberts. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I just foreshadow that we will be moving an amendment to Senator Hanson's motion.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts.
One Nation circulated the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Amendment Domestic Reserve Bill 2026 last Thursday. The government has prevented us from debating the bill because democracy and the Labor Party are mutually exclusive these days. The issue One Nation's bill raised is simple. Should Australia have a domestic gas reservation which requires 15% of our own gas to be used here in Australia? Our own gas staying here to help our own people. On this issue, the Albanese Labor government are running scared. After selling off Australia's liquid fuel reserve in 2022, and after failing to increase storage in Australia, they know the electorate is holding them responsible for the fuel shortages we have across Australia right now. Fuel shortages that extend to gas, or will when the Lytton refinery closes in a few weeks' time for 10 weeks' maintenance. Shut down. I hope the government has worked with the owners of Lytton, which is Ampol, to postpone that maintenance until buffer stocks have been put in place. Although the necessary maintenance at Lytton has already been pushed back for a year because of Australia's pathetic stocks of gas products, thanks to a Labor government that hates hydrocarbon fuels and that would rather descend the economy into an energy nightmare than actually work with industry to fix the problem. One Nation warned the Liberal National and Labor Uniparty governments about this problem in 2016, a decade ago. The lady sitting next to me. In 2020, 2021 and 2022, after the Labor Albanese government sold off our fuel reserves. Our warnings were ignored. Now just look at the state of our country. A domestic gas reservation will provide high-quality, low-cost natural gas into the Australian market. This replaces the current supply arrangements for Australian gas users, which does have some local sale of our natural gas, supplemented with imports of our own gas, which is sent overseas and then brought back. Same gas, same ships, Australian gas sales around the world and comes back to us at double or triple the price we would pay out of the well. How incompetent are successive uniparty coalition and Labor governments. Coalition and Labor to allow the stupidity of the current arrangement where we allow foreign corporations to export gas at low prices to avoid the petroleum rent resources tax, and then we buy it back at double or triple the price. Really clever. Not only do Australian taxpayers miss out on billions in taxation, we pay more for the gas we use. This is insane. It's our bloody gas. Thanks to the Labor Party, the Liberal Party and the Nationals' incompetence, the Uni Party. One Nation will change the point at which the PRRT is levied. Currently, the PRRT is levied on profits, which don't happen because the gas companies transfer profits overseas using transfer pricing. Remember that when you think about the Greens' amendment and David Pocock's amendment. Australia has lost out on more than $100 billion in gas revenue since the PRRT came into place, thanks to Bob Hawke. $100 billion. One Nation will levy the tax at the wellhead. Volume, counters, can't be beaten. At the wellhead at a dollar value rate per gigajoule of energy, making transfer prices irrelevant. This will raise at least $10 billion a year in additional revenue. This isn't a new tax. It's the same tax being calculated differently, better, and on multinationals. It will be important to ensure the tax is levied on exported gas only, so that any tax revenue does not affect domestic gas prices. Very important. The second part of this motion, a domestic gas reservation, will allow a guaranteed supply of our own gas to lower the gas price through removing the expensive imported component. This will lower costs for businesses and for everyday Australians. Given the current inflation, due to the Uni Party's ineptitude, anything getting cheaper, indeed anything not going up in price, is a win for consumers, the Australian people. Our use for this gas will be to support gas-to-liquid plants located near capital cities, anywhere that's on the end of a national gas pipeline. Gas-to-liquid plants convert gas to petrol and diesel. As long as the gas is sourced cheaply, the petrol that's produced will cost around the same as the petrol was before the Iran war, around $1.50 a litre. It's a profitable commercial process, proven. Even better, it makes really clean petrol and diesel, improving engine life and fuel economy with less carbon dioxide for those who still believe in that rubbish. In addition, One Nation has already promised to reduce the fuel excise by 26 cents a litre, halving the fuel excise. Promise. Costed, fully costed. The Labor government has refused to adopt this policy despite being fully costed. Everyday Australians are struggling with the cost of living. Reducing the fuel excise will make a huge difference to household budgets. Instead, this Labor government is too busy spending taxpayers' money on net zero and social engineering to care about Australians who are working harder and going backwards. So much for Labor being the party of the worker. One Nation are the party of the worker now. We need more of our gas here to keep the lights on when Labor's insane weather-dependent power is not coping with demand, which is frequently, and driving unaffordable electricity prices. Instead, with the abundance of coal, oil and natural gas under our feet, Australia is an energy superpower. Australia, top 5 gas exporter, top 2 coal exporter, largest energy exporter in the world, yet we now have an energy crisis. And we can't use the stuff here. You're not going to believe what the Greens' brilliant solution to the energy crisis is. They want to ban gas. It's toxic. We just heard from them. So your gas stove top and your gas hot water heater is forcibly converted to electric. Not forgetting Senator Pocock is right there championing the electrification agenda. A word that means no petrol, no diesel, no gas, just a nation blanketed in toxic solar panels and wind turbines, so virtue signalling lefties can sip their champagne in their inner-city high-rises and bask in the glory of their own ignorance. This is the green dream. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. This is the modern Labor Party, and this is the Teal Party dream. To the voters in South Australia, Nepean and Farrer, please make a stand. Sweep away this stupidity and give One Nation the chance to fix this country while we still can. I want to talk about the Greens' motion, amendment rather, and Senator Pocock's amendment. One Nation's bill and the motion we just discussed goes to establishing a 15% gas domestic reserve. One Nation also believes the Petroleum Rent Resources Tax, the PRRT, has completely failed to capture the appropriate tax take for the benefit of Australians. This lady has been saying it for a decade. One Nation supports the PRRT being changed to be based on production at the wellhead. Measured gas quantities cannot be affected by transfer pricing deals, not shonky business profits that have been abused. The Greens are circulating an amendment striking out our gas reserve policy and replacing it with a 25% tax. 25% of zero is still zero. It's still zero. Toxic gas Greens oppose or welcome a tax. Same applies to the David Pocock amendment. 25% of zero is zero. They can calculate the profit back to zero through transfer pricing. One Nation wants a reserve established. We support better taxation, lower taxation for citizens, better taxation for everyone, yet the Greens' figure appears to have been pulled out of thin air. We won't support the Greens' amendment, nor David Pocock's amendment. We would be happy to debate all of these issues in the normal way on One Nation's gas reserve bill, which we haven't been able to do this morning because the government does not want scrutiny, Labor's amendment, Labor is now saying they want a 15 to 25% reserve of gas production for the domestic market to modify the Albanese Labor government's domestic gas reservation scheme. Labor has no gas reservation scheme. 15 to 25% of zero is still zero. They haven't got any. You can't figure this out. 25% tax on zero profit, zero. 25% tax on profit, zero. 25% reservation on zero is zero. Only One Nation has thought this through. We've been at it for a decade. Why? Because security is vital to us. Security is absolutely essential. And I want to thank the farmers in New South Wales and Queensland and the fishers who have been contacting my office and Senator Tyron Whitten's office and Senator Pauline Hanson's office and Senator Sean Bell's office across 3 states saying, please, please do something about the diesel supply. Because one farmer was in tears. 2,500 cattle may not be fed in his dairy farm this week, because he can't get the fodder crop out of the ground to feed his cattle. So it becomes an animal welfare issue. But there are two words that are important in this, in addition to animal welfare, and that is oil and gas security. We're exporting gas overseas when it could be made into petrol and diesel here, and we're importing petrol and diesel. And now, because of the Iran conflict, there's no security, no security of supply. The second word, the first word is security. The second word is volatility. Price volatility. If we had the proper gas fuel reserves in this country, then there would be reduced volatility. But instead now we have high price volatility. That means that the people of Australia, the farmers of Australia, the truckies of Australia are paying through the neck. And the third word is truth. We've had lies and misrepresentations and misinformation and disinformation from the ministers on the other side in regard to our security. I raised this first on Monday last week, first thing after we knew about the Iranian war. And then Senator Tyron Whitten, Senator Bell and Senator Hanson followed up every day last week, Monday to Thursday in the Senate, Friday outside. Then we started again on Tuesday of this week, first day in the Senate. This is extremely important because it's a matter of life and death. When fridges shut down because the coal mines don't produce coal for the electricity, the food spoils. This is about food security, it's about farm security, it's about electricity security, it's about lifestyle and life security. And we've got to stop the people having to pay for the government's mistakes and waste.
Senator Roberts, the time for the debate has expired. The time for the debate. Could the gallery please be... You need to leave the gallery immediately. The question before the chair is that the amendment moved by Senator David Pocock. Please, could security please remove the person from the gallery? All right, the amendment before the chair is the amendment to Senator Hodgins' May amendment as moved by Senator Pocock. Those in favour of that amendment say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion as moved by Senator David Pocock be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. And I'm with you. Order. There being 13 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to the motion as moved, the amendment as moved by Senator Hodgins-May. So the question is that this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. That's right. Forgive me, Senator Whish-Wilson, there's been so many calls this week that sometimes I think I've done it and I haven't. So I called it for the noes and you've requested a division and a division's underway. Thank you for reminding me. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Hodgins-May be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now invite Minister Gallagher to move the government's amendment.
I move the amendment that was foreshadowed and been circulated to the chamber.
So the question is, the amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. We'll just make it 4. We'll make it a 4-minute division. Lock the doors. So the question is, the amendment is moved to by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 42 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the motion as moved by Senator Hanson. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 8 ayes and 43 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. It being past 11:15, we will move on. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator O'Neill, are you seeking the call? Thank you. Senators, we have moved on. If you could leave the chamber quietly, that would be appreciated. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, President. Pursuant to notice given on 11th of March 2026 on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw business of the Senate Notice of Motion number 1 for 6 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Aged Care Rules 2025 made under the Aged Care Act 2024.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Grogan.
I present the third report of 2026 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Grogan.
I move that the report be adopted.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move the following amendment, that at the end of the motion add "and the Migration Amendment 2026 Measures Number 1 Bill 2026 not be referred to committee."
Thank you, Minister. So the question is, Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, President. I move the amendment circulated in Senator McKinn's name to, at the end of the motion, add "and in respect of the Migration Amendment 2026 Measures Number 1 Bill, the bill be referred immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 27th of June 2026. And I'd seek to speak to that.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, President. We can see what's happening here. Labor, the coalition, and no doubt with their race-baiting friends in One Nation.
Senator Shoebridge, withdraw that remark.
I withdraw that.
Thank you.
Labor, the coalition and One Nation have all come together to try and shut the door today on 7,200 Iranians who have been granted visas that would entitle them to come to this country, and then when they're on shore, seek protection from this country, from a brutal regime and the bombs falling from Israeli and US planes and the missiles coming from Israeli and US warships and installations. And this is a war that all three of the war parties, Labor, the Coalition and One Nation, all support. You all support the war. And you support, your Uncle Donald, the fascist duck over in the United States, who has commenced this war in gross breach of international law, in obscene breach of international law. And now that you see the consequences of the war that you support, congratulate, endorse, now you see the consequences of this war in real people's lives. People who are seeing their country destroyed from the air and attacked from its own regime, people who are seeing black rain falling from the sky because of the Israeli and US bombs and missiles that have taken out huge oil reservoirs near Tehran. You've seen the images of the school that was blown up by a US missile, now admitted to by the US, maybe not by Donald Trump, who's still pretending that the missile was stolen by some Iranian secret agent. But you don't mind the lies. You don't mind Donald Trump's lies because you're supporting a war based on those lies. And now you see the consequences of it. The dead school kids, the grieving mums, the country in despair, the ripple of chaos around the region, with all of that, with that wave of despair passing over the Middle East, you then shut the door on 7,200 Iranians who could have had a chance for some safety. And then Labor is trumpeting the fact that they gave a life raft to 5 or 6 incredibly brave Iranian women football players. Well, it seems to me that Labor's position on helping the Iranian people, on refugees that are coming from Iran, is they will only help. Labor will only help refugees if they can excel at sport, and you can manipulate that for a media moment, or if Donald Trump rings you up at 2 a.m. in the morning and tells you to. And unless you get the phone call from Donald Trump or you see it as a media opportunity, you do not care about Iranian people fleeing their regime, fleeing the war that you support, the war the Labor Albanese government supports, and the war that you've now made Australia a part of by deploying Australian troops. Well, maybe next time, before the three war parties, Labor, the Coalition and One Nation, maybe next time before you support another illegal US war, maybe just for a moment reflect upon the actual lives that you are destroying, the countries you're supporting being torn apart, the misery that you support every time you support another US forever war. And think about where it will end, because it turns out that once your mate Donald starts one of these wars, that the other side gets a vote in it too. And the unpredictability and the chaos and the violence that comes every time a nation starts a war. Every time a nation starts a war. So, of course, we want this to go to an inquiry. And let's be clear, we will do everything we can to stop you three war parties shutting the door on Iranian refugees. That's one of the reasons we want this to go to an inquiry on the 27th of June. I would have shot this bill to the moon if we could have, to keep the door open so that this country can show some decency. And for those 7,200 Iranians, think about the grief that they're in. And this country shutting the door on them like this. Labor.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, President. Under Labor, Australia is at war with Iran, and entirely predictably. That means the missiles, the armaments, the acid rain coming down not just on military installations in Iran, but on the Iranian people, women, children, men, innocent people being slaughtered, school children, slaughtered in their droves, entirely predictably, and entirely predictably displaced in their tens and hundreds of thousands from their homes. And what is Labor doing to address the consequences, the predictable consequences of its decision to enter Australia into a war with Iran, supported by the war parties in this place, the Liberals, the Nationals, One Nation, led by Labor, the unholy alliance of war parties in this place? What is Labor doing to respond to the entirely predictable consequences of going to war with Iran? It is slamming the door closed in the face of the very Iranians that are being displaced.
Senator McKim, please resume your seat. Senator O'Sullivan.
President, point of order on relevance. This is a debate about the selection of bills, and we're hearing debate about the Migration Act. We're hearing.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. This has been a wide-ranging debate, but Senator McKim, if you could also talk about why it needs to go to a committee. Thank you very much. Please continue.
Well, thanks very much, President. And as I was saying, this bill slams the door closed on Iranian people who are suffering the entirely predictable consequences of a war that Labor has led Australia into, full-throatedly supported by the Coalition and by One Nation. And that is why this bill needs to go before a committee for a long and robust inquiry, because this parliament should hear the voices of the people that Labor, with the support of the Coalition and One Nation, is slamming the door closed on. Let's be very clear. This is a bill that exposes that Labor is not prepared to face the consequences of its decision to send Australia into a war on Iran. Its decision, roundly supported by the war parties in this place, the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation. And this bill slams the door closed on innocent people who may well be trying to flee based on a well-founded fear of persecution, and may well be intending to seek asylum in Australia. And to be clear, they need protection not only potentially from matters internal to Iran, but also from the bombs that Australia is playing a role in raining down on Iran. Now, of course, the Iranian women's football team should have been offered asylum in Australia. Of course they should. But how cynical is it that the relevant minister, Mr Burke, would fly up, leverage that opportunity for his own media and for the government's media at the same time, on the same day, the government introduced legislation into this place to slam the door closed on many other Iranian women and children and men who were in an identical position, except they didn't have the media profile. They didn't have the media profile. And they were instead taking shelter under their beds or any other place they could find to try and dodge the weapons, the military assault on Iran that that Labor has joined Australia to. I mean, the hypocrisy is rank here from Labor. Join Australia to a war on Iran, rain the bombs down, rain the firestorm down, rain the acid rain down on the Iranian people, and then slam the door closed on the consequences of a war that Labor was the first government in the world to cheer on, and that Labor has subsequently joined Australia to. It's time for Labor to accept the consequences of its actions, and one of the consequences of its actions, entirely predictably, was the displacement of large numbers of Iranian people, and we should be ensuring, rather than slamming the door closed on them, we should be ensuring that we face up to the consequences, and Labor should be ensuring that it faces up to the consequences of its actions and provides an opportunity for them to claim asylum in this country.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I rise to support the amendment from the Greens to refer the Migration Amendment 2026 Measures No. 1 Bill for inquiry until the 27th of June. Migration law sits at the intersection of sovereignty, human rights and the rule of law. Changes in this area carry profound consequences for people's liberty, for families and for Australia's international reputation. And that is precisely why legislation of this kind demands careful parliamentary scrutiny. This bill proposes significant changes to the migration framework, yet the Parliament is being asked to consider it at speed, with limited opportunity to hear from experts, affected communities and the organisations that work with them every single day across this incredible continent. A short Senate inquiry is not an obstacle to good policy. It is the mechanism by which good policy is made. It would allow us to actually test the government's assumptions, to understand the real-world impacts of the measures before us, and to ensure that any powers granted by the Parliament are proportionate, lawful and actually workable. Australians expect their Parliament to get migration law right, and they expect us to legislate carefully, not hastily, as we're seeing. I've had significant correspondence from Canberrans voicing significant concerns about this policy. I think referring this bill for inquiry until the 27th of June is a modest, reasonable step that would actually strengthen the legislation, strengthen public confidence in the decisions we make in this place. And for those reasons, I support the motion. And I do think it is ironic that on the same day that we see a minor party not allowed to debate a private senator's bill, and I'll quote, and the reason from the government is it's not the convention that you introduce and vote on a bill in the same week. How about the same day? What about the same day from the Labor government? It seems like we're in this Orwellian situation where all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. And it seems to be when you have a cruel bill that is a knee-jerk reaction that I think is wildly out of step with what Australians want. Clear the decks, ram through this bill. Don't worry about what Australians might think. I think it's a really poor way to be governing. And it stands in such stark contrast to what we've seen with the Iranian women's team. Brave young women who have sought asylum and have had the backing of the vast, vast majority of Australians. We've seen all sides of politics. We've seen President Trump say that this was the right thing to do. And I think the reason why we've seen the government do it is because they know it's the right thing to do. In their heart, they know that this is the right thing to do as Australians. We're the land of the fair go. We want to give these people a fair go. And so we're seeing media, social media posts, and I really applaud the minister's actions. He's clearly put a lot of time and effort into this. And I think a lot of Australians look at Minister Burke's work and say, we can be proud of that. This is how our country should actually respond when brave young women's lives are at risk. But it stands in such stark contrast to this bill that is affecting thousands of people. And I dare say we will not be seeing social media posts from Labor members about this bill, explaining to the Australian people what this bill does, explaining to the Australian-Iranian community what this means for their loved ones, for brothers, sisters, parents who were due to come and visit them. I really do think it's so sad to see these migration bills get rammed through like this, and I really thank the work of the Greens in pushing this Senate to actually, one, inquire into this bill, and two, have a more compassionate approach in times of crisis.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Orman-Payne.
I rise in support of the comments made by my colleagues Senator Shoebridge and Senator McKim, and to support much of what was said also by Senator Pocock. So much about this illegal war that's come from this government is the height of hypocrisy, of doublespeak, of look over here but don't look over here. Saying so quickly that you support this war because the people of Iran have been subjected to an oppressive regime. No dispute there, everybody knows that. But then turning around and saying that it's equally okay, and in fact you're willing to support the raining down of bombs on that same population. We are seeing the impact of that. The very first thing that happened as a consequence of this illegal war is that over 150 young schoolgirls getting on with their lives bombed to smithereens. And then their parents and responders who came to help and to see this monstrosity being subjected to a second strike. Telling us that the reason that you are sending planes and missiles to the UAE is because you care about the plight of Australians, and staying mute and doing nothing about the thousands of Australians in Lebanon. Reports out of Beirut this morning that bombs are raining down on the thousands of displaced people who are sleeping in the streets. It's immoral. It is a war crime. And this government says nothing. And Labor, the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation cheering on an immoral, illegal war. As my colleagues have said, shamelessly associating yourselves on the part of the government with brave Iranian soccer players, and as this bill seeks to do, slamming the door on 7,200 other Iranians who are trying to flee that same oppressive regime, who are potentially trying to flee the raining down of US and Israeli missiles and bombs. This is the height of hypocrisy. And clearly, as others have said, you do not want the Australian people to know about this. Otherwise, you would send this bill to inquiry. Shame on you. And what I don't understand is how members of Labor, who supposedly don't agree with this, are staying silent. If the leadership of your party is leading you into an illegal, immoral war, then this is the time to stand up and say something. Because if you all sit silently while your leadership drags our nation into this, you are complicit. Show a backbone. It means nothing when we see articles in The Guardian saying, oh, Labor backbenchers are feeling uncomfortable about this.
Senator Orman-Payne, you are a very long way from the debate. It is about the amendment as moved in the name of Senator McKim, moved by Senator Shoebridge.
Could I suggest that those Labor members who are uncomfortable put a submission into the inquiry that this government is trying not to have? This war is illegal, it is immoral. Denying sanctuary and visas to people who already validly hold them from coming to this country to potentially seek help and assistance as a consequence of that illegal, immoral war is shameful, and this bill should go to inquiry.
Thank you, Senator Orman-Payne. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Senator McKim and moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, there may be further divisions. So I'm now moving on to the amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher. So the question is that this amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is the amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 13 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. With Senators, we're just going to pop back to notices of motion to be given for another day. As Senator Askew. Oh, beg your pardon. So the question now is that the amended selection of bills committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Askew.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Kovacic for 12th of March for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now proceed to the placing of business. Minister Gallagher.
Just ahead of you by a second, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the scheduling of business during the time for general business this afternoon.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 for 30th of March 2026 proposing a reference to the Education and Employment References Committee be considered at the time for general business today.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. Sorry I didn't jump sooner. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Lambie for 11th and 12th of March for personal reasons.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, a postponement notification has been lodged in respect of general business notice number 435, postponed to the next day of sitting, and committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 8 of today's order of business.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie and others, and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator McKenzie and others, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Bell.
Thank you, President. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 2 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Bell.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Bell, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is, business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Bell, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 4 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Now call Minister Gallagher.
That government business notice of motion number 1 relating to the consideration of legislation be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that the motion as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion, are you seeking the call, Senator Pocock?
I ask that paragraph A2 be put separately.
Thank you. So I will put A2 first. So the question is that the motion as moved by the Minister, A2, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Minister Gallagher, Government Business A2, be agreed to. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Pocock as teller for the noes. Senator O'Neill. Order. There being 23 ayes and 13 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now put the remainder of the motion as moved by Minister Gallagher. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remainder of government business motion is moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 16 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business, beginning with general business notice of motion number 381, standing in the name of Senator Pocock, who is not... Oh, there he is.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 381 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 381, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 381, standing in the name of Senator Pocock, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 17 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Cash, I wish to postpone general business notice of motion 421.
Yeah. Yep. So it's now 12:15, so it has been postponed. I'll call the minister. I'll call the clerk.
Business order of the day number 1, Royal Commission's Legislation Amendment, Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I rise to make a contribution to the Royal Commission Legislation Amendment Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026. And I will say at the outset that now that the government, whilst it has been dragged kicking and screaming to actually set up the Royal Commission, but now that it has finally established the Royal Commission, it does have a responsibility to ensure that the Commission can actually do its job. And that is why the Coalition supports this bill. We support its objectives and we also support the legal framework it establishes to protect individuals who provide intelligence and operationally sensitive information to a Royal Commission. These protections are, of course, necessary because without them, officials within Australia's intelligence and security agencies could themselves face legal risk for disclosing information that is critical to the Royal Commission's work. If the Royal Commission is to uncover the truth, and that is what all Australians want, they want this Royal Commission to get to the very, very bottom of the anti-Semitic behaviour in our great country, which got to such a level that 15 people were slaughtered last December on Bondi Beach. So if the Royal Commission is to establish the truth, if it is to properly examine, and this is the key here, properly examine the role of Australia's intelligence agencies, then those who come forward must have the legal certainty about the protections available to them. And that is what this legislation seeks to provide. So the Coalition supports the bill. In saying that, though, I need to make now comment on what Australians woke up to this morning, which is, of course, the bombshell news that Dennis Richardson, the man that Prime Minister Albanese himself had looked the Australian people in the eye and said, Mr Richardson is the best qualified person in the country, and I don't think anybody disputes that, to examine the intelligence and security failures surrounding the Bondi massacre, has actually quit the Royal Commission. That's right. Last night he issued a statement that he felt surplus to requirements and that he was quitting the Royal Commission. As I said, he didn't leave quietly. He left with words that should stop every single senator in this chamber cold. He said, and I quote, "I was surplus to requirements." Surplus to requirements. The most qualified man in Australia to get to the bottom of whether or not there was failures within our intelligence agencies that contributed to 15 innocent Australians being slaughtered on Bondi Beach. This is the Prime Minister's own hand-picked expert. For those of you who don't know, he is the former Director General of ASIO. He is the former head of both the Department of Defence and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. This is a man with decades of national security experience at the highest levels of government. And he has issued a statement. He has been on media this morning, and I'll go to that shortly, saying he felt surplus to requirements. I am very sorry, but that is quite frankly an indictment on the Royal Commission. This is what he also said this morning in media. I felt it had reached a point where I was adding relatively little value and I wasn't getting a lot of satisfaction out of it, to be quite frank. It gets worse. Dennis Richardson has also said this today. I felt I was the fifth wheel. It's a very legally driven process. The way it's structured and the way it is proceeding is such that there's not much need for someone like myself. Again, if I go to what the Prime Minister said, This man, Dennis Richardson, is the best qualified person in our great country to examine the intelligence and security failures surrounding the Bondi massacre. He has now stated, A, that is quit, but B, he felt surplus to requirements and he felt like he was a fifth wheel. That is absolutely, it's almost, in fact, I'd say it is incomprehensible. This is not a bureaucratic inconvenience. This goes to the fundamental purpose of this Royal Commission. Did ASIO have this attacker on a watch list? Was he removed from that list? Where were the failures in the intelligence agencies in sharing of information? Were there any failures in counter-terrorism preparedness? Again, Dennis Richardson, the former Director General of ASIO, that is the lead intelligence agency in our country, the former head of defence, the former head of foreign affairs, he was the best person placed to get to the bottom of what happened. And this is not on behalf of anybody in particular. This is on behalf of the Australian people who, quite frankly, deserve to know why 15 innocent people were slaughtered on Bondi Beach, because anti-Semitism in this country had got to such a stage that that was the outcome. And as I said, that is exactly why the Prime Minister appointed him. So 5 weeks ago, he was the best placed of any Australian. This morning, this same man, a man who is respected on both sides of the chamber, says he was surplus to requirements. Well, quite frankly, Prime Minister, that is not good enough, and the Prime Minister should act today. He should be doing, quite frankly, everything within his power. If Dennis Richardson is the best person to do this job, he should be doing everything within his power to bring Dennis Richardson back into this process. If the current structure of the Royal Commission is the problem, this is not a structure that the Coalition had said it agreed with. We had always said there needed to be more than one Royal Commissioner. There is only one Royal Commissioner. There absolutely needs to be more than one Royal Commissioner so that evidence can be properly tested. The Prime Minister, I hope, is in urgent talks with Dennis Richardson, talking to him about how we can restore him and his involvement in examining the intelligence and law of force dimensions of this attack. But in relation to the bill itself, I am part of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and we did have a hearing into this bill. Can I be very clear, though? I was very disappointed that on behalf of Coalition members and senators, yet again, we have had to provide additional comments to a report. We've also previously provided a dissenting report. Let us be very clear. That is actually not how the PJCIS has worked for many, many years. And yet, because of the way this government now treats the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, the way it is wanting to ram legislation through this parliament that has a direct impact on our national security laws with little to no scrutiny is, quite frankly, an indictment on how this government treats the PJCIS, but more than that, it is an indictment on the importance that this government puts on national security. The bill we have before us, as I said, it's something the Coalition supports. But let's be very, very clear here. It's not a straightforward measure. National security legislation is never really a straightforward measure. But that's how the Attorney-General of Australia sought to characterise the bill we have before us. This bill amends the Royal Commissions Act to create a framework protecting individuals from Commonwealth secrecy offences when providing intelligence or operationally sensitive information to our Royal Commission. because currently they do not have to provide that information, because under the acts upon which they work, the Secrecy Acts, they are able to use as a reasonable excuse those particular acts. But it also goes a step further and permanently will amend the Criminal Code 1995 to create an additional defence to certain secrecy offences where information is communicated for the purposes of providing it to a Royal Commission and the person believes that that information is relevant. These changes go directly to the interaction between the Royal Commission, its ongoing legislation, so I'm going to say Royal Commissions because we may well have future Royal Commissions, and Australia's intelligence community. As I said, the effect of secrecy laws that protect some of the most sensitive information held by the Commonwealth. And the Attorney-General of Australia said, well, this bill doesn't need a review. Well, guess what? We said it did on the coalition side, and we said the most appropriate committee to look at it is the committee tasked with doing just that, reviewing any changes to Australia's national security framework. Lest anybody be in any doubt, the Attorney-General actually said on radio, we don't think there is a need for a separate parliamentary inquiry. Well, guess what? We did. We take this very seriously, the review of Australia's security laws. There was an inquiry, and it's as a result of that inquiry that we have satisfied ourselves in relation to a number of issues in the bill, but we've also made additional recommendations, which I hope the government takes on board and actually enacts. But sadly, this is the issue with the contempt that the Prime Minister of Australia, quite frankly, is now showing what is always considered to be, for the life that I've been in here, the preeminent joint committee in this country, because it normally works in a bipartisan manner, because it is actually treated well by the government of the day, regardless of who is in office. But unfortunately, the government of the day is currently treating us with contempt, and this is a pattern of behaviour by this government. Sadly, in 2023, in relation to the National Security Legislation Amendment Comprehensive Review Bill, coalition members were in their comments forced to describe the government's conduct, and I quote, as irregular, rushed and contrary to the good conduct of a national security inquiry of this importance. Again, that is an indictment on the way the government tried to push that particular piece of legislation through the PJSIS with little to no scrutiny. Doesn't stop there, sadly. You would have thought a government would have learned its lesson. In 2024, coalition members noted, sadly in a dissenting report on the cyber security legislative package, and I quote, that the inquiry timeframe had been so compressed that proper scrutiny of complex national security legislation was actually impossible. National security legislation, laws that go directly to the heart of whether a Commonwealth government is able to properly protect its people, were rushed so quickly through the relevant committee that normally, under previous governments, regardless of their persuasion, coalition or Labor, would always work in a bipartisan manner, because when it comes to national security, this is something you always hope the two parties of government can actually agree on, but not under the Albanese government. Worse, it doesn't stop there. In January of this year, the inquiry into the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Bill was so compressed to less than a week that it effectually neutralised the PJSIS's ability to test the legislation properly. And in fact, partway through that inquiry, the Prime Minister stood up, did a press conference and said, well, I'm pulling the legislation anyway because the people of Australia, they clearly don't like it. You've got to be kidding me. Seriously? You try to rush it through the PJSIS, you don't like the evidence that's been received, so you just stand up and pull it. 3 occasions, and sadly, as I said in relation to this bill, this is now the fourth occasion upon which the Coalition has had to make comment on the contempt with which the Prime Minister of Australia, and in this case the Attorney-General, have shown to what has always been, for years and years and years, a committee that works in a bipartisan manner. 4 separate occasions on which members of this committee have had to warn that parliamentary security of national security legislation is being curtailed. That is an indictment on the government.
Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh, thanks very much, Acting Deputy. Well, isn't it extraordinary? The Coalition gets up here and complains that there wasn't sufficient time for an inquiry, a proper scrutiny of the Royal Commission's legislation amendment bill. The same party that resisted and objected and voted against a proper inquiry into this bill by the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee. So they say one thing in their contribution, but the reality of their votes are to shut down and prevent a proper public inquiry into this bill. And I want to be clear, the Greens supported a proper inquiry into this bill, not some sham rushed job through the PJCIS where only the so-called current parties of government sit, but a proper inquiry in a public and open space so that we could see if these protections work. So what does this bill aim to do? Well, it aims to provide protections to some people who provide information to Royal Commissions on a voluntary and a compulsory basis, where the information is subject to a limited set of the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of security provisions under federal law. The bill partially implements a handful of recommendations for reform from the interim report of the Veterans Royal Commission. So what did the Veterans Royal Commission find? Well, the Veterans Royal Commission found, when it was trying to get evidence from serving members of the Australian Defence Force and from former members of the Australian Defence Force, they found there was incredible reticence amongst the veteran community and the serving members of the Defence Force to come and give evidence to the Royal Commission because they feared they'd be put in jail for the breach of secrecy provisions, just like David McBride has been put in jail for breach of Defence Force secrecy provisions. And the chilling effect of the prosecution of David McBride and other whistleblowers by the Commonwealth Government, both by the Labor Party and by the Coalition, was clearly felt throughout the Veterans Royal Commission. And Commissioner Caldas and his fellow commissioners called that out very early on in their interim report. And they said that they wouldn't be able to get the cooperation they needed, they wouldn't be able to get the evidence they needed to complete their Royal Commission with the degree of certainty that they would like to have, unless two things were done. First of all, it was made clear that anyone giving evidence to a Royal Commission would be protected from prosecution by any one of the raft of hundreds of Commonwealth secrecy provisions. And the Royal Commission said, obviously, you'd need to workshop that through the security agencies. You'd need to ensure that the Royal Commission, you had faith that the Royal Commission would treat security information with appropriate care. But the core thing was ensure that no witness can go to jail or be prosecuted or lose their job for giving evidence to a Royal Commission. And what did the government do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing to help the Veterans Royal Commission, and until they've been pressed and pushed, nothing to help the current Royal Commission. The second thing the interim report said was that Royal Commissions can be limited in what use they can give to parliamentary reports, committee reports, parliamentary reports, because the way that parliamentary privilege is interpreted by the Australian Government solicitor is that those reports are protected by parliamentary privilege, And even though they would be incredibly useful and relevant to a Royal Commission, if for no other reason than to point out that issues have been put before the executive government repeatedly and nothing done, the Royal Commission found itself really bound in how it could use multiple, and in the case of veterans, dozens of parliamentary reports that had identified the problem for decades going back. And the Australian government solicitor, at the direction of the Albanese Labor government, kept saying to the Veterans Royal Commission, well, you can't use any of these parliamentary reports because they're protected by parliamentary privilege. Now, that's not my understanding of what parliamentary privilege is meant to do. Parliamentary privilege is not meant to stop parliamentary reports and committee reports being used by Royal Commissions to actually inform positive reforms. It's not my understanding, but that's what the Australian government solicitor has been pushing time after time after time. And the Veterans Royal Commission said, fix these two things. Fix these two things. Let people come and give frank evidence without fear of being put in jail under Commonwealth secrecy provisions, and let us use the reports, the recommendations of parliamentary committees and parliamentary inquiries. And as I said, the Labor government did none of that. Not one bit of it. Well, now they've commenced a Royal Commission into the security agencies and their response to the appalling anti-Semitic attacks at Bondi Beach. And now, of course, Commissioner Bell has said, well, actually, look at the reports from the Interim Royal Commission, the interim reports from the Veterans Royal Commission. Obviously, members of ASIO, of Home Affairs, of the Australian Federal Police, if it's relevant, the ADF, they obviously need protection so that they can come and tell the truth about what went wrong inside those security agencies, between those security agencies. They obviously need protection from the hundreds of Commonwealth secrecy provisions that apply. And only after pressure was put on them from my party, from commentary in the media, only after pressure has been put on them do they bring this half-baked bill in. And this half-baked bill goes nowhere near giving the protections that the Veterans Royal Commission said was necessary for Royal Commissions. First of all, it does nothing about the parliamentary privilege. And the Greens will be supporting amendments drafted by Senator Lambie that go to that core issue. And we would hope that the government, having read the interim report from the Veterans Royal Commission, will support those amendments to say that Royal Commissions can have access to parliamentary reports and can use parliamentary reports and committee reports to do the work they need to do. We'll support that amend. It's well drafted, and I want to thank Senator Lambie for bringing it to the Senate. But we also, what this bill also fails to do is it fails to live up to the spirit and the nature of the recommendation from the Veterans Royal Commission. Because the proposal in this bill is there's a general defence to I think 6 secrecy provisions, 6 of the hundreds and hundreds of secrecy provisions in the federal under federal statute. And I'd refer members of the chamber to the Insulam report that just pointed out so many secrecy provisions and what a danger that was to the free flow of information about the Commonwealth operations. So it provides a general immunity, an immunity to 6 general secrecy provisions, doesn't touch the hundreds of others. And then it says, in relation to security information and a subset of evidence, basically wrapped around security and defence information, it says in relation to those, if the heads of different security agencies voluntarily enter into an arrangement with the Royal Commission that provides what information can be given, how the information can be given, and how the information can be used, that if current or former members of those security agencies provide information that fits within those arrangements, that then they won't be prosecuted from under a number of security provisions. What that does is it gives a veto to the heads of the security agencies to decide the terms on which information can be given and the use that the Royal Commission can give to the information. And the security agencies, obviously, you know, they've got a dog in this. They've got a stake in this fight because, of course, they don't want a Royal Commission roaming around and having a full and frank view at all of their potential quite significant failures that led up to this, to the shootings on Bondi Beach. Of course they have an interest to ensure that the information is narrow in scope and the Royal Commission has limited basis upon which to use it, and potentially to make it incredibly difficult for members of, current or former members of the security agencies to provide the information. It's almost as though the heads of the security agencies drafted this legislation. It's almost as though that's the case. And I rarely look to what the Coalition says for some greater transparency in this space, but even the Coalition, in their additional comments to the PJCIS, point out the potential need, I'd say it's the absolute need, but the potential need for far greater protections for witnesses. Even the Coalition can see it, the potential need for greater protections for witnesses. But the Labor Party, it seems to be in the pocket of the security agencies and is quite satisfied with giving the security agencies a complete veto over what and how information can be provided and not provide the broad protections that the Veterans Royal Commission has said. This bill goes a tiny bit of the way to providing the protections that Commissioner Caldas made clear that Royal Commissions need. And if you want public confidence in the outcomes of this Royal Commission, if you want millions of Australians who are horrified about what they saw on Bondi Beach and deeply concerned about potential failures and inadequacies between Home Affairs, the AFP, ASIO, State Police, if you want confidence in the outcome of this Royal Commission, well, then you need to make sure that every single current and former member of the security agencies feels absolutely free to come and tell truth to power, to come and tell the Royal Commission exactly what they knew and exactly what happened or what didn't happen in the lead up to this. And this bill goes nowhere near giving the protections needed. And I finish with this. The security agencies need to be under the pump in this Royal Commission. They need to be absolutely held to account. And the Coalition, in their efforts today to keep Dennis Richardson enmeshed in the Royal Commission, with all of his conflicts of interest, former ASIO head, repeated go-to man for this and the other, for the Coalition and Labor to write reports that remove any kind of criticism of Home Affairs or ASIO or any of those security agencies. The fact that he was appointed in the first place to do a review already creates a trust deficit with much of the public. And I know it creates a trust deficit with many people inside the security agencies, because it looked like Richardson was going to come in and just perform his usual, protect the government, protect his mates in the security agencies, protect the agencies and move the circus on. But we need to make sure that the Royal Commission isn't tainted by that. And we need to make sure that Commissioner Bell and the Royal Commission can see every single piece of evidence that they need to. And every current and former member of the security agencies need to feel confidence that they can come and give evidence to the Royal Commission and not be put in jail like David McBride was put in jail or prosecuted for breaches of security provisions. This bill goes nowhere near giving that level of protection.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I thank my parliamentary colleagues for their contribution to this debate. The Royal Commission's legislation amendment, Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026, creates a clear lawful pathway for people to provide intelligence and operational sensitive information to the Royal Commission, including the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion. Uncertainty about the operation of secrecy laws, particularly in relation to intelligence and law enforcement material, can deter people from sharing information that is essential to a Royal Commission's work. It is critical that the current Royal Commission can obtain and assess the information that it needs relating to last year's horrific Bondi terrorist attack. The bill ensures that this is possible, not only for this inquiry, but for future Royal Commissions that need to handle sensitive or classified material. The bill amends the Royal Commissions Act to establish a pathway for people to safely and lawfully provide information to a Royal Commission without fear or criminal or civil liability. It also protects people who disclose intelligence or operationally sensitive information while seeking to provide legal advice in connection with a Royal Commission. And it ensures that secrecy provisions do not prevent people or agencies from complying with the Royal Commission's requirement to provide evidence. These are targeted measures. The new protections only apply where disclosures of intelligence and operationally sensitive information are made in line with published arrangements, agreed between the Royal Commission and the Commonwealth, which may cover how sensitive material is obtained, stored, used, disclosed, and returned. The Commission must also act in accordance with those arrangements when using or communicating that information. In addition, the bill amends the Criminal Code to introduce a new defence to the General Commonwealth Agency secrecy offences where the person provided the information to a Royal Commission. This will apply to current and all future Royal Commissions. Now together, these reforms complement existing protections in Royal Commissions Acts and reinforce the message that people who do cooperate with a Royal Commission should not face prosecution for doing so. Now, the government acknowledges the review conducted by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and I thank the committee for its work and for the report that was tabled today. Given the importance of these matters to the Royal Commission, the government agrees with the sole recommendation of the committee that the bill be passed as soon as possible. With respect to additional recommendations made by the coalition senators, the government does agree in principle with the first recommendation, noting the responsibility of agencies to manage their own operations. The Attorney-General's Department will liaise with national intelligence community agencies to ensure that they are providing sufficient support staff. The government also notes both the second and third recommendations by coalition senators. The government has indicated publicly that it is progressing broader reform to secrecy provisions, which will be introduced to the Parliament in due course. As part of that process, the government will consider whether further review is necessary to assess the effectiveness of these reforms or whether additional amendments are necessary. I'll just go to the amendment proposed by Senator Jackie Lambie. And I thank Senator Lambie's long interest in Royal Commissions, and particularly the Royal Commission into defence suicides, and it was something that she discussed on many occasions in this place, and nobody doubts her commitment to prosecuting those matters in here. On parliamentary privilege, though, the government does take a different view than Senator Lambie. The Parliamentary Privileges Act has special significance for the Parliament as a declaration of the powers, privileges and immunities of the Parliament and its members. Parliamentary privilege protects the ability of the Parliament to carry out its functions and activities. And any changes to the parliamentary privilege should be rare and requires careful consideration. The government recognises the important work carried out by Royal Commissions, including the current Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion, but considers that this can be achieved without infringing parliamentary privilege. And to the Senator Shoebridge's point, I know he characterised the use of parliamentary reports. Those are publicly available. This really does deal with information that may have been provided to committees in a confidential way or for the purpose of producing a report, and we know that that evidence is collected using parliamentary privilege. That is of concern to the government, and we want to thank Senator Lambie, but we won't be supporting her amendment. I'll just make some other comments. I know that this has been discussed this morning. It will be traversed later on. But I do want to address the comments of the Shadow Attorney General in regards to Dennis Richardson. The government has been notified that Dennis Richardson has resigned as advisor to the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion. The government thanks Mr Richardson for his efforts to date, and this will not stop the work of the Royal Commission, and they will deliver important work, including our interim report by the 30th of April. It has been very disappointing to see the approach of those opposite in regards to this matter, and particularly the construing of comments that have been made by the Prime Minister. The most important comments for the opposition to register, to understand, hopefully repeat in this chamber are these from Dennis Richardson himself today. This is not anything to do with the government. The government is not responsible in any way. He goes forward to say, I think the community should have full confidence in the Royal Commission. He went on to make further comments today. The accusations or the commentary that has been coming from the opposition was put to him. It is notable that when Mr Richardson was asked whether the idea that it's a disaster for the Royal Commission is an overstatement in your view, Mr Richardson replied, absolutely, it's an overstatement. We have seen these overstatements from the opposition before in regards to this matter. We have seen over-egging and overstatements from those opposite. And I would have thought that they would have learned from what happened in this place when Parliament was recalled, but obviously they haven't. I'll just make this final comment on this matter. In my view, I just make this observation. I think the opposition is veering dangerously close to undermining the Royal Commission which they called for and which they say they support. We would welcome a bipartisan approach to these matters. As we have said many times, we believe that the response to this horrific attack and this Royal Commission should be above politics. It's a matter for the opposition to decide what pathway they take. But we know what the public thinks about the opposition's approach when Parliament was recalled and their decision to play politics with this incredibly important matter. The government will continue to support the Royal Commission to deliver its important work. And this bill ensures that the Royal Commission can access the information that they need to perform their vital functions. It provides certainty for individuals, protects the integrity of sensitive information, and as a result, strengthens the ability of the Royal Commission to uncover the truth on matters of national importance. These reforms will support the current Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion to properly examine the tragic events at Bondi, while also establishing a lasting framework that will benefit future inquiries dealing with intelligence and operationally sensitive matters. As I've said previously, Madam Acting Deputy President, these are urgent matters and we thank the Senate.
Thank you, Minister Green. The motion before the chair is that the motion move to adjourn the debate. The bill be. Sorry, I'll start again. The question before the chair is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I'll call the clock.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to royal commissions and for related purposes.
believe there have been a sheet of amendments circulated, therefore the committee, Senate will resolve into committee. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. On behalf of Senator Lambie, I move amendment number 1 on sheet 3664. I spoke to this in my second reading contribution and I don't wish to repeat that. But this is the amendment that would allow this Royal Commission and other Royal Commissions to have not only access to public reports, but then to use public reports of this Parliament in crafting their recommendations and in drafting their reports. Commissioner Caldas made the argument, I think, incredibly clearly in the interim report. And again, I want to thank Senator Lambie for bringing this motion, and I commend it to the chamber.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. So the question before the chair is that the amendment on number 1 on sheet 3664 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? I think the noes have it. Senator Shoebridge.
Could I have our party's vote in support of that recorded?
Noted, thank you, Senator Shoebridge. So the question before the chair is that the bill stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Now the question is now that the bill be reported. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Royal Commission's legislation amendment Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026 and agreed to them without amendments. I call the Minister.
I move the report be adopted.
The question before the chair is that the report be adopted. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
You move that the bill be read a third time.
Oh, Minister, sorry.
Thank you. I move that the bill be read a third time.
So the question is that the Senator Shoebridge, are you
happy for you to put the question?
The question before the chair is that the bill be read a third time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Okay. Were you seeking, just to clarify, you were seeking the call to speak to the third?
Very briefly.
You have the call.
Yeah. We hope that this could be repaired in committee. If the Lambie amendment had been adopted, we would have supported this bill because it would have done clear good. But for the reasons we made clear, particularly the veto being given to the security agencies, you only really get one chance to fix this kind of legislation, and this bill is not doing what's needed. So we won't be supporting on third read.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I think I'm calling the clerk. Sorry, just to clarify that, I will put the question again, that the bill be read a third time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question that that's before the chair is the third reading of the Royal Commission Legislation Amendment Protections of Providing Information Bill 2026. The aye should move to the right of the chair. I call Senator Darman as teller for the ayes. The noes to the left, I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 34, noes 10. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
For an act to amend the law relating to royal commissions and for related purposes.
This now. It being past 1 p.m, pursuant to the order agreed to earlier today, the Senate will now move to the next bill under that order, and I call the clerk.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 2, Migration Amendment 2026 Measures number 1 Bill 2026, second reading debate.
I call Senator Dunningham.
Deputy President, and I rise to speak on the Migration Amendment 2026 Measures number 1 Bill 2026. And this is an important piece of legislation, and yes, I accept that there has been, of course, not as much time as one would like to examine this legislation, but as I think many of the contributors to this debate and certainly the public commentary on this legislation will indicate, it was urgent legislation that needed to be dealt with. In short, this legislation enables the government of the day to put in place measures to deal with potential issues related to current holders of temporary visa classes who are currently offshore but in an area affected by a significant event or circumstance, to have those visas held by those individuals temporarily suspended, and in being able to establish that that needs to be the case and a determination to suspend those visas ought be the outcome. A test, of course, is applied by the Minister, which the opposition agrees is a relevant and appropriate test to be applied. The simplest way to describe that is if you consider, for example, a region subject to conflict, and if an individual from that region applied for some form of temporary visa, like a visitor or a tourist visa or perhaps a student visa, there is a high likelihood that that visa would be cancelled. And the reason being that, albeit a temporary visa these individuals are applying for, there is a high likelihood that they would stay beyond the expiry of that visa, potentially to seek asylum and perhaps stay on illegally. So there are issues that need to be dealt with. This legislation goes to the very heart of that. The opposition was satisfied with the way in which the legislation had been constructed. Yes, we had a short Senate inquiry into this to interrogate how the departmental officials arrived at the structure they put in, how they were able to determine which groups of individuals, which classes of individuals were not subject to any determination to suspend any visa was
determined, and of course then any situations where people might be able to apply for an exception to that rule, that determination enabling them to travel by application to the Minister. I think the government, of course, will speak to the details of this legislation, but it is an observation that the Coalition make that this legislation is all about controlling our borders, our national security, and determining who comes here and how they come here. And I think that is an important role for government to have when it comes to preserving and protecting our country and its way of life. It is important that we do have controls in place that manage anything that could have an impact on how people come to this country and indeed who come to this country, especially if there is a risk that the permission to enter this country was granted on one set of circumstances, but those circumstances change, which may give rise to someone taking a different approach, i.e. seeking to stay here permanently, when all this country has agreed to is for these people to come in and be here temporarily. So there is nothing wrong with, I believe, this approach being taken, and we are pleased the government have taken it. Although one must question why there have been so many failings in this government's approach to matters immigration, border policy and national security. I mean, this point around this legislation to be able to give to the government powers to protect this country from people coming in seeking to stay permanently when that is not something this country has agreed to is not something that was in contemplation when we look at this government's handling of the so-called ISIS brides. They're not preventing these people from coming in. They're saying it's their right to come in. They say they're not doing anything about it and they frankly don't want them here, but they're not doing anything to stop them. So I find it odd that the government take this approach with regard to individuals who may find themselves in a circumstance that this bill catches a group up in. But why are they doing it for this group and not others? Again, like ISIS brides. Why is it we are doing it now? We know that there are other international conflicts like the one, sadly, we are seeing unfold in the Middle East now. A conflict that would, as we heard at the Senate inquiry just a couple of nights ago, probably meet the threshold for activation of the powers under this legislation, the framework that's being established here. And there are other conflicts that would meet in the past and perhaps ongoing now that would meet that threshold. So I do question why the government has waited till now to activate any work in this area, to allow the government to have the capacity to create this determination, to suspend these visas. But when we've seen, for example, with the 6,957 visas that were granted to people from Palestinian nationals between November of 2023 and 2025, why was this not something that was activated then? Reports are and information available to us suggests that many of those visas were temporary in nature. The same rules should apply given the nature of the conflict in that region. And we heard again at Senate estimates, not at Senate estimates, sorry, but at the committee inquiry earlier in the week that across the Middle East there are 61,000 or thereabouts holders of visas that could be caught up under the arrangements set out in the framework that this legislation establishes, from a range of countries. Iran, 7,200, which I know Senator Shoebridge has talked about before in reference to the laws we're now debating, and they are a group of people obviously in contemplation when this legislation was designed. 207 from Syria, 157 from Palestine, 1,150 from Lebanon, 1,096 from Qatar, 6,435 from the United Arab Emirates. There are groups of people from a region in the world, of course, that these laws could apply to, but I do wonder why we didn't have these laws being introduced at a time when this government had effectively an open border policy and a turning a blind eye approach to people coming from a war-torn region, possibly and quite probably on visas temporary in nature, and thereby then seeking to make their arrangements and life here in Australia more permanent. So that is a question the government do need to answer, and one will continue to prosecute. Of course, this legislation does set up a framework. It doesn't specify who in a particular region, in a particular set of circumstances is called out by name or by location. It sets up a framework for the government to make a determination. And so this means some of these areas that haven't previously been caught by such laws now can be. And it will be our approach to make sure that we do continue to see the application of these laws as they may be applied to, for example, Iranian nationals who are on these temporary visas who happen to be overseas at the time, in other cases as well. There are a range of questions that the Coalition continue to hold, and that is whether, of course, with regard to those visas that were granted for the group of Palestinian nationals we talked about earlier, whether any risk assessments were conducted on these individuals before they arrived here or before the visas were issued. And of course, why wasn't any advice provided, or if it was, why was it not acted on, that these additional powers that are now proposed in this legislation weren't in place, as I've already outlined. So, Acting Deputy President, the opposition will support this legislation. We think it is right. We think that there are appropriate safeguards in there. Above all else, of course, the legislation enables a framework for temporary suspensions. This is not permanent prevention of people from coming to this country. They are temporary suspensions. Of course, there are exclusions and exceptions on very solid grounds for people who shouldn't be caught up under these determinations, processes for people to seek exception to the application of a determination to not be able to use your visa should it have been granted to you. And to that end, again, it just comes down to the government applying these laws in the way they should and should have before now to protect our country in relation to who comes here and the circumstances under which they come.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I rise on behalf of my party, the Greens, to oppose this legislation. Time and time again, it's Labor governments that bring in the nastiest and meanest laws to attack people seeking asylum, and again, Labor has done it with this legislation. This, I think, though, is a new low, even for Labor. At the same time as the world is looking in horror at the conflict in Iran, maybe not everybody looking in horror at the conflict in Iran. I'm sure people like Donald Trump, his Secretary of War and others, they seem to be taking glee in the violence they see, celebrating the killing and celebrating the violence. One of the many reasons why the Greens say we should be distancing ourselves from that rogue regime as quickly as possible. But across this country, I know the pulse of the Australian people is to be appalled by what they're seeing happening in Iran and to feel a deep sense of empathy and concern for people across the region. And what does their government do on their behalf, or purportedly do on their behalf? They bring legislation in here at the commencement of this awful conflict to ensure that 7,200 Iranians who have valid visas who could come to this country and seek protection from their regime, from Israeli bombs, from US missiles, from the acid rain and the black rain that's falling as a result of Israeli and US bombing. They shut the door and say you can't come here and you can't seek protection. And you know, it's the same government, same minister really, Minister Burke, who rushed to Brisbane to seek to make political capital from helping a handful of brave Iranian women's football players. And then in literally the same day, he as the minister introduced this bill to shut the door on 7,200 other Iranians. What does the legislation do? Well, it gives the Australian government the power to block temporary visa holders from travelling to Australia. And the bill does it by basically allowing the minister to declare any class, any group, to be subject to an order if there's some international circumstance or development that's happened. It's likely that what will happen as soon as this bill passes is that, and I can see it's going to pass because the war parties, Labor, the Coalition and One Nation, clearly all support this legislation because they've never seen a nasty attack on people seeking asylum that they haven't wanted to join. And normally it's the three of them together because their politics is so close. Labor's, the Coalitions and One Nations, their politics on the war is so close, their politics on cruelty to people seeking asylum is one close. It's basically the three war parties coming together here to do this. And I can't tell you how grateful I am not to be a part of any of your parties and to be a part of my party, the Greens, who will always stand up for decency in this space. That's how I've seen this party. It's one of the reasons I'm a member of this party. And I can't imagine, I'm sure there are people of good conscience in the Labor Party coalition, and it must crush you as a person every day to come in and vote for this kind of vileness. But the answer to that is leave the party or speak out about it publicly. When you vote for this stuff, you're complicit in it. And I can't tell you how grateful I am not to be part of those dysfunctional, appalling political parties that are voting for this bill. What the bill says is, what's likely to happen is, once this bill passes, Minister Burke, who went up and got the political cover for helping 5 brave Iranian women's football players, will immediately pass a provision that says anyone who's holding an Iranian travel document will be subject to this. And we know that's 7,200 people, and that means they can't come to this country and they can't seek asylum, and they'll be stuck in the appalling war and conflict that Labor also supports. There is a tiny exemption that if people have a direct family member here, but it's a limited number of family members. So if somebody has a visa and their partner, their partner is an Australian citizen or a permanent resident, then they're not subject to the ban. If they are the parent of a dependent child under 18 here, then they're not subject to the ban. Or if they're the child, under 18 child, dependent child, they're not subject to the ban. But everybody else of those 7,200 is covered. And the government then says, oh, but don't you worry, because these 7,200 Iranians can make an offshore claim. Well, we know that that's not going to happen, because if you're in Iran and you make a humanitarian application to Australia, the making of that application makes you a target from the regime, and it just doesn't happen. So all of that is just plain nonsense. We know what this is about. This is about Labor, frightened about being outflanked on cruelty and racism by One Nation. You're responding to the Islamophobia of One Nation. You're seeing the Iranian people as just utterly expendable in this, and we won't be any part of it. I've made multiple contributions about why this bill should never, ever pass this chamber. And I just say again, I am glad I look at my colleagues and I think about the way in which my colleagues approach this legislation from a basis of principle and decency, and I look at the way the war parties approach it from a basis of racism and political advantage and Islamophobia. I am so glad I'm not you.
Senator Thorp.
I rise to speak to Labor's new White Australia policy. This Labor government was the first in the world to congratulate Trump and Netanyahu on their illegal bombing of Iran. This illegal war has seen more than 150 innocent schoolgirls murdered, most likely by the US. Thousands of people across the region have been killed, many others injured and scores more displaced. This government's own travel advice says the region is highly volatile because of the risk of ongoing reprisal, attacks and escalation. This Albanese government has now sent ADF personnel and aircraft to the Gulf, making Australia an active participant in this violence. We are now officially at war, thanks to Albanese, and at the very moment that his government is helping escalate the violence, they are also slamming the door on the people who will inevitably be forced to flee it. It is unconscionably cruel to foresee a refugee crisis, play a role in creating it, and then take steps to avoid responsibility for the innocent people caught in the middle. This bill that Labor is ramming through is straight out of the One Nation playbook. It's the latest example of how Labor, the Coalition and One Nation are all competing to be the cruelest and most racist because they think this is a path to political success. But it is driving so much damage and division in this country and abroad. This legislation is a racist dog whistle. It's eerily similar to Donald Trump's Muslim bans and will be used to target black and brown people It seems Labor wants to drag this country back to the days of the White Australia policy. Shame. If we want to understand why Islamophobia and racism against black and brown communities is rising in this country, we only need to look at this bill. It would give sweeping powers to the minister to block entire groups of visa holders from travelling to Australia on suspicion alone, even when they have legitimate reasons to be here. Powers like this will quickly be weaponised against black and brown people who are always treated as a suspect. We know a double standard will occur, and these powers won't be used to stop people from places like Israel or Ukraine if they seek refuge in this country to escape danger. These powers will be reserved to be used against Muslim and Arab people being displaced by the United States and Israel's illegal attacks in Iran and elsewhere. Conflicts the Albanese government continues to back. Shame. What's going on? This government gives a handful of tokenistic humanitarian visas to Iranian soccer players so that it can boast about its generosity. With this government, the only way to protect yourself from this illegal war is to be an elite athlete. We cannot allow this country to slide further down this dangerous path. Racist migration policies have no place in this country, and the Albanese government has a duty to assist people seeking refuge, regardless of their skin colour or their religion, and particularly when they are from places where this government is complicit in that violence. This bill must be opposed in the strongest possible terms, and I will later move a second reading amendment. We need to lead by example. We cannot follow the US and Israel in the killings of innocent people. And Labor, you should be absolutely ashamed of yourselves.
And I call Senator Waters.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, this Iranian visa ban is a new low from this Labor government, who on refugee rights just keep revealing themselves to be morally bankrupt. And how cynical that all week Minister Burke has painted himself as a hero for rightly providing asylum to a handful of Iranian young women who've distinguished themselves on the soccer field, but at the same time shutting the door on thousands more, on 7,200 other Iranian visa holders who already have the legal right to use that visa and to come here. And yet this government, with these laws today that have bipartisan support, that are going to be rushed through, they are shutting the door on thousands more. I guess after 15 years I should be a bit more cynical, but this frankly is a new low, to be championing yourself as some saviour while you are simultaneously shutting the door on thousands of needy people. Congratulations, you've really rewritten the rules on how cruel a government can be. And in looking at the detail of this bill, it's actually not just Iranian visas that you're cancelling, it's actually a wide-ranging power. So I ask you, what country is next? What new low are you going to stoop to next week? Or perhaps when Donald Trump rings up the Prime Minister in the middle of the night and asks for some other crazy idea where we send our people into harm's way for an illegal war at the whim of an unstable Donald Trump. What country will be next? Will it be Lebanon? Never mind the fact that you've got 700,000 Lebanese people who've been displaced by attacks ordered by the Israeli government in what's not described as a war, in what Minister Wong yesterday, in response to my question, described as a collective self-defence, because she cannot bring herself to say the words war when all of the legal commentators and academics are clear Australia is at war because Donald Trump asked us to be at war, he rang up the Prime Minister and said, can you please send missiles and warplanes and personnel to my illegal frolic? And that's exactly what we've done. That's exactly what this government has signed us up to. Of course, without asking Australians or this parliament or anyone really. When Donald Trump asks us to deploy troops, apparently we say, sure, sir. How many would you like, sir? It's 85 today. What's it going to be next week? And where does it stop? And that's what this bill also does. It gives a blank cheque to the minister to just cancel people's visas that they've already issued, that they could already legally rely on. I mean, what a power grab by this minister, and what a perverse and inhumane power grab at that. You backed this illegal war and you've supported bombs raining down on civilians, and now you've got the gall to shut the door on those same civilians who will be impacted by those bombs. I do not know how you possibly rationalise that, and frankly how you can live with yourselves. This is the sort of low blow that we would have expected from the previous administration, but interestingly, not even they sunk to this low. This is genuinely a new low. And these are the sorts of actions that certainly do not turn the temperature down, like the Prime Minister's been asking the Greens to do when we have been calling out a genocide in Gaza. Far from turning the temperature down, we're now joining an illegal war that has seen over 150 school children bombed because Donald Trump asked us to, and now shutting the door on those same very civilians that would like to be safe and thought they had the legal right to be so. But you're getting ahead of them and saying, Soz, we're cancelling your right to be here. And the Liberal Party, of course, is saying, sure, we'll sign up to that. Let's rush it through. Let's do it on a Thursday before we all go home to our safe, cosy beds, not being bombed.
Resume your seat. I will now move to 2-minute statements. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. You know, as well as anyone here, that the children of our country are our future. The quality of life our children receive, more often than not, directly impacts the quality of life that they maintain as adults. When a child is raised with positive early experiences, studies show that they have lower risk of mental health problems or developing any physical health conditions later in life. I recently had the honour of being appointed the Shadow Minister of Child Protection and the Prevention of Family Violence. Child protection does not begin with government intervention. It begins with healthy families. It begins with healthy mums and dads who have the emotional, financial and psychosocial capacity to care for their children. It's not lost on me that for many parents across this country, this is not their reality. That sobering truth has long informed my working life. Through my work prior to entering Parliament, I've seen both the positive and the negative impacts of family function or dysfunction, and of harmony or of violence. And this is what drives me. The goal is simple: to strengthen families by creating opportunity and resilience. When parents have stability, their children have a strong foundation on which they can build their lives. The goal is simple, but the work is complex. Not every parent has that resilience or the support system to lean on. For Australians in those circumstances, we must ensure that we have a functional out-of-home care system, one that can act as a safety net until those parents are empowered to get back on their feet, and our policy should focus on doing everything possible to expedite their recovery. The 2023-24 figures from the Australian Institute of Health and of Welfare say that there are 179,000 children in the child protection system. That's 179,000. That number may seem large and abstract, but it's absolutely essential.
Senator Brown.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to highlight an opportunity for Tasmanian producers and makers to showcase their products in our nation's capital. The Parliament shop here at the Australian Parliament House proudly features products from across Australia. It is a place where visitors from around the country and around the world can discover the creativity, craftsmanship and innovation that makes Australia unique. Each year, the Parliament Shop runs a national showcase program which gives businesses from a particular state or territory the chance to have their products featured in the shop. Tasmania will once again be featured as part of the Parliament Shop's national showcase. That means Tassie producers, designers and small businesses have the opportunity to have their products showcased right here in Parliament House, where thousands of visitors pass through every year. Tasmania is home to some of the most talented producers in the country, from food and beverage to design, craft, textiles and locally made goods. Our state has a proud reputation for quality and creativity. This showcase is a chance to share that with the rest of Australia. It's also a chance for small businesses to gain national exposure and reach new audience through the Parliament Shop. Applications are currently open for the Tasmanian National Showcase, and I want to encourage Tasmanian producers and makers to consider putting their products forward. If you're a Tasmanian business with a product you are proud of, I encourage you to submit an application. I look forward to seeing lots of Tassie products represented in the Parliament Shop and can't wait to be able to go along. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Brown. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I want to send strength and solidarity to the thousands and thousands of people around this country whose lives were devastated by the robo-debt scandal. I want to send my strength and solidarity to people like Kath Madgwick, who lost her son Jared, and Jenny Miller, who lost her son Reese, and who have been tireless advocates around getting justice for robo-debt victims. And I want to recognise that right around the country, victims of robo-debt feel like yesterday's NAC findings were a punch in the guts. Because the people at the top, the architects of robo-debt, have gotten away scot-free. And many of the senior officials who appear in the sealed section for breaches of their responsibilities are still in the very same departments that are rolling out the punitive targeted compliance framework and mutual obligations system. They are still in a department that repeatedly is found to be acting unlawfully. They are still in a department that continually has to retrospectively legislate to fix up things that are unlawful. They are still in a department whose head and the minister cannot reassure us that the entire welfare system, the mutual obligation system in particular, the targeted compliance framework that punches down and punishes vulnerable people, is lawful. We have seen time and time again the most vulnerable people in this country bear the brunt of a system that is broken, and yesterday those people found out that they are not going to get justice.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sharma.
Or Nowruz is approaching on the 21st of March, but I know it's a particularly difficult time for the Persian community, not only abroad in Australia, but also in Iran at home. And I've just come from meeting a group of the Iranian Canberra-based community who are gathered outside Parliament, who want to make sure that people in Parliament hear their message. And their message is that they support Australia's involvement in our support of our allies in the Gulf, and they support the diplomatic and military pressure we are putting on the Islamic Republic of Iran. They support our actions to grant sanctuary and safe haven to women from the Iranian soccer team who sought it. And they sought our support to make sure that we continue to put pressure on the government of the Islamic Republic. Let us not forget that this is a regime that has treated its own citizens with the most wanton cruelty, that has exported terrorism beyond its shores, that has sown instability in its neighbours, that has conducted or financed and funded and directed at least 2 terrorist attacks on Australian soil. Their message to us was clear, and I do wish that more people in this chamber would bear in mind the sort of government we are dealing with in Iran. I did want to register, though, one particular concern they've had, and that is their concern that whilst Iranian students and protesters have been shot in their thousands in the streets in recent months, there are credible reports that children of regime figures, those who have ordered those killings, are being given sanctuary here in Australia. And I speak in particular of the daughter of Yahya Sinwar, a sanctioned individual and commander within the IRGC, and the son of Eshag Galibaf, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. Australia should not be giving a sanctuary or a safe haven to senior regime children.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to acknowledge the Iranian Women's Organisation of South Australia and the recent event they hosted in recognition of International Women's Day. While International Women's Day is marked each year on March 8, the conversations it inspires about equality, opportunity and solidarity should continue well beyond a single day. The gathering hosted by the Iranian Women's Organisation was a powerful reminder of exactly that. It was an opportunity to celebrate the achievements of women, but also to reflect on the courage and resilience shown by women across the world in the ongoing pursuit of dignity, equality and freedom. In recent years, the world has watched Iranian women demonstrate extraordinary bravery in standing up for their rights and their futures. Many have done so despite immense personal risk. Their determination, their refusal to be silenced has inspired people across the world. But resilience is not only found in moments of protest, it is also found in the work of building community, in women supporting one another, preserving culture, sharing experiences, and creating spaces where voices can be heard. Through their work, they bring women together, strengthen connections within the community, and create opportunities for women to share their stories, leadership, and culture. In doing so, they contribute to a stronger, more inclusive South Australia. This event was a reminder that the progress we celebrate on International Women's Day is built not only through major political moments, but through the everyday leadership of women who organise, advocate, and lift one another up. I thank the Iranian Women's Organisation of South Australia for their work and for the important role they play in empowering women and strengthening our community.
Thank you, Senator Walker. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I want to acknowledge the many traditional owners who have travelled from across the country to bring the devastating impacts of invasive bufflegrass to the attention of parliamentarians. Also want to thank the Invasive Species Council for organising the delegation today. Their presence reminds us about the importance of connection to country and caring for country. Bufflegrass is rapidly transforming Australia's arid landscapes. It spreads aggressively, replacing diverse native vegetation with dense monocultures and threatening the plants and animals that depend on these ecosystems. It also fuels hotter, faster and more frequent fires that landscapes are not adapted to survive. For First Nations communities, this is not only an ecological crisis, but a cultural one, affecting access to country, bush foods, medicines and cultural knowledge. That is why bufflegrass should be listed as a weed of national significance. But this issue also speaks to something bigger. Australia has already lost so much of our incredible biodiversity. We've lost so much nature. On a continent as extraordinary as this one, as unique as this continent is, we simply cannot afford to lose more because we failed to act on invasive species. Protecting our biodiversity requires serious, sustained national investment in invasive species management. We need to be setting longer-term goals as a country and actually starting to act and fund invasive species management like we plan to be here for a long time, like we want in 50, 100, 200 years for this incredible continent to be thriving with native species that make it so incredible and unique.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. There is a fuel crisis in Australia. Australians, particularly in the regions, are struggling to access fuel. They can't take their children to school, can't start their tractors, and they can't get on with the job of feeding our nation. And for those lucky enough to find fuel, prices are at a record high. Just yesterday, the national average price was nearing $2 a litre. And what's the message from Labor's Canberra politicians? Well, it's blaming the motorists, it's blaming the farmers, and it's blaming the families for wanting to have fuel. It is victim blaming. Like fuel prices, Labor's arrogance and disdain for the Australian people is reaching record highs. Fuel security is not an abstract policy debate. It is a daily reality for millions of Australians. For farmers, truck drivers, small businesses and families, fuel is not a luxury, it is an essential to keep the country moving. Yet now we see across the country concerning reports of the rationing of fuel and service stations running dry. Farmers are warning they may not be able to access the diesel needed to run essential machinery and to keep their livestock alive. When the fuel runs short in regional Australia, it doesn't just affect motorists, it affects all of us. So I say to Canberra's Labor politicians, get out of your electric cars, get out of Canberra, speak to the people out there on the street. Go down to a petrol station and speak to people about the cost of fuel in Australia and whether they can get fuel. Because there's a level of arrogance in this government at the moment who want to blame the victims. Get out of your electric cars, fix the problem. That's your job.
Senator Ananda-Rajah.
Thank you, Chair. Unrecognised pain, delayed diagnosis, shame in asking to leave work a little earlier. These were the themes I heard at a Women's Health Forum I hosted in Goldstein, along with Assistant Minister Rebecca White. The stories shared were deeply familiar and far too common. Almost every woman knows what it feels like to not just be listened to and to have that dismissal stand in the way of care. Even after nearly 30 years in medicine, I am still moved by these experiences. That is why we must keep listening to women, centering them in conversations about health and train the next generation of doctors to do better. But we are seeing change, led by a government that is female-dominant at 56% women. We have delivered a landmark women's health package totaling nearly $800 million. For the first time in decades, new menopausal therapies, new contraceptive options beyond the pill, I'm talking about IUDs and implants, have been listed on the PBS. And we have established 33 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics nationwide that will expand to include menopause care. Don't tell me representation doesn't matter. When women are heard, change follows. That is what is missing from those opposite, when women make up just 28% of the Liberals and Nationals. This is a party whose first female leader was torn down in just 9 months, and whose own former members have said that they have never been less representative of Australians. For the Libs and Nats, change is just a slogan, but not a plan. The Albanese Labor government will keep building a health system that works for women. That's what representation in action means. Don't tell me it doesn't matter.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The disability community has had a massive win recently at the federal court. The court has ruled that the NDIA must fund a motorised scooter for Lee Eastham, a disabled man and NDIS participant with hearing and vision impairments, as well as limitations on his mobility. Instead of funding his scooter in 2022, when Mr Eastham requested it, the NDIA spent almost 4 years fighting this case, wasting huge sums of money in legal and court fees. This is what the government's cost-saving measures actually look like in practice. Disabled people and their advocates being required to fight the NDIA and its very expensive lawyers for basic supports that they are entitled to. This is not happening in a vacuum. It was reported on the 3rd of March that business leaders have been calling on the Treasurer to further cut the NDIS in order to fix the budget. One of these business leaders is the CEO of CommBank, an organisation which earned $10 billion in profits in the last financial year. This is what is actually going on when we hear calls for cuts to the NDIS. The truth is this: 1 in 3 big corporations pay zero tax, and the ultra-wealthy would prefer to see the rug pulled from under disabled people and our families than start to pay their fair share. But this Labor government continues to pretend as though disabled people are the problem. We are not the problem. It is time for us to take our wealth back. It is time to make the 1%
Senator,
pay
your time
tax.
has expired. Senator Payman.
Acting Deputy President, this morning many of us had the opportunity to hear from Early Learning and Care Council of Australia, ILACA, about the future of early childhood education in this country. And their message was clear: if we want a stronger economy, stronger families and stronger communities, we must build an early learning system that actually works for all Australians. But in Western Australia, particularly in our regional communities, that promise is far from reality. Across regional WA, we're seeing the rise of what experts call childcare deserts, places where families simply cannot access affordable, reliable and quality care. The consequences are profound. Parents are turning down work opportunities, businesses are struggling to operate, and families are being forced into impossible choices. Take the story of Candy Taylor from Narrogin. She is a research scientist with the CSIRO. Because she cannot secure a place at a local childcare, she now drives to Perth on Mondays and returns on Fridays so her daughter can attend care while she works. Other parents in the region have been told to drive to neighbouring towns, sometimes 2 hours of travel a day, just to access childcare. Now, in Kununurra, dozens of families were left without care for months after the town's main centre closed. We simply cannot ignore these red flags. When childcare becomes inaccessible, communities suffer, workforces shrink, young families leave, local economies weaken, and children miss out on early learning opportunities that help shape their development. We cannot talk about workforce participation, regional growth, or gender equality while childcare deserts continue to expand. I thank ILACA and the many early childhood educators and providers working on the ground for highlighting this crisis.
Senator, time has expired. Senator Antic.
Yes, thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. This week in the media in South Australia, there has been an almighty pile-on one of our candidates, Carsten Woodhouse, the candidate for Right. And of course, the media in South Australia, a little bit like the media nationally, are wholly owned by the radical left in this nation. They are effectively a mouthpiece for the Australian Labor Party in South Australia. Not a single bad story against the great Premier has ever been written in human history in South Australia. But today I thought it was an opportune moment to speak about one particular newsletter that's sent around by an outlet which is called In Daily, which I don't like to speak to because by now the 6 people that are watching this, I've doubled their readership in a matter of seconds. But today they've written an article, Unelectable, Liberal Insider says controversial candidates are not alone. Very helpful from a Liberal insider, by the way, to be speaking to the left-wing media. I wonder who that could be, but this insider says, with friends like Antic and Passon and their operatives throughout the party, Ashton and her team don't need any enemies. That's right, it's my fault. It's my fault that my friends in One Nation over there are scoring in the polls. The guy that is trying to make the Liberal Party take a leaf out of their book is somehow responsible for this. But in any event, it says I didn't give any comments. I did actually. I was asked for a comment by text at 12:38. 12:46 I responded, reading your text wasted valuable seconds of my life, and now I am wasting even more by responding. But apparently that's not good enough. Now let me just say this. This is the party in this country which apparently stands for freedom of thought, worship and speech and association. I haven't read what this guy has said, frankly, because I don't care about anything that's written in the media in South Australia. But I'll say this, if this guy is disendorsed or if he feels compelled to leave, we might as well shut the doors on this election with 1 week to go.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Senator Bell.
One Nation is the only party that will scrap net zero. We have heard a lot of talk from the Coalition and the Nationals about walking away from net zero, but today, when this chamber was given a chance to take the first real steps towards the exit, they squibbed it. The Nationals, under the new leadership of Senator Matt Canavan, when given an opportunity today to start getting out of the Paris Climate Agreement, simply vanished. And the Liberals, under Angus Taylor, lined up with Labor and the Greens and voted against it entirely. Their actions expose the truth. They have changed a slogan, not a policy. One nation stands alone in being serious about scrapping net zero, and the rest of the chamber has just proved it. Scrapping net zero is not a slogan, it is essential. Net zero has driven up power prices, destroyed reliable baseload generation, and slammed everyday Australians with higher bills, a weaker economy, and it has killed jobs. It has used international climate targets to punish our manufacturers, miners and farmers and fuel refiners, while countries like China and India keep expanding coal and lifting their emissions. Net zero is economic destruction, and the Paris Agreement is the anchor that keeps net zero locked into Australian law and policy. As long as we stay in the Paris Agreement, Labor and the Coalition will simply say, and the Greens will say we are bound by our international obligations. Leaving Paris is the only way to cut that link and give Australians back the freedom to set its own energy and industrial policy based on what works for all Australians. Because this is about putting cheaper, more reliable power back in the hands of households, back in the hands of businesses, so they can invest and grow and keep jobs here instead of being pushed offshore by these arbitrary emission constraints. This is about restoring common sense to our energy policy and putting Australia's national interest first. Yet one of the parties that now pretends to have seen the light were especially noticeable in their absence, because it seems no matter who leads the Nationals, they still have little to be proud of.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Well, election in South Australia is just 10 days away, March 21st, and housing has been a very significant issue in the election today, and no wonder. House prices in Adelaide are up 40% in the last 4 years, rents up 33%, record low rates of vacant housing available for renters, and homelessness up 10% across the country, including in South Australia. So this election campaign has seen no end of photo opportunities for the Premier and others for announcements around housing. And so important that we actually get a plan, that we get some action that will work. But let's just have a look at the record of Labor in the last 4 years on housing. We've got some new research on this, recently published by one of Australia's best housing experts, Hal Paulson, along with Chris Murray. And their study reveals that over the last 4 years, when Labor's been in power in our state, there has been a net loss in public and community housing over that period, a fall of 1% on the level of public housing in 2020. Well, shame on Labor. That is appalling. In a period when public housing of this kind has increased by 11% in Victoria, by 15% in Tasmania, by 9% in Queensland. It can be done, but it's down by 1% in South Australia, at a time when we've got nearly 14,000 people on our public housing wait lists. And on top of that, the South Australian Government has let Shelter SA collapse after 49 years due to a funding shortfall. It's outrageous that in this period of a housing crisis, our homelessness shelter, peak organisation, has gone to the wall. We need real action on housing in our state. We need a massive investment in public and social housing. We need to cap our rents, and we need a public housing builder that builds 20,000 new public homes to meet the demand that is there in a massive housing crisis.
Yes, Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. You know, it's crazy to think this country doesn't have a Human Rights Act. We need to legislate an Australian Human Rights Act to ensure our rights are properly protected by law at the national level. Right now, we have a piecemeal approach to human rights in Australia. Only some rights are protected under national law, and some rights are protected in some states and others are not. Then we have different legislation for states and territories, which protect human rights in some states and territories but not in others. Australians' human rights protections shouldn't differ because of which state they live or work in. We also have an Australian Human Rights Commission, but they don't have a national human rights framework to use. The President of the Commission themselves has described our protections as patchy, and our human rights safety net has holes in it. This is so messy for something so important. We need to take a national approach to protecting our human rights. A Human Rights Act would ensure the values we all share, like fairness, respect, dignity and compassion, are always at the heart of all government decisions, laws and policies. It would mean every person in Australia knows their rights and understands what we value and prioritise as a community. This approach is not just backed by experts. It has been effectively adopted by other countries around the world. We already have a draft for it, thanks to the inquiry into Australia's human rights framework. Experts think this is a great draft to work from and would work well to protect our human rights and bring all our patchwork existing laws together. Yes, an Australian Human Rights Act will take some time to get right, but we need to get on with it now.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today, the 12th of March is Mauritian Independence Day, marking the day in 1968 when Mauritius began its journey as a sovereign nation. It is a moment to recognise the remarkable story of a small island state that has built a vibrant, democratic and multicultural society in the Indian Ocean. Mauritius is often described as a meeting place of the world, shaped by African, Indian, European and Chinese heritage. Its national motto, and forgive me for not attempting it in French, the star and key of the Indian Ocean. It reflects a long history as the crossroads of culture, trade and ideas. Since its independence, Mauritius has charted an impressive path, transforming its economy, strengthening its democratic institutions and building a society that values pluralism and coexistence. Today it stands as one of Africa's most stable democracies and as a powerful example of how diversity can be a source of strength. For Australia, Mauritius is an important partner in the Indian Ocean region. Our nations share a commitment to democratic governance, the rule of law and cooperation in addressing common challenges. From economic development and maritime security to the growing impacts of climate change on island nations, today is an opportunity also to acknowledge the Mauritian diaspora, including those here in Australia, who enrich our multicultural communities while maintaining strong connections to their heritage. Mauritians have been part of the Australian society for many, many decades. Today, Mauritian Australians continue to contribute across business, education and community life, while they also strengthen Australians' economic and diplomatic links across the Indian Ocean region. On this Independence Day, we celebrate the people of Mauritius, their resilience, their diversity and their enduring commitment to democracy and progress.
Thank you, Senator Cox. It being 2 p.m, we'll move to question time and I call Senator Collins.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. Yesterday, the Minister assured the Senate that Australia has, and I quote, in terms of petrol supplies, 1.56 billion litres of petrol on hand here in Australia, 80% of it on land, around about 20% of it on the water between refineries and ports within our exclusive economic zone, 32 days' worth of diesel, 2.97 billion litres. I'm sure this will no doubt come as great comfort to the fishermen who can't fill their boats, the farmers who can't run their machinery and the service stations across regional Australia that have been forced to ration fuel or shut off bowsers. Minister, since the fuel is apparently here, all 2.97 billion litres of it, where exactly is it and why is it not reaching the Australians who need it to work and feed this country?
Thank you, Senator Collins. Minister Ayres.
Well, I suppose, Senator and President, that it's trite to point out that it's not in Texas, which is where Mr. Taylor put it. The Australian response. And if you are faintly interested, Senator McGrath, in what was happening in regional Queensland, you would just give us an opportunity to not be shouted over. The approach that the government has taken is firstly to do that long-term hard work of making sure that the minimum stockholding obligation is being not only adhered to, but exceeded, and there will be figures later in the week that will outline what the up-to-date figures are in relation to that. But what I can say is they have not changed substantially. the minister is making announcements about ensuring that Australian fuel gets to where it needs to go. That is ensuring that our supply, that our stockholding obligations is getting to the places that it needs to get to. The minister is announcing that he is temporarily amending fuel standards regarding higher sulphur levels for the next 60 days. This will enable Ampol, who currently makes this fuel here in Australia, for export markets to release that additional petrol into the domestic market.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator Collins, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, it's clear the government doesn't know exactly where it is, but, Minister, the government's position appears to be this. There is no hoarding, there is no bottleneck, there is no supply being withheld, there is simply high demand for a product that is sitting somewhere in Australia in quantities sufficient to last 32 days. What is stopping 2.97 billion litres of diesel from reaching the Australians who are trying to buy it?
Thank you, Senator Collins. Minister Ayres.
Well, because this is about practical action, not debating society talking points. In relation to that additional fuel, that you claim to be so interested in, the government has been...
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. I have called order about 5 or 6 times, and in the first question there was constant interjections, and the minute I called the minister they started again. Please be silent. Minister Ayres.
Thank you. In relation to that, the government has been unequivocal with the producers that additional supply must go to farmers, fishers and regional communities that need it. Ampol has made the undertaking that this additional supply will be directed to regional areas, including via the spot market, where we are seeing the pressure on smaller and independent fuel wholesalers. This morning we also activated the National Coordination Mechanism to respond to emerging fuel supply chain issues, and I'm sure I'll get an opportunity in a moment to finish that point.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Collins, second supplementary.
Minister, after a roundtable to which the fishing industry was not invited, the government's solution is to publish fuel supply data once a week. No doubt a fisherman whose boat cannot leave port today will find great comfort in next Friday's spreadsheet. But perhaps the minister could explain what he is actually supposed to do in the meantime, because his fuel security exists on paper, not at the bowser.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Minister Ayres.
Well, perhaps I'll save the rest of the outline of the government's announcements today to a question that's directed towards what we're actually doing rather than debating points and social media clicks. Information in this environment is important. The conduct of political leaders and so-called political leaders is important.
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Once again, those on my left were out of order. There were so many of you, it's impossible to name you. I've asked for silence. Please be respectful to me and to this chamber. Minister Ayres.
Well, President, you know I don't like shouting.
Minister Ayres. Senator McKenzie.
I think that's misleading the Senate. We've all been here.
Minister Ayres.
And the way that we conduct ourselves, Australians form judgments about this, and they have formed a judgment about you, time and time again, over and over again as you get small.
Senator Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Collins.
Just a point of order, Madam President. I was asking about what the minister was going to do, not about the conduct in the chamber.
Thank you. I will draw the minister to your question. Minister Ayres.
And I'll get an opportunity to outline that in some detail over the course of the next hour, I imagine. But information matters, and misinformation hurts.
Thank you, Minister.
And it hurts
the time for
Australians.
answering has expired. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong.
The conflict in the Middle East continues to escalate, involving more countries, endangering civilians and creating economic volatility and security threats across the region and beyond. Iran's reprisal attacks are occurring at a scale and depth we have not seen before. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support Australians affected by the conflict?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Whittaker for that question, and it gives me the opportunity to again say in this chamber that the Australian government remains gravely concerned by the escalation and loss of life across the region. I've spoken this week to counterparts from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain and Qatar to express our solidarity and to welcome the assistance they have been providing to supporting Australians in the region. The Albanese government's priority, number one priority, is and always will be to keep Australians safe at home and abroad. I am pleased to report to the Senate that 3 more flights have returned to Australia today, including one from Qatar, where the airspace has been closed due to strikes for some time. More than 3,600 Australians have now returned on 26 commercial flights. Further services are scheduled in the coming days. I want to stress this could change at short notice. We are concerned this conflict will intensify and could continue for some time. The security situation is deteriorating and it is likely to get worse before it gets better. We urge Australians across the region to follow advice on Smart Traveller, including where we recommend not attending Australian missions or surrounding areas. Some missions have had to physically close because of the security situation. For Australians in the region, the government continues to urge you to leave if you can and if it is safe to do so. We know there are over 10,000 Australians in Lebanon and the situation there is deteriorating. Commercial flights remain the best way to depart the region. We strongly suggest Australians in the Middle East take a seat on a commercial flight if one is available. It may be the last chance for some time. Please do not wait until it is too late. And our advice to other Australians remains that do not travel to most of the Middle East.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Whittaker, first supplementary.
Thank you. There are more than 100,000 Australians in the Middle East. Officers from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade have been working around the clock to provide support to Australians in the region. What work have those staff in the region been doing to help Australians?
Minister Wong.
Thank you. I do want to take this opportunity to recognise the work of DFAT staff and the crisis response teams who have been supporting Australians throughout the Middle East. Officers of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade are working around the clock in challenging and often volatile circumstances. 9 of our posts have experienced missile and drone attacks. Some debris has fallen within a few hundred metres of our missions. Many of our staff are sleeping or attempting to sleep in bomb shelters or basements with dozens of others. Ambassadors are working many hours, very lengthy days, to arrange travel for Australians, particularly when airspace was closed. One of our ambassadors speaks of telling her young children that the sound of air defence interceptors being deployed is a good sound because it means they are being kept safe. We have many weary but proud Australian representatives supporting each other to do the best they can for Australians, and I thank them.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. I think we all thank them for that really important work. The conflict in the Middle East is also causing economic disruption around the world, particularly with regard to oil prices and fuel supply. What is the Albanese Labor government...
Order. Senator McKim.
What is the Albanese Labor government doing to ensure Australians have access to the fuel that they need?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Wong.
President, the International Energy Agency has said the challenge facing the world oil market is unprecedented. And we know the impact on fuel prices, supply chains and inflation will continue. I spoke to the Saudi Foreign Minister today, including about what Saudi Arabia is doing to increase its contribution to global oil supply. Minister Bone has today directed more fuels into the Australian market, meaning more of the fuel made in Australia will stay in Australia. And the National Coordination Mechanism is bringing industry, states, territories and partners together so that fuel can reach those who need it. The government has also been clear with industry, this is an international crisis, not a commercial opportunity. It is also not a political opportunity for those opposite. The Coalition might have realised after the last few months that not everything is a political opportunity for them to seek to exploit. I would say to the Coalition, it is time to learn something about putting the national interest above your own political interest. We, for our part, will keep working in the national interest.
Has expired. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. In a recent interview, Minister, Reserve Bank Deputy Governor Andrew Houser said inflation was well above target even before the conflict in the Middle East. Given economists widely accept that higher fuel prices push up transport costs and business input costs across the economy, why didn't the Treasurer act sooner to get inflation under control when it was already above target, before rising petrol prices risked pushing inflation even higher?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
And I thank Senator Hume for the question, and I think both the Treasurer and myself have said a number of times, including before the Middle East conflict broke out, that inflation remains higher than we would like, for longer than we would like. But I would also point out to Senator Hume that it is much, much, much lower than what we inherited when you left government. Much lower. Much lower. I think the May quarter 22 was 2.1%, I think, from memory, and it peaked that year at about 7.8% in the December quarter. So it was higher and rising when we came to government. It has come down considerably since then, which is a good thing and something that those opposite should have welcomed at the time. I don't believe they did. We have seen a recent uptick in some of the latest economic data, and inflation, productivity and reform are all issues that we have spoken about, the Treasurer and myself, for months, and we will continue to focus on that. And our approach has been to repair the budget, to repair the mess we inherited, the $1 trillion of debt, the massive deficits that were increasing, to pay down debt, to pay down interest on that debt, to find savings, to repair the budget and to invest in cost of living help, much of which you opposed for the entire term of the previous parliament, to make sure that as inflation was higher and coming down, we could provide that cost of living help, which we did. That is the approach that we will continue to take in the lead-up to the budget, and it has been well recognised by this government that inflation has ticked up and is higher than we would have liked.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Deputy Governor Houser also warned that inflation may only return to the midpoint of the Reserve Bank's target range in the middle of 2028. Now, this forecast was made before the conflict in the Middle East. Minister, why has your government refused to heed the advice of economists, contain government expenditure and act on bringing inflation down, leaving Australians to pay more for everything?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I would also remind Senator Hume that the economic plan, if you could call it that they took to the last election, stood for higher taxes, lower wages, bigger deficits and more debt. That is what was produced on the eve of the election, when their costings that they were ashamed of were tipped out at the last minute. So to stand here and criticise our plan, which was about repairing the budget, paying down debt.
Please resume your seat. Senator Hume.
On a point of order, which was relevant, with 30 seconds to go, I'd like to understand what the government's going to do, not what the coalition
The Minister has been talking about the government. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. And I would just remind those, as we look for sensible savings in the budget, as we have done, where we have found $114 billion. The cuts the opposition took the last election was to oppose age pension increases, to oppose cheaper childcare, to oppose cheaper medicines, to oppose the record investment in public hospitals, to attack programs like free TAFE and PRAC payments, to get rid of, to reimpose the activity test.
Thank you, Minister. The time
that was
has
the plan from the opposition.
Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Deputy Governor Andrew Houser also warned that if inflation expectations are not kept under control, it can lead to toxic high inflation that is, I quote, bad for everyone. This week, inflation expectations have surged to a 3-year high of 6.1%. Minister, because your government failed to act earlier to get inflation under control, are Australians now facing the toxic inflation that the Deputy Governor warned about?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, the pressure that has come on inflation in recent times has been directly linked to the conflict in the Middle East, and anyone to suggest otherwise isn't looking at what's happening in the Middle East or reading the data that is coming out of that, including an oil barrel price that's moved from about $60 a barrel to over $120. I think it's currently trading at about $100 a barrel. So, you know, to omit that from your question really says something about the seriousness of the question you posed to me. In relation to the work before government, and this is work that we are doing every single day, is looking at how we get the budget in better shape, how we find sensible savings without attacking the services and systems that people in this country rely upon. So sensible savings, look at how we're managing inflation and addressing some of the productivity challenges in the economy, and that will be our focus.
Has expired. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to Minister Wong. Minister, your government has been complicit in Israel's genocide in Gaza. Now, not only have you backed the illegal Israel-US-led war, you have taken us to war. Trump and Netanyahu are bombing civilian infrastructure, apartment blocks, hospitals, schools, killing children, women, men in Iran and Lebanon. At the same time, Israel intensifies its war crimes in Gaza and the West Bank. Israel is killing civilians in Palestine, Lebanon, and Iran at the same time. The Prime Minister said last year, the position of the Australian government is clear. Every innocent life matters. Yet you continue to support Israel and cheerlead Trump's bombing campaign, which has killed close to 2,000 civilians just in the last 2 weeks. Was the Prime Minister's statement just hollow words?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Yet again, the Greens political party engages in misinformation in that question. What I would say is we do call on all parties to observe international humanitarian law. We do recognise the awful images we are seeing. We do understand and have consistently called for the importance of observance of international law, including the observance of the Geneva Convention. The approach of the Greens political party is one that relies on misinformation, assertions which are incorrect, because they see benefit in raising the heat. They see benefit in raising the heat and in promoting anger.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Waters, I haven't called you. I'm waiting for order, particularly from those behind you. Senator Waters.
Point of order. I'd like the minister to withdraw that. It is false, and it is a distraction from the actual question
Waters,
which
that
was
is
asked.
a debating point. Minister what?
Point of order, President. Anyone who listened to Senator Faruqi's question will have heard that was fully laden with imputations.
Senator Watt, that is also not a point of order. I've indicated to Senator Waters that was not a point of order. Minister Wong.
Well, I invite any reasonable observer to look at the way in which the Greens political party have approached this conflict or others. The information that they put forward, which is misinformation, the falsehoods that are asserted, including in that question. And I think most reasonable Australians would say that the Greens political party's agenda is about raising the heat. We on this side do not believe that seeking to make people angry is good for our country. We do not believe that trying to exploit concerns of compassionate Australians is the decent thing to do.
Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, as Israel expands its attacks in the region, it has intensified the blockade of Gaza, closing crossings, severely throttling the flow of aid, and halting desperately needed evacuations of patients and wounded people. And this follows the deregistration of almost 37 aid organizations. Minister, what actions have you taken to get aid back into Gaza, or are you just too busy warmongering?
Senator Faruqi, withdraw the last comment.
Withdraw.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Well, I think what I described in an answer to the first question, President, was demonstrated by that question. But I will go now to the peace plan, and one of the discussions. Well, you see, this is the difficulty. Senator Faruqi, on the one hand, asks us what we are doing to promote the peace plan.
I'm sorry, Minister Wong. Please resume your seat. Come to order. Senator McKim, you are being disrespectful to me. I've asked for order. Minister Wong, please continue.
Senator Faruqi is asking about the implementation of the peace plan in Gaza at the same time as she is criticising it. That's a matter for her. In fact, one of the discussions I had today with the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia was in part focused on the fact that there was insufficient progress on the peace plan in relation to Gaza. For the reasons we understand, the region is very focused on a conflict that has now brought in almost a dozen nations. And the importance of ensuring aid flows.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, given your government's failure to pressure Israel to end the blockade, brave Australians are risking their lives again by joining the global Samud flotilla to deliver aid to Gaza. Previously, Australians on the flotilla were kidnapped in international waters, then abused, tortured, punched, spat on, denied medication and access to a lawyer. Will you, this time around, commit to full diplomatic and consular support for courageous Australians joining the flotilla mission?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Again, we will provide consular support to Australians wherever we can. And our position is that humanitarian aid should flow at scale into Gaza.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. Global energy markets remain disrupted due to the war in the Middle East. In response, the Albanese Labor government has today announced measures to enable more fuel into the Australian market. Could the Minister please explain this change in policy and outline how it will ease the pressure on the Australian fuel market?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Ayres.
Well, in addition to the highest level of domestic supply in 15 years, the government is taking additional measures today, and they are as follows. The Minister and the government is temporarily amending Australia's fuel quality standards to allow higher sulphur levels for the next 60 days. This will allow around 100 million litres a month of new supply that would otherwise have been exported to be blended instead into Australian domestic supply. In return, Ampol Australia has committed to ensure that this redirected supply will be prioritised for regions of shortage and for the wholesale spot market that supports independent distributors and harvesters. While Australian fuel consumption has not changed, this will help relieve pressure on distribution chains disrupted by elevated demand. That additional supply must help the people who need it, particularly farmers, fishers and regional communities. I can also confirm that the National Coordination Mechanism will continue to convene to respond to emerging fuel supply chain issues. By bringing together all levels of government, the mechanism will work together on supply chain issues, bottlenecks and help facilitate action across Australia. This builds on a suite of measures and engagements with industry that have been occurring over the course of the conflict to secure supply and put downwards pressure on fuel prices. This is the way the government engages in a sensible and mature and Australian way, not a hyper-partisan way where you swing at every ball. but work our way through these issues with industry in a way that actually delivers for regional Australians.
Has expired. Senator Ghosh, first supplementary.
Australian petrol prices have been rising in response to the disruption in international energy markets. How is the Albanese Labor government engaging with fuel importers, retailers and users? And what is the government doing to stop price gouging?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Ayres.
Well, thanks, Senator Ghosh. President, as I indicated earlier in the week, the government is supporting fuel wholesalers and retailers to get ACCC approval to coordinate supply and unlock bottlenecks. That measure allows the normal competitive arrangements where companies are prohibited from that kind of engagement to work together to ensure that supply gets to places all over Australia, from Brisbane to the Bellarine, and ensures that our mechanism of working with industry to identify parts of Australia where there are problems will be effectively met. We've doubled penalties for false or misleading conduct and cartel behaviour, and we've given the ACCC more tools like extending petrol price monitoring powers.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh. Oh, when you've quite finished, I believe that's you, Senator Henderson. Come to order, Senator Henderson. Come to order. You can either sit in silence or leave the chamber. Your ongoing comments when I've called order are incredibly disrespectful to me and this chamber. Senator Ghosh, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Australians are looking to their political leaders to protect the national interest and provide clear and calm guidance. Why is it important to provide this leadership and guidance?
Minister Ayres.
Because in an international challenge or a challenge that faces Australia, it's important to act in the Australian national interest. We are not going to let this be a commercial opportunity, and I don't think Australians will let it be a political opportunity for the most hyper-partisan, bitter, divided and divisive opposition in Australian history. What will not help in this situation is continued spikes in demand. The Australian Institute of Petroleum has described that as unprecedented, outstripping the surge seen at the outbreak of the Russia-Ukrainian war in 2022. We will do what it takes to protect Australia, and Australians will form judgments about this nasty divided rabble over here who swing at every ball in the same way and then are surprised at the result as Australians walk away from them, have another look at them again and walk away from them again.
Has expired. Senator Thorp.
Thank you. My question is for the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. Last week, the Territory Labor candidate for the Nightcliff by-election said that Territory Labor is proud to now oppose the federal Labor government's plan to destroy Larrakia country at Binnabarra-Lee Point. Your Labor colleagues in the Territory have backflipped against you and now want this project to be cancelled. Will you, as Minister for Indigenous Australians, ensure your government listens to your NT colleagues and scraps this ecocidal project, or do you still want the destruction of Larrakia country to go ahead?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Can I indicate, as I understand it, that project to which the senator refers...
Is this a point of order?
Sorry, I apologise. You're correct. Point of order on the person to whom the question is directed, President. As I understand it, this project is a project that is managed by Defence Housing Australia, so the responsible minister would be, I think, Senator McAllister. I'd invite the senator to... Well, again, I'd remind the Senate that the Westminster system gives ministers accountability to the department for those areas and portfolios for which they are responsible. And so the appropriate question should go to the minister representing the responsible minister.
Senator Thorpe, did you wish to redirect that question to Minister McAllister?
No, I don't. This is very relevant to the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
So what I will say to you is the Minister will answer it in the way that she sees fit, because the Leader of the Government has indicated it's a question more appropriately directed to Minister McAllister, but you've indicated you want Minister McCarthy, so I'll direct her to answer the question. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Thorp, for the question. And I have to say a huge congratulations to Ed Smelt, the new member for Nightcliff in the Northern Territory. I think it was really important that he was able to walk around the electorate of Nightcliff.
Please resume your seat. Senator... beg your pardon. Senator
Point of
Thorp.
order, President, on relevance. I've learnt that much and that's not relevant.
Senator Thorpe, as I indicated to you, the person responsible for the portfolio to which your question is directed is Minister McAllister. You indicated to me you acknowledge that, but nevertheless the question's to go to Minister... Senator Thorpe, I'm answering your point of order. Minister McCarthy, you invited her to answer your question, and she answers it in whatever way Minister McCarthy sees fit, because she's not the responsible minister.
Thank you, President, and I do thank Senator Thorpe for the question, and I am very conscious that the Nightcliff election took place on the land of the Larrakia, and I acknowledge that Ed Smelt, as the Labor candidate, fought very hard and diligently for that seat. I acknowledge him and his family and all of those who supported him. And yes, it's certainly a point that Ed has taken to the election, and I would say, President, that the development activity at the site of Lee Point is currently paused, pending the outcome of proceedings before the Northern Territory Civil and Administrative Tribunal, and there is no active development currently underway. To be clear, as has been pointed out, Defence Housing Australia has ceased construction activity at the site other than essential site maintenance agreed with the Tribunal, and will not recommence works until all legal, heritage and environmental requirements are met, which is what we would expect.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Did federal Labor give the okay to Territory Labor to take this position against the federal Labor Party in order to beat the Greens in that election? Or did you just get a nasty surprise to see Territory Labor break ranks, side with the Greens and come out against you?
Minister Watt?
Point of order, President. I mean, there is no relevance whatsoever between that question and this minister's responsibilities. I mean, I don't know whether you've got the capacity to rule it out of order, but...
Thank you, Minister Watt. As I've pointed out to Senator Thorpe, on the advice of Minister Wong, the responsible minister is Minister McAllister. Senator Thorpe has indicated that she wants Minister McCarthy to answer those questions. Minister Wong?
I have an additional point of order. That doesn't relate to matters of government. That is a question that is entirely about an assertion as to political... Well,
Order!
Shall we have... Well, it wasn't a discussion of colour-coded spreadsheets either, Senator McKenzie.
Order.
But I submit that the question should be ruled out of order. There is no aspect of that which touches upon government administration.
Thank you, Senator Wong. I'll seek the advice of the clerk. I am advised that Minister Wong's correct. The matter doesn't. Your first supplementary, Senator Thorpe, does not go to any portfolio matter. It was a political question, and if Minister McCarthy wishes to respond to the political question, then I invite her to do so. Minister McCarthy. Okay. Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
Has Territory Labor met with your government or sought a meeting on this, or was This just a gammon fake promise they made to beat the Greens in the election.
Minister Watt?
And I'd ask that you rule that question out of order.
Right. Order. The first part of the question is in order, but I remind Senator Thorp once again that Minister McCarthy is not the responsible minister, but I will invite Minister McCarthy to respond to the question.
Thank you, President. I'm certainly very proud of the new candidate for Nightcliff. I certainly wish him well, and I certainly wish Northern Territory Labor well in terms of their role as opposition in the Northern Territory Assembly.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture again, Minister McCarthy. Minister, the Australian Government's premier advising body on farming, ABARES, recently found your energy policies are set to take 18 million hectares out of farming production and to create carbon credits. ABARES found that over half this farming land will be in our rich high rainfall and wheat sheep areas, and that over 40% of farmers will leave farming altogether after selling their carbon credits. Minister, during a time of unprecedented instability, why is the government sacrificing farming jobs and agricultural land, making it harder for our farmers to feed our nation?
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Minister McCarthy.
Well, thank you, President, and thank you, Senator, for the question. Our government is very proud to support our farmers right across Australia, President. In fact, it is the Albanese Labor government that's committed to a very robust, sustainable agricultural industry that continues to thrive in Australia. Since coming to government, we've been delivering for Australian farmers and producers, strengthening biosecurity, boosting the ag workforce, opening up new trade opportunities and improving farm sustainability. And throughout the Albanese government's time, acting on climate change and seizing the economic opportunity before our nation, including keeping the trade door open. Now, Senator McKenzie, just because we care about the farmers across Australia doesn't mean we need to hear the interjections from the senator opposite. Our government is working with farmers, not against them, to build a stronger, cleaner and more profitable future for Australian agriculture. Industry finally has a government willing to match their own climate ambition, and our government is delivering that work, investing over $2 billion to support agriculture decarbonisation, resilience and innovation. Table 1, that includes $60.8 million to support emissions reduction efforts in agriculture and land, $87 million to establish the Net Zero Emissions Agriculture Cooperative Research Centre.
Across the chamber.
They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear what we're doing in terms of assisting our farmers across Australia, President. They're just not interested. They're just a rabble.
Order. Order across the chamber. Senator Cadell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, a consortium of Australian universities have found that another 12 million hectares of land is needed to host wind turbines, solar panels and transmission lines under your renewables-only energy plan. Has the government requested any advice?
Senator Cadell, I'm sorry, please resume your seat. Senator Ayres, I do need to hear the question, and your interjections are disrespectful and disorderly. Senator Cadell, please continue.
Has the government requested any advice on how its energy plans will impact Australia's energy food security, given that now 30 million hectares are being taken?
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. I'm so eager to answer. I stood up before you. Thank you, and thank you to the senator for the question. We can see that the new leader of the Nationals is really making an influence on that side. I mean, farmers are choosing to make money by keeping and planting trees to generate carbon credits and by hosting renewables.
That's right.
And by hosting renewables. So why don't the Nats support the farmers choosing how they want to earn money. President, what?
Minister McCarthy. Order. Senator Canavan and Senator Ayres, which part of order did either of you fail to understand? Seriously. The minute the minister got to her feet, suddenly interjections start across the chamber. That is disrespectful. Minister McCarthy, please continue. Thank you. Senator Cadell, second supplementary. Senator McKenzie.
Minister, the government has also scrapped a 1,500 gigalitre cap on water buybacks in the Murray-Darling and removed the socio-economic neutrality test. How much farming land will be lost from the government's decision to strip more water away from communities, given the town of Burke has lost 40% of their water and 60% of their population? Will the government's uncapped water buybacks put at risk the viability of many farming towns?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
I haven't called you yet. I'm sorry, Minister. Those on my... Senator Watt, come to order. Minister McCarthy. I just called the Minister. Senator McKenzie, as I said yesterday, you always think it's your right to have the last word. It is not. Now, I'm serious. You either sit there in silence or leave the chamber. I've had enough of your interjections. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. In the excitement of listening to everyone being an expert on farmers, I just wanted to reiterate that I'll take the interjection by Senator McGrath that there are real farmers on that side. So I wonder why they have to keep asking the questions then, President. Maybe it's because we know that the new leader of the Nationals once said that farmers are not the Nationals' core constituency. This is the new leader of the Nationals. Once said that. So I pick up the interjection by the members opposite, and so see, not interested at all. Not interested at all. You say you're here,
Senator.
You're here for the real farmers, but you don't want to hear the answers.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Cadell.
On direct relevance.
I'm sorry, Senator Cadell. I cannot hear you. I'll wait until the chamber is respectful.
Thank you for your protection, President.
Senator Cadell.
On direct relevance, this isn't an episode of Farmer Wants a Wife, it's Farmer Wants an Answer.
Senator Cadell. Senator McCarthy, you've finished. Order. Order. Come to order across the chamber. Senator Ayres, I've called order. I have Senator Hanson on my list, but I can't see Senator Hanson in the chamber, so is that you, Senator Whitten? If you change, it's helpful to let me know.
Sorry.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Minister Gallagher. After Equality Australia was rejected by the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission, rejected by the AAT and rejected by the full federal court for deductible gift recipient status on the basis that it was considered a lobbyist group, why did the Labor government overrule the judiciary and legislate that they should be granted deductible gift recipient?
Just a moment, Minister. Senator Whitten, this matter, as you may know, is currently before a committee of the whole, so that level of specifics in relation to the subject matter shouldn't be being asked as a question. You may wish to ask in more general terms.
Senator
Whitten.
I might save my question for another day.
Okay. Does One Nation? I do have Senator Hanson down. If you have, with the indulgence of the Senate, I'm assuming that we can move to a first supplementary. No, Senator Whitten.
The questions.
I just seek advice. Senator Whitten, the minister is quite agreeable to answering your question. You are new to the Senate. I think you deserve some leniency in that regard. So I will invite the minister to answer your question. Minister.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Whitten for the question. And I can speak in general terms, so as not to interfere with a bill that is currently before the Senate in the committee stage. But there are two avenues, essentially, for deductible gift recipient status, and one goes through the process that Senator Whitten outlined in, fitting under the criteria that's used for administrative approval, and then there is the capacity for government to bring legislation before the Parliament which seeks to include other organisations that the government believes are suitable for DGR status through legislative processes where they get debated on the floor of the Senate, which is currently what's happening in relation to the organisation that Senator Whitten outlines in his question. Within that, within legislative approaches, there are often a wide variety. Sometimes it's only a couple of organisations, sometimes it can be 10 or more, and they are often across a broad spectrum of civil society, from community organisations, faith-based organisations, fundraising organisations for particular causes. The government considers this through our normal processes and brings that legislation here for debate, and it requires a vote of the Senate in order to pass that.
Thank you. So, Senator Whitten, if you have a first supplementary in general terms.
As general as I can make it, President. We know that Equality Australia is influential in political circles. Who pushed for Equality Australia to get this special legislative treatment when the organisation was rejected by the full federal court as a lobbyist group?
Minister.
Well, the consideration the government gives is through our own decision-making process about DGR status, and I would say in relation to the organisation that Senator Whitten has outlined, the government believes this organisation does very, very important work for the LGBTIQ+ community in terms of advocacy, support, counselling, education across a whole range of functions. That organisation makes a significant community contribution to our country. And I would say to Senator Whitten, I understand you don't agree with that listing, but the government and those on this side of the chamber acknowledge the very valuable and significant role it plays in supporting the LGBTIQ+ community and their families, and we strongly support the listing of that organisation, and no doubt the Senate will have more to consider in relation to that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten, second supplementary.
I will continue to be as general as I can.
Thank you.
Deductible gift recipients are provided a special privilege because they are judged to be a public good. Australians forgo their hard-earned tax dollars to allow many wonderful charities to raise money to do their vital work. DGR status is not to be handed out as a political favour. Equality Australia is an entity that peddles radical gender ideology to the children of Australia.
Order.
Why won't the government allow parents to have a choice with this outrageous display of nepotism?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. Myself and those on this side of the chamber would disassociate ourselves from any of those comments just made imputations and assertions being made by Senator Whitten about that organisation, and it is deeply disappointing that we continue to see culture wars and divisive attacks on incredibly important organisations in this country. I accept, Senator Whitten, that you don't agree, but I think to
Senator Whish-Wilson, that
to demean that
is
organisation
unnecessary.
and characterise it that way is incredibly disappointing. That organisation has saved lives, supports communities, educates people. This country should be more about what organisations like that do right across the spectrum than it is about the kind of language and division that you seek to peddle in this chamber. The country would be much better off, and it's organisations like Equality...
The time has expired for answering. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, Senator Walsh. The Albanese Labor government is focused on delivering for Australian families, including the many families who rely on quality early learning. Can the Minister please update the Senate on how the government is delivering on its commitments in early education and care, and how is this providing practical support to Australian parents and helping our kids get a great start to life?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Mulholland, for the question. And this has been a pretty tough week for Australia and the world. There's a lot of really tough news out there, so I'm really pleased to be able to stand up and update the Senate on some good news for Australian families and for Australian children. Because yes, Senator, the Albanese Labor government is delivering practical solutions that families need to thrive. We know quality early learning gives children a great start in life, and it helps parents, especially mums, return to work when they're ready. So we're backing Australian families. We're backing them with more access to quality early learning with our $1 billion Building Early Education Fund, delivering more centres in the outer suburbs and regions where families need them most. We've announced 4 agreements with the states and territories to deliver almost 2,000 new early learning places for families, and 80% of those places will be co-located with schools. That's just the sort of practical support parents need, helping them avoid the double drop-off and replace it with a one-stop drop. And I saw the benefits of our fund when I visited the remote town of Derby in the Kimberley a fortnight ago. We're building a new early learning centre with the West Australian Government and Minderoo to be run by the local Noongar Women's Group. And one mum, Casey, told me her children Lawrence and Freya have thrived at the local playgroup. They like the reading time and learning through play. With another baby on the way, Casey is excited about being able to send her next child to a quality local early learning centre. This is a great example of the difference that access to quality early learning can make for parents, for children and for a community, and we're proud to deliver it.
Thank you, Minister Walsh. Senator Mulholland, first supplementary.
We know that access to subsidised early learning gives children a great start in life, and it helps parents return to work when it works for them. Minister, what other measures has the Albanese Labor government introduced to help families access quality early education?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, Senator. And every child deserves access to quality early learning, no matter their postcode or what their parents do. And that's why Labor's 3-day guarantee started this year on January 5. Just like every child has the right to go to school, every child now has the right to 3 days childcare subsidy, and every parent has the subsidy support they need to get back to work when they're ready. Now, of course, in their 10 long wasted years in government, the Coalition had a different approach. They reduced flexibility for mums with their punishing work activity test. They cut off childcare subsidy for mums who wanted to work less than 3 days a week. They cut off childcare subsidy for mums who wanted to return to work just 1 or 2 days a week, as so many mums do. They locked families out, and we are backing families in.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Senator Mulholland, second supplementary.
Thank you. As a mum, it is great to hear how the Albanese Labor government is opening up access to quality early education and care for Australian families, and how this access is supporting parents and families. Are there any barriers that stand in the way of delivering this practical support to Australian women and their families, not just the ones here in the chamber?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister Walsh.
Well, yes, Senator Mulholland, and of course it is those opposite. Because in their 10 wasted years in government, the only thing they ever did was to cut access to early learning. And since we came to government, they've had 4 coalition party leaders and 0 policies on early education. Now, we know that they have a problem with women, and they know that they have a problem with women too. So, of course, it makes perfect sense that they're looking to the future with Senator Matt Hillshoist Canavan to lead them.
Minister Walsh, withdraw. Withdraw, thank you. Senator Walsh, you need to withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
And what a record Senator Canavan has on supporting women. He voted against the 3-day guarantee. He has voted against paid parental leave, which we are extending to 26 weeks. He voted against practical support for mums and their children. On this side, we're building the practical support Australian families
the time
deserve.
for answering has expired. Senator Dean Smith.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. The government keeps telling Australians there is no fuel supply problem and that stocks remain strong. Yet today a service station in York in Western Australia, just 90 minutes from Perth, is counting down the hours until it runs completely out of fuel, has imposed a 50-litre limit and is now turning away farmers because there simply isn't enough diesel to go around. Minister, if Australia's fuel supplies are supposedly so strong, why are farmers in Western Australia being turned away from the Bowser?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Ayres.
Well, in addition to the measures that I've outlined earlier in question time today that sit on top of the measures that the government has taken, has been taking over the course of the last 10 days of the crisis in the Middle East, on top of the fuel security measures that we've taken since we were elected, we have, of course, been talking to farmers' groups around the country. All of us who've been engaged in this, the Minister engaged since the beginning of the crisis with the farming and fuel and fertiliser communities. I spent some time talking to rice growers in the Riverina today. And that's why the measures that we have taken this week to direct the ACCC to remove the obstacles to fuel companies working together to direct supply to places like the community that you outline that have, of course, suffered in the wake of a series of spikes in the demand that have differential effects across the country. It is more acute in some parts of the country than it is in others, particularly where retailers are accessing supply on the spot market. That does create difficulties where there are spikes in demand. Now, what the job of all of us in this place, the government's job, is to govern and to be accountable for that. I would submit that the job that your colleagues have is to work in the national interest and not set your hair on fire and try and create a sense of panic and crisis which drives some of that behaviour. Not all, but some of that behaviour. It's about taking responsibility and acting in the national interest.
Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The employee at the York service station has told the West Australian newspaper, Monday was our last delivery and we're not sure when the next delivery will be. Minister, if the government truly has a firm grip on the country's fuel supply, could you tell the Senate when that next delivery will arrive, or are regional Australians expected to simply wait and hope?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Ayres.
Well, of course, as Senator Smith knows, nobody in this place is in a position to give a specific outline in relation to a specific petrol station. That's not something that anybody could sensibly do.
Order.
However, what I can say to that employee,
I'm sorry, Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. I cannot hear the minister's response, and that's because those on my left are way too loud and disorderly. Minister Ayres.
What I can say to that employee, his or her manager and the community that they serve, is that the measures that are announced today will make a significant difference. 100 million litres a month of new petrol supply as a result of changing the fuel standards. The National Coordination Mechanism continuing to operate to respond to situations like the one that you have outlined, or the many situations that I've been engaged directly in with the farming community over the course of the last few weeks.
Thank you, Minister Ayres. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Minister, can the Albanese Labor government guarantee that Australia will not run out of fuel?
Minister Ayres.
Well, there was. It's interesting that there was an article that made that assertion in the Australian Financial Review earlier this week, precisely the one that you asserted. It had to be withdrawn. It had to be withdrawn. And what we have outlined, and the minister has outlined, is that the amount of fuel on hand, which 1.56 billion litres of petrol, 2.97 billion litres of diesel, has not materially changed since the war began some 10 days or so ago. Ship movements, arrivals here in our ports, I couldn't be more relevant.
Minister Ayres. Perhaps you should drive a truck, Senator Mackenzie, during question time, and then at least you wouldn't be interjecting. Minister Cash, Senator Cash.
Point of order in relation to relevance. Programmatic specificity is not what the Australian people
Senator
require.
Cash.
They actually require
Senator
an answer
Cash.
to the question,
Senator
are we
Cash.
or aren't we?
I've called. Thank you. I do allow leaders some leniency, but that went beyond where my leniency ends. The minister is being relevant. Minister, please continue.
I didn't understand what you just said, but look, the reserves are the strongest that they have been in 15 years. The amounts of fuel on hand have not changed substantially. Ship movements are the same at the moment, but we are not complacent. We are watching it very closely.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Sheldon.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Industrial Relations, Senator Watt. It's been nearly 18 months since the Albanese Labor government's landmark Same Job, Same Pay laws came into effect. How are the government's changes to these laws and other reforms helping thousands of Australians deal with cost of living pressures?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Well, thanks, Sheldon. It is good to get a question about industrial relations. Senator Sheldon, we're waiting to get a question from the new Shadow Minister for Industrial Relations, but we'll keep asking about it in the meantime, because thousands of workers across the country have benefited from pay increases under the Albanese Labor government's landmark Same Job, Same Pay laws, because someone shouldn't be paid less than their co-worker simply because they're employed as labour hire. It's estimated that more than 8,000 workers across mining, aviation, railway, meat processing, automotive, water treatment and many other industries have benefited so far from this Labor initiative. That includes hundreds of Qantas flight attendants who've secured pay rises of up to $20,000 a year to bring them into line with employees directly employed by the business. And at 3 of BHP's Bowen Basin mines in central Queensland, 1,800 mine workers will receive average pay rises of up to $30,000 per year due to Labor's same job, same pay laws. But of course there's one central Queenslander who isn't so keen on these workers getting a fair deal. I'm talking about, who could that be? Well, I'll give you a hint. It's a man who feels happy dressing up like a coal miner, but he's even happier when he comes to Canberra and cuts the pay of coal miners. The new Nationals leader, Senator Canavan, has voted consistently against Labor's laws that would mean a better deal for workers, including in central Queensland coal mines. He's for dressing up in high-vis, but he's against higher wages for coal miners, flight attendants, meat workers and more. Senator Canavan's record shows he's a massive risk to the pay and living standards of those he claims to represent. And I can tell you, regional Queenslanders don't need a Canberra Zoolander who pats a bit of dirt on his face and struts around coal mines. They want secure jobs and better pay, and that's what they're getting under the Albanese Labor government.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Sheldon, first supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government is focused on ensuring Australians are earning more and keeping more of what they earn. How has criminalising wage theft ensured everyday Aussie workers aren't being ripped off by their bad bosses?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Well, thanks again, Senator Sheldon. The Albanese Labor government stood up for Australian workers by delivering on our promise to criminalise wage theft across the nation. Until recently, if an employer stole from work... Senator Hume, if you've got a question about IR, you're welcome to ask one, but it seems that you miss out. I guess you're not on Tactics Committee, so you don't get much of a go.
Minister Watt, direct your questions to the chair.
Until recently, if an employer stole from a worker's pay packet, it wasn't illegal, and that's why the Albanese government made it a criminal offence to deliberately underpay workers, something, of course, that Senator Canavan and the Nationals voted against, just like the Liberals and just like One Nation. So, on a personal level, I congratulate Senator Canavan on his election to the Nats leadership. Personally, I could not be happier than to see him become the leader. This is the man who dragged the Liberals to drop net zero and who will now drag them even further to the right as he chases One Nation. Now, I rarely agree with Mr Barnaby Joyce, but he was spot on when he said there'll be a lot of similarities between Matt, myself and Pauline, and that's because the Nats are with One Nation and so are the Liberals.
Senator Sheldon, second supplementary.
Thank you. Whether it's same job, same pay or criminalising wage theft, the Albanese Labor government is helping Australians keep more of their pay in their pocket. The government's reforms to paid parental leave are also delivering financial security to around 180,000 families a year. At one of the most important times in their lives, how are these changes helping young families deal with cost of living challenges?
Hang on, Minister. Senator McKenzie, that was out of order. Now, I'm going to ask for silence after I've called the Minister and he begins to respond. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Well, last year the Albanese Labor government's historic reforms to paid parental leave began. These changes were designed to help working mums and dads be better supported through the early years of their child's development. Not only did these reforms increase the leave period by 2 weeks, they also increased the entitlement by $775 and, importantly, for the first time, included paying superannuation during the leave period. And what did Senator Canavan and the Nationals do when they had the chance to support working mums and dads? They voted against our paid parental leave changes. Now, Senator Canavan has a long record of not backing women in the workforce. Who could forget him saying that the gender pay gap is not real? Tell that to Australian women. Well, Australians are about to get to know Senator Canavan much, much better, and the people most worried about that are those sitting in Liberal Party marginal seats.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Wong.
They really are very worried, aren't they, President? But on that basis, I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Senator McKenzie.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to the government's failure on fuel security as circulated in the chamber.
Or I'm waiting for order. Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Mackenzie.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the government's failure on fuel security. And if those following along at home, those who may be sitting in the tractor, this suspension motion is all about allowing the Senate to debate and discuss the government's failure to manage our fuel security, which has resulted in fuel shortages, price increases right around the country. And you will have heard senators on the coalition benches today asking question after question after question all week, raising specific issues of shortages and price hikes for the Australian people. Whether we are talking about croppers in the WA, the leader's home state, who are trying to fill tractors right now and harvesters being unable to get the fuel they need to get the crop in and the crop off. This is an issue of fuel security, and as Senator McDonald will go to in her contribution to this suspension motion, the horticulture industry, Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania, all struggling to get diesel into the tractors that are needed to actually get the harvest off. And what have we seen from this government on this issue? Deflection after deflection after deflection. What did they do last week? Oh, here's the big news story. Jim Chalmers wrote a letter to the ACCC whilst there were cars lined up at suburban servos trying to fill the tank before it became unaffordable. This is not like deciding to buy camembert at the supermarket. Fuel means that families can get their kids to school, get themselves to and from work. It is not an elastic good in the weekly shopping budget. And yet this government thought it was okay. And what made that so galling last week was the fuel price hikes at servos were for fuel that was already onshore, here already in Australia, prior to the war in the Middle East starting. That's what made it so galling. You should have been prosecuting servos from day one, Jim Chalmers, instead of just writing letters to the ACCC. This week, we actually saw the Transport Minister, Minister King, my counterpart in the other place, when questioned about this. What was Minister King's answer to why we were seeing fuel shortages and price hikes on diesel and petrol? She told the journos it was the Queensland floods. The Queensland floods were why you couldn't rock up to your local servo and get the tank filled. And it was just incredible. And so Shadow Minister Tehan and myself have written to Minister Bowen, because minister after minister after minister, to specific question after question after question in this place, seeking to raise the concerns of everyday Australians, fishing industry, agriculture and mining industry, here on the floor of the Senate, has been to say, we have enough supply, Australia. You naughty, naughty consumers rushing to the Bowser to get petrol and diesel that you can afford. How dare you get concerned that you won't have access to fuel when and where you might need it? How dare you ring into 2GB, 3AW, 6PR, your local radio station saying, you know what, petrol's gone to $2.20, petrol's gone to $2.50, fuel's gone to $3. New South Wales farmers have raised the concern. There are petrol stations in regional communities rationing, and it hasn't started today. It's been happening all week, and we've got a government once again in denial on what's happening outside of this place. It is our job as Liberal and National Party senators to bring the concerns of our communities to this place, to ask ministers who have the responsibility, the great privilege to be ministers, what are you doing about it? And to be told you can't do anything about it shows how absolutely pathetic you are. You refuse to take responsibility because we know you have actual ability under the legislation available to get granular data. Chris Bowen has ability to get granular data on his desk so he knows where the fuel supplies are running out, so he can get it distributed to where it's needed, so that Australians aren't paying more for fuel than they need to on top of the cost of living crisis you created, and our farmers and our fishers can get on with producing food.
Mackenzie, your time has expired. Senator Wong has precedence.
Thank you. I move that the question be now put.
The question is now put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the motion is moved by Senator Watt on closure. Be agreed to. That's the question. Be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now put the motion as moved by Senator McKenzie to suspend. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator McKenzie be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is the suspension motion is moved by Senator McKenzie be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I think that takes us back to taking note.
I'll give senators a moment to resume their seats. Those not planning to participate in the discussion could quietly leave the chamber. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Cadell.
I seek leave to take note of all answers to coalition questions.
You don't need leave, Senator
Well,
Cadell.
I'll just do it then if I
Go
may.
ahead.
In fact, Deputy President. Today we spoke about a number of things. Obviously front of mind is fuel. And I note the change in tone over the last week of the government on fuel, where it started out nothing to see here, you are all, we are all raising the roof. Hair burners was used today, I believe, that out there farmers who are raising concerns are hair burners, that we're talking about the cost of it, we're talking about the access of it. There's no supply issue. Well, if there's no supply issue, why are we seeing the prices they are in regional Australia? Why are we hearing service stations that will not be able to deliver fuel in hours, days, weeks, whatever they are? Why are we seeing Xavier Martin, the New South Wales Farmers President, standing outside a sign in the New England region where $3.59 is the price for diesel? Because a supply problem isn't a supply problem at the docks. A supply problem isn't a supply problem in the capital cities. You have a supply problem if you can't get the fuel where it's needed. There is no good having fuel in tanks on the waterfronts if you haven't got fuel in the tanks of the tractors, of the trucks, of all the equipment that drives Australia, that makes it great, that feeds the people that we are. And that's what we're not looking at being sorted. We are looking at a crisis across Australia because this government has said if there's enough fuel in Australia, we don't have a problem, whether it is being able to be accessed and used or not. And that's why we get there, why we get these problems going on, and we talk about it. We hear about things about the National Farmers Federation. I'd like to selectively quote the National Farmers Federation on what they say at a roundtable. But what did the National Farmers say on their media release? It says reports from its members across Australia show farmers and fishers in regional communities are increasingly struggling to secure fuel, putting food security and animal welfare at risk. And so that is what they are saying to the world, not in a private room. They are happy to go out on their notice. NFF President Hamish McIntyre says that increases in demand have put pressure on fuel retailers in regional areas, and while overall national liquid supplies may remain sound, impacts are being acutely felt in regional communities right now, especially among independent retailers who rely on the spot market for supplies. That is the quote. What national farmers say in full, not nothing to see here, but these are real problems. And that is why we bring them here. And to hear representatives of government standing up and say, we are stoking fear, we are out there, and I bring up the hair burners again. These are real problems. And that is all we are asking for. We're asking for a way to address these issues, a way to look at things being better. Now, if you go beyond what's said there, we can go to the New South Wales question, where the New South Wales farmers have called on Energy Minister Chris Bowen to immediately act and resolve the bush fuel storage. It says across the country, farmers and bulk fuel supplies they rely on are running dry. Despite claims from the government, there is no supply problem. New South Wales President Xavier Martin said there was an urgent issue that needed to be addressed today. What we need is the Australian government to do today is ease the immediate problem of our domestic fuel supply, getting fuel from the terminal to country bulk suppliers and then onto the farms and the towns that depend on it. There may be fuel coming to Australia, but the government needs to wake up and realise that does not automatically mean it's getting to where it's needed. Fuel sitting in terminals does not fill tanks in rural and regional areas, let alone farms. That is the reality. And when I get phone calls from personal friends that tell me they own feedlots and they only have enough fuel to get the food to those lots for 3 days. 3 days if they let them out and if they let them feed on the long paddock and around. Otherwise, they either have to sell or horribly get the rifle out and start putting down animals because it is against animal cruelty regulations to allow animals to be there and not eat. That is the reality of what we're talking about. Real calls from real people in real situations, not stoking fear, but living in their own personal hell. These people who care for animals, these people who care for their land, who cannot see a way out of this. Imagine being that farmer, having a choice to either do whatever you can to find fuel or put the gun in the back of the truck and go around and put your animals down. That's what we're facing here. This is what we get. The dismissive nature of it. They say it's not true. You called Jono. I threw you, Chair. I asked the other side to call Jono and I talked to him about that fear. Because they don't believe it, it's not true. And this is what we get to. If it's not in the cities, they don't want to know about it. Acting President. So I ask that all we do is find some real things to put in place so that the people in the regions can have a way, they're not suffering from that, they can feed Australia and have a healthy, great life.
Senator Ananda-Rajah.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there hasn't been a crisis that those opposite haven't been willing to exploit. They do this each and every time. It is part of their brand to basically whip up fear, extremist fear-mongering. And here we are in the midst of an international oil shock, worse than we had a few years ago when Russia invaded Ukraine. And those opposite should be actually uniting, and instead they are stoking fear, and that is leading to panic buying, which in turn is resulting in localised shortages of fuel. And those communities who are hardest hit are those in the regions, particularly our farmers and our fishers and regional industries and businesses. The very people that those opposite, particularly Senator Cadell from the Nationals, claim to represent, but it's actually hurting. Now, we as a government are taking this seriously, and we are doing a power of work in the background to ensure that Australia remains fuel secure. And we are fuel secure. There have been no problems with industry fulfilling its contractual obligations. But what we need right now actually are cool heads. And this is the quote from Andrew McKellar from ACCI, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And he said, I think the message from business, obviously there is concern about the risks, but I think for the moment cool heads have got to prevail. Certainly there is no cause for panic. No cause for panic. That's from ACCI. A true leader, not like those opposite. So from our perspective, we have had no problems with consistency of supply. Australia has fuel onshore, held in Brisbane and Geelong. This is in contrast to the time the coalition were in government, where our reserves, fuel reserves, were actually held in Texas and Louisiana. We also have 2 functioning refineries. Now, under those opposite, 4 of those 6 refineries closed down. But these 2 refineries are going full bore. And today, Minister Bowen, the Minister for Energy, has actually tasked one of those refineries to release more fuel into the Australian domestic market, to the tune of around 100 million litres. And this will be fuel that will be less refined than usual, but given the state of the shortages, we feel that this is an important step to take. And this additional fuel supply will be directed to those parts of Australia that are most hurting, and particularly our regional communities, and some of it will also flow into the spot market so that it will support those independent retailers, often in thin markets. In addition to this, our Foreign Minister has spoken with the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia to ensure that we continue to maintain and support Saudi Arabia and maintain our fuel supply chains. We have tasked the ACCC with additional powers to ensure that Australian motorists are not price gouged at the Bowser, with stiff penalties in the order of 100 million if people misbehave. We have increased our minimum stock obligation, which is basically a backstop, and we've also activated our national coordination mechanism to ensure that we have all the smart brains in this country around the table to keep our economy going. In addition, we have, we have a whole power of work going on in the background to diversify our energy grid. So Australia is predominantly a fossil fuel nation, and we are, like the rest of the world, reliant on fossil fuels to run our economy. But that shift is occurring. We have, through our Future Maiden agenda, poured $1.1 billion into stimulating low-carbon fuels. Low-carbon fuels are things like biodiesel and e-fuels, and they play a really important role going into the future, and sustainable aviation fuels, and they are derived from products that our farmers grow: sorghum, sugarcane, canola, as well as waste products like tallow. In addition to that, we are electrifying our transport grid, seeing the uptake of electric vehicles. There's been a surge in the last week of people searching for electric vehicles, particularly on the second-hand market, and that has happened thanks to the incentives we put in place to make these cars more affordable for Australians.
Ananda-Rajah, your time has expired. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. It's always very interesting during question time to listen to this government constantly talk about the coalition and what has been done in the past, but not what they plan to do in the future. And I think it's fair to say that this government's indulgence in net zero has led us to a path where we have got fuel supply in this country at risk. So we've got farmers going to the Bowser to fill up their tractors, and there is no fuel for them there. And I sort of question this and think, Deputy President, if we're going to go to war with our farmers, where we've got, and we certainly heard from Senator Cadell some questions around the carbon neutral scheme, where we've got agricultural land and farmland being bought up so that people can have carbon credits. And then we've got farmers going to the Bowser and there is no fuel there for them. I wonder why this government isn't doing more to ensure that those that are in our regions that are responsible for food security, and I live in a city, Deputy President, and certainly I know that the food doesn't get to the supermarket magically, that there are hard-working men and women in our regions who are ploughing those fields, harvesting and getting that food into the cities for us to be able to eat. But they can't do that, Deputy President, unless there is fuel. Now, I've sat here for 3 days now with the government telling us that there is no issue at all with fuel supply in this country, that we have 2.97 billion litres of fuel in Australia. But I think it's fair to say that Australians are asking where that fuel actually is, because it certainly isn't at the petrol stations. They had a roundtable where, whoops, they forgot to ask the fishing industry to attend. So we've got fishers, and certainly in my home state of South Australia, who aren't able to fill up their boats with diesel to be able to go out fishing because there is no diesel for them to get hold of. So I certainly wonder where this 2.97 billion litres of fuel that Australia has is. So there clearly is a supply issue. And when pushed on this government will say, well, there's higher demand, so we're blaming the consumer. This is a government that never takes responsibility for anything. This is a government who will point the finger all day long at anyone but themselves. So in this case, they're pointing their finger at the Australian people for going out there, trying to fill up their tractors, trying to fill up their cars. It's their fault that the petrol stations have run out of fuel. It's got nothing to do with them. And I would say that it is time for this government to start governing. It is hard to govern. It is very easy to point the finger and to blame others. It's very easy to stand there and talk about what the coalition did or didn't do. They have been in government now for 4 years. There is a crisis in the Middle East, and that crisis in the Middle East was building over a long period of time. It is up to the government to ensure that we have the ability to be able to defend ourselves, and fuel security is one of those really important things that a government should be ensuring that we have. Now, what it turns out is this government has dropped the ball on that very fundamental need that we have, because if we only have 34, 35 days of fuel and diesel in Australia and aviation fuel, we should have 90. That is the international standard. So we have about a third of what is recommended for a nation like Australia in reserve. Our whole nation stops. And this is a government that has set IR rules that make it impossible for industry to be able to thrive in Australia. They have set net zero targets that are strangling farmers. It is strangling any kind of industry and business. And then they wonder why in a resource-rich country like Australia, where we have all the fuel we could possibly need right on our doorstep, and we can't refine the volume that we need to because there are only 2 refineries here in Australia. So I say to this government, it is tough to govern, but you need to do better because our national security depends on it.
Time has expired. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Deputy President. We have, as the government, been outlining all week in answers to questions, and particularly today in answers to the questions, about what we have been doing in terms of fuel supply and fuel security. Australians know that when supply chains are under pressure overseas, the effects can eventually be felt here too. At the Bowser, in freight costs on farm, in running costs of small business, in the cost of getting goods from one end of the country to the other. So the concern people are feeling is understandable. What matters in moments like this is calm, competent management. And that is exactly what the Albanese government has been focused on. This government is doing the work. The government has been working through the implications of this conflict across the board, planning for the impacts and taking practical steps to protect Australians from the worst of this global disruption. And we saw that in the answers the Minister gave, stepping through some of the work that's been undertaken by the Minister and the government. Relevant ministers, as we've heard, have met with fuel suppliers, fertiliser suppliers, agricultural peak bodies to work through the pressures now that are emerging in the system. There is daily engagement with fuel companies, including smaller suppliers. The National Oil Suppliers Emergency Committee has been meeting regularly so that states and territories are prepared to respond if conditions deteriorate. The government is also working closely with the ACCC, both to watch for market misconduct and to help ensure supply is coordinated into the regions. That matters because what we're dealing with is not just a story about global markets, it's about what happens on the ground in Australia when fear overtakes facts. At present, Australia is not facing a national fuel shortage. What we are seeing in some areas are localised disruptions caused by sudden spikes in demand. Industry has reported that in some places, about a month's worth of fuel has been sold in just a couple of days. That is not normal purchasing behaviour. And when that happens, the pressure shows up first in the places that can least afford it. It shows up in regional communities. It shows up for farmers trying to keep equipment running. It shows up for freight operators keeping goods moving. It shows up for people whose work and daily lives depend on reliable access to fuel. And that is why the message from government, from industry and peak bodies is consistent. Buy fuel as you normally would. Now, the Tasmanian Liberal government, the Deputy Premier there today put out a media release entitled Tasmania's Fuel Supplies Secure. So I just want to take quotes from his media release. And it's very important because what we have here is an opposition, I believe, using the situation as political point scoring. So now we hear from a Tasmanian Liberal government, the Deputy Premier, who has said the Tasmanian government has convened an industry and business roundtable regarding fuel supply, and despite the situation in the Middle East, Tasmania's fuel supply is secure, and this was reiterated at the roundtable. Deputy Premier Guy Barnett goes on and talks about the rising cost of fuel impacts on Tasmanian families, businesses and the agricultural sector. But he emphasises, and I quote, Tasmania's liquid fuel supply is in a secure state, with sufficient supply on island, this is in Tasmania, my home state, and more currently on the way. There is no need to stockpile fuel. People should continue to buy fuel in the same way they always have when they need it. We will continue to engage with the federal government. This is a trying time for many, but together we can sensibly work through the challenges in front of us. End of quote. Well, I think he needs to pick up the phone and talk to the Tasmanian federal Liberal senators, because their action so far could be anything than sensible.
Senator Brown, your time has expired. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, and I relish the bid to make a contribution to the motion moved by Senator Cadell on this issue, and Senator might be right about the situation in Tasmania. In fact, I'm pleased that supplies are pretty good down there, but that's not the way it is across the country. And that's not the way that this government has treated regional Australians in particular over the last couple of weeks as they've struggled their way through what is very much a regionally focused shortage of supply. In fact, it's been interesting to listen to Labor Party senators who largely are still talking with the talking points from last week and earlier this week. They're still blaming consumers. It's the consumer's fault for actually buying fuel that we've got a problem. There's plenty of fuel here. The only problem is nobody knows where it is. Nobody can tell us where that fuel is. And particularly in independent supply chains in regional Australia. That's where most of the problem is manifesting, and in some industries, like as I mentioned earlier in the week with the fishing industry, where certain fishing operators have come back from sea and the only diesel they've got is what's left in their boats. They can't go back out again. And what do we get? We get blustered, we get word salad, we get blamed. But we are reflecting very much the concerns that are being put to us by our constituents around the country. Concerns about supply, concerns about price, and the attitude of the government in blaming the consumers of fuel is outrageous. It just shows the lack of respect that they have for regional Australia. And it was shown again with the question asked by Senator Cadell about the amount of land that's being taken up for carbon sequestration. And there's an example of that in my home state of Tasmania right now, where this government is subsidising a foreign business to purchase 22,000 hectares of irrigated dairy and cattle country to grow trees. That's what this government's doing. And what's happening in that market? They're completely distorting the market. So this foreign tree company can bid $20 million more than the local businesses to buy this farm, to put it out of the business of agriculture. No wonder the farming community around the country and in my home state of Tasmania isn't confident of what's going on. How is it that a foreign business can outbid local businesses by $20 million, 25% of the value of the property, to take it out of agricultural production? This is irrigated dairy and beef country. Irrigated dairy and beef country. And they're subsidising another company from overseas to come in and bid against others in the local market, driving the price of the land up, distorting the market to take it out of agricultural production. And then we see yesterday, when Infrastructure Australia releases its priority projects that the third tranche of irrigation schemes in Tasmania has dropped off the priority list. We understand how this government thinks about regional Australia or regional Tasmania. Irrigation schemes funded by both Labor and Liberal governments over the last 15 years have transformed agriculture in my home state of Tasmania, and yet this government, through Infrastructure Australia, takes the next tranche of that irrigation development off the national priority list for infrastructure in Tasmania. It's outrageous that they do that. But then, of course, they're prepared to convert an irrigated dairy and beef farm to trees. This is the absurdity of what's going on in my home state. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. And they treat regional Australia with this same disrespect across the board. It doesn't matter whether it's farming, doesn't matter whether it's fishing, and it doesn't matter whether it's agriculture. The ministers say there's plenty of fuel, but they don't say when it's coming. That's all the Australian people in our communities want to understand. When will the fuel be there? And what's the plan to get it there? And they are the simple questions that we're asking on behalf of our...
Senator Colbeck, your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to take note of government responses to Green's questions. The Albanese government, complicit in Israel's genocide in Gaza, has now joined the Israel-US illegal war on Iran. And no amount of attacks on the Greens or empty words from Senator Wong or criticizing me while agreeing with me in the same breath can hide that fact. We are at war. While the world's attention is consumed by yet another forever war, Israel's genocide in Gaza continues and intensifies. The bombs have not stopped. The starvation has not stopped. The suffering of Palestinians has not stopped. In fact, this new war has provided the perfect cover for Israel to intensify its assault and tighten its stranglehold on Gaza. Israel has closed Gaza's crossings. Food, medicine, and aid trucks were blocked at the gates. The Rafah crossing remains shut. Families across Gaza once again are wondering whether food will run out today, tomorrow, or the day after. Israel has deregistered 37 aid organizations. Israel is now killing civilians in Palestine, Iran, and Lebanon at the same time. Yet the Albanese government is the genocidal state's biggest fan. They will support anything Israel and the United States choose to do. Bomb another city, Australia will defend it. Starve another population, Australia will excuse it. Launch another reckless, illegal war in the region, Australia will line up right behind it. Australia is the loyal lapdog of Trump and Netanyahu, wagging its tail, licking its master's boots, and waiting for the next command. Meanwhile, ordinary people are doing what governments refuse to do. Australians are once again joining the global Samud flotilla, risking their lives to deliver food and medicine to Gaza. They are brave humanitarians who must be applauded. We have already seen what happens to those who attempt these missions. Activists kidnapped in international waters, detained, abused, and denied basic rights. Yet this government still refuses to pressure Israel to lift its blockade. And it refuses to stand up even for Australians risking their lives to deliver humanitarian aid. This is how much they care about humanitarian law. Instead of defending international law, this government defends those who violate it openly and blatantly. And the world can see it, the people can see it, and history will remember it.
Senator McKim.
Well, what happens when you don't stand up to bullies? That's right, they keep bullying people. And let me assure the Senate that that same rule applies to war criminals just as it does to bullies. And what we've seen in Gaza over the last 2+ years is war crimes perpetrated by Israel, supported by the United States and Australia. And because countries like Australia didn't stand up to the war crimes being perpetrated on the people of Gaza, the genocide being perpetrated on the people of Gaza, that's emboldened war criminals like Netanyahu. And now we see Israel and the United States and Australia at war with Iran. At war with Iran in an illegal war. And who pays the price? The same people that always pay the price. The people of Gaza, the people of Palestine, the people of Iran and other people throughout that region who are enduring and suffering as the war criminals perpetrate war on them. That is why international law exists, to protect people. And that is why it is so egregious when people like Netanyahu, when people like Trump, and when people like the Australian Labor Party perpetrate illegal wars. And make no mistake, Australia is at war with Iran, and that is an illegal war. We should be advocating for peace, not war. We should be advocating for an end to the slaughter in Gaza, for an end to the genocide in Gaza, to an end to the suffering of the Iranian people. Peace, not war. History
Senator
will
McKim,
remember
your
the war
time
criminals.
has expired. Question is that the Senate take note. Those of the opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Pursuant to order, we will now return to government business. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Migration Amendment 2026, Measures number 1, Bill 2026. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. Decisions on when people are able to enter Australia and when they are not are some of the most important decisions that we make as a country. They affect liberty, families, livelihoods and safety. For that reason alone, any proposal to expand or reshape these powers deserves the most careful scrutiny from this Parliament. As a number of experts, advocates and community organisations have pointed out, this bill contains complex and far-reaching provisions that would significantly alter our migration framework. Yet this bill has been brought forward with limited opportunity for proper examination. Members of the crossbench were given the bill at 11 a.m. on Tuesday, and here we are in a guillotine sometime this afternoon, being forced to vote on significant changes just 2 days later. I fear that this is not what Australians sent us here to do. In the short time available, a number of very significant concerns have been raised. First, there are concerns about the breadth of the powers that would be created. Migration legislation already grants extraordinary powers to the executive compared with most other areas of Australian law. Where new powers are proposed, the Parliament has a responsibility to ask whether they are necessary and whether they are proportionate and whether they are subject to appropriate safeguards. Second, there are concerns about transparency and accountability. Several provisions in the bill appear to concentrate huge amounts of discretion in the hands of the minister without sufficient oversight or review mechanisms. That raises real questions about how these powers might operate in practice and what protections will exist for those that are affected. And I think if we zoom out, this is a really important thing to look at. You look around the world and what we're seeing executives of leaders and their executives doing in their countries to their people, we need to take very seriously as a Senate, as a Parliament, giving the executive of the day any more power. They need to be justified. They need to be well thought through, rather than handing more extraordinary powers in perpetuity to the executive. Thirdly, there are concerns about the potential human consequences of these changes. Migration decisions shape the lives of those affected. Students, workers, families, people seeking protection, many of whom have or seek to build lives in our communities. These concerns have been raised by migration experts, civil society groups who work directly with the people most affected by these laws, and their warnings deserve to be heard and taken seriously by this place. It is also important that the Parliament listens to the people that we represent. Many Canberrans have contacted my office about this bill. Canberra is a community that values transparency. It values parliamentary scrutiny and the rule of law. People here understand that Australia needs a well-managed migration system, but they also expect that system to be humane, accountable, and consistent with our values. The concerns raised are reasonable and reflect the broader expectation Australians have that their Parliament will be cautious when legislating in areas that affect fundamental rights and freedoms. Given that we are increasingly unlikely to have any time in committee, I foreshadow that I'll be moving amendments to this bill. These amendments build on the work of my colleagues in the other place, the member for Warringah, Zali Steggall, the member for Curtin, Kate Cheney, and the member for Kooyong, Dr. Monique Ryan. They would strengthen the preconditions before the Home Affairs Minister could make an arrival control determination to stop a group such as Iranians fleeing conflict from entering Australia. They would provide natural justice for those prevented from entering the country to challenge that decision. They would make the decision to prevent groups of people from entering the country, such as Iranians fleeing conflict, disallowable by the Parliament. Surely this is the base level of oversight on what are extraordinary powers. And again, let's look to some of our closest allies and what is happening there, what is happening in the US with an executive and the harm that that is inflicting on people over there. We cannot go down that path of giving the executive unfettered powers. The amendments would clarify the circumstances in which cohorts of people will be prevented from entering the country. One of my concerns with the migration changes that have been rushed through by the Labor government, backed in by the coalition and rammed through the Parliament in a space of days over the past few years is just how loose some of the definitions are, how much discretion is built into these laws. We'll sometimes hear governments talk about, oh, we need to future-proof this so it can't be abused by a future minister. There seems no foresight to that possibility when it comes to migration changes. The amendments would also ensure that parents, grandparents, siblings and partners of Australian citizens are not prevented from entering the country, even if they are a member of a cohort otherwise prevented from entering. We're dealing with the loved ones of Australian citizens. And this is a very blunt instrument. Surely, the least we can do is say, if you're an Australian citizen, we'll at least be looking out for you and your family. They would ensure that people who are in transit and on their way to the country are not prevented from entering if a decision was made while they are in transit. Surely that's just also common decency. They would ensure that the Minister for Home Affairs considers whether to allow individuals to enter the country, even where they are members of a cohort otherwise prevented from entering. And they would ensure that where people are prevented from entering the country, their visas do not expire because of the prevention, and they may be compensated for travel, visa processing, and related costs. We have some of the highest visa application fees in the world. As a wealthy country, surely the least we could do is provide people a refund if we take this extraordinary action. These are comprehensive amendments, and their breadth speaks to the huge issues with this bill. I understand the intent of the bill to preserve the integrity of our humanitarian intake program. However, after considering the provisions of the bill in the short time available and listening to experts in my community, listening to Canberrans who I represent and vote on behalf of in this place, it's clear that the bill has significant shortcomings and that it should not be supported. This bill should not become law today, and I will be opposing it. Australia's migration system must be effective, but it must also be fair and accountable. That is the standard that the public expects us to deliver into law. It's the standard this Parliament should actually seek to uphold. And this bill does not meet those standards, and it certainly does not have my support. I'm very concerned about the lack of consistency in the government's approach to dealing with wars and humanitarian crises around the world. There was absolutely no talk of this sort of legislation after Russia invaded Ukraine. We saw a far more generous approach. And I've met a number of Ukrainians who now live in Canberra, who are contributing, who are grateful for the opportunity that we've given them. And so it is very concerning that we now have a government that, under the cover of giving humanitarian visas to brave soccer players, football players from Iran, they bring this through the Parliament. And as I said earlier, I commend Minister Burke for his work with the Iranian women's team. I think it shows what Australia can and should be doing. It shows a minister who deeply cares, a minister who is in touch with what Australians want, a minister who is willing to go out of his way, to drop everything else, to actually rise to the occasion and deliver for people who need our support and for Australians. I fear that at the same time that is rightly being shared on social media, rightly being covered in the media, we have this heinous bill being brought through here. And we should maybe do a tally. Maybe we can talk about this next sitting of the Senate. How many Labor MPs and senators post about this bill? How many of them front up to the community that they're meant to be representing and say, we saw what was happening in Iran, and so we're giving ourselves the powers to cancel every single visa that we've issued. Yes, we already have extraordinary powers to cancel visas on security grounds, on character grounds, on a whole range of grounds. But that's not enough. Forever going forward, we want the power for some undefined event to be able to say, no visas from that country. Sorry if you've paid money for the visa. Sorry if you're on your way here. Sorry if you're in transit. Sorry if you're coming for the birth of a granddaughter, for your sister's wedding. We don't give a stuff because you come from a country that we do not want to give anyone a visa from. We can surely do better than this. It feels so ridiculous that this is what the Senate is debating. And again, under the cover of a government that knows that Australians care. You know that Aussies care, that we have big hearts, that we see the suffering and we say, we're not the biggest country. We're a middle power. We can't stop the war, but we can play our part. And increasingly, I don't think we're seeing those values being lived out. We talk about the land of a fair go, but this doesn't seem like it. This really does not seem like it. And so I would urge the government to think again when it comes to this. Let's actually come up with a consistent framework when it comes to conflicts. That's surely something we could be doing. And increasingly, I'm getting Canberrans ask me about that and say, why was there such a discrepancy between the war in Ukraine, our response, Gaza, Iran? These are Australian citizens' families, loved ones, and I honestly, we've got to do better than this. So I oppose this bill. I'll be moving amendments to try and make it a little bit better. I thank colleagues in the other place who have, in a very short space of time, consulted, spoken to experts, had amendments drafted to try and make this terrible bill better, fairer, clearer, and importantly, to put some more checks on the executive. Yes, Labor have a whopping majority in the other House, but to the coalition I say, this is the place where we should not give up power to the executive. Not just in this instance, but in perpetuity. That is a very serious thing to grant to government. And it is my view that whenever we do that, it should be very well thought out, consulted on, scrutinised. And then in circumstances that warrant it, we should hand over that power. Doesn't seem like this is that situation. This is rushed, it's knee-jerk. Again, I see some of the arguments, but I just don't think they've been well enough made. So I'll be opposing this bill.
Senator, are you moving your amendments? Sorry, we'll wait till the committee. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, another week, another cruel, anti-migrant, anti-refugee, anti-Muslim bill from the Albanese Labor government. After spending all week patting themselves on the back for providing protection visas to Iranian women soccer team members, the Albanese Labor government is now doing everything they can to prevent any more refugees from this war in Iran reaching our shores. Labor jumped up and signed us on to Trump and Netanyahu's war on Iran, but isn't willing to face any of the consequences. They'll send aircraft and missiles to aid in the US-Israel-led bombing campaign, but will not lift a finger to help those being killed, displaced, or those whose lives are being ruined by this shameless and shameful war. Even worse, Labor will go out of their way to ensure that these people can never seek safety on our shores. And the Liberals are right with them to pass whatever cruel, racist legislation they dream up. It is impossible to tell the difference between Labor, Liberals, and One Nation. Well done. You must be all so proud of yourselves. This bill might be dressed up in major party lingo of border integrity and ministerial discretion. But let's be honest about what it really is and who it will be used against. Muslims. The first people targeted will be Iranians, the same Iranians that Labor apparently wants to protect. What utter and blatant hypocrisy. But before long, we can expect it to also apply to Lebanese people, to Afghanis, to Palestinians, to Sudanese, and who knows who else. This is nothing more than a Trump-style Muslim ban dressed up in Labor doublespeak. Years ago, we might have expected to see this kind of bill from the Liberals or One Nation, but the Labor Party of today is doing their dirty work. This is a Labor Party complicit in Israel's genocide in Gaza and jumping at the first chance to get behind Trump and Netanyahu's illegal war on Iran. The Labor Party of today engages in the same politics of fear and division, the same tired and dangerous scapegoating of migrants, refugees, and Muslims. Because we all know this so-called ministerial discretion will be anything but neutral, anything but neutral. It will not be applied equally. It will be used to target people who are already demonized, already treated with suspicion, and already forced to prove their worthiness over and over and over again. The bill hands enormous powers to the minister to decide on a whim who is worthy of safety and who is not. It entrenches a cruel double standard where some are welcomed and protected, while others are shut out and punished. And it sends a chilling message to Muslim communities that their suffering and fear will be met not with compassion, but with suspicion and with shut doors. The sad thing is that none of this is new. This country already has one of the most brutal, inhumane, and cruel refugee regimes in the world, one that Trump wants to replicate. It is built on offshore prisons, endless detention, and policies that punish people for simply seeking safety, often from wars that this country has been embroiled in. This country is also one in which we are witnessing a massive rise in anti-Muslim hate. And as we saw this week, the Labour government can't even bring themselves to support a Greens motion recognizing this rise and calling for action to combat Islamophobia. Policies like these have real consequences for communities who see the so-called leaders of this country say that it is okay to discriminate, that it is okay to scapegoat. It reinforces that migrants are the problem, when it is really this government's policies, bills, and warmongering that is the problem. And that is just disgraceful. Indeed, it is even hard to find the words for the lows that this Labour government has now sunk to. We should be a country that offers peace, that offers relief from violence. We should be a country that responds to war with calls for justice, calls for peace, and offers refuge from violence rather than perpetrating it. The minister says this bill is about safety. But what it is really about is telling some people that their safety is not important, that their lives are not worth saving. This legislation enshrines racism, cruelty, and fear-mongering into law. The Albanese Labour government should really hang its head in shame for even bringing this bill to this chamber. The Greens are proud to stand against this bill, and we are proud to stand against this war. And I'd like to now move our second reading amendment on sheet 3695, which at the end of the motion adds, but the Senate calls on the government to immediately raise the number of places in Australia's humanitarian intake to at least 27,000 places per year, as set out in the Australian Labor Party's 2023 National Platform.
Thank you. Senator Hodgman-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. And here we have Labor's latest edition in Don't Mention the War. Don't mention the catastrophic impacts of us entering an illegal war that is killing civilians, that is killing women and children, over 160 schoolgirls. Don't mention Labor's cruelty towards refugees time and time again. And I've got to say, it's wearing pretty thin hearing them get up and speak about what a proud multicultural nation we are, while simultaneously slamming the door shut on people who need our protection more than ever. And it's getting pretty tiring hearing of them completely disregarding international law and our international humanitarian obligations. Time and time again, it's Labor governments that treat refugees with the most cruelty of anyone. And don't be fooled, this is a cynical call and cry out to one nation. That's who they're talking to, one nation. They don't want the public to know about what they're doing on this bill, and that's why they don't want it to go to a proper inquiry, and that's why they are not getting up and speaking about it, because they know it's the wrong thing to do, and they know it's cruel, and they know it's inhumane, and they know that Australians will not and do not support it. It's pathetic, absolutely pathetic. And today they have hit an all-new low. Just when you think they couldn't stoop any lower, you know, they're coming out and supporting Uncle Donald Trump into this illegal war, the slow and steady creep of changing talking points day to day. You know, they take the public for mugs, they really do. But people are cluing on and they see you for what you are. A group of people who say one thing and do another thing. A group of people who aren't willing to stand up for principles that you say that your party's founded on. A group of people that just want to hide in the shadows and, frankly, are spineless when it comes to issues of standing up and showing leadership on the global stage and showing compassion and showing respect for our international legal institutions and for people who are fleeing war zones that we are playing a role in creating. Parliament is being run by the war parties of Labor, of Liberal and One Nation. They are rushing us into a new US forever war, cheering on the bombing, then shutting the door to people seeking safety from that same appalling war. This bill will allow Labor to prevent someone's grandmother who has a valid visa from coming to Australia because their country might be too dangerous to return to. Can you put yourself in the shoes of someone who is having their community, their neighbourhood bombed and are afraid to return home and just knowing that they have no option because cruel countries like ours are slamming the door shut? Can you just put yourself in that position? Of course you can't, because the privilege just puts you in a whole nother realm. People are coming here for weddings, for funerals, work, to enjoy our community, and they've had this snatched away by Labor in a race to the bottom with One Nation and the Liberals. Stop being afraid of them and show some leadership. That's what Australians are crying out for. Don't follow the US, don't follow Trump, don't follow One Nation and, you know, the race to the bottom LNP. Show us some leadership, make yourselves proud. And those backbenchers who, you know, backgrounding journalists, it's not good enough. How do you sleep at night? I just don't comprehend how these people sleep at night. And if you ever thought this war was about protecting the people of Iran, here is the clearest example of why it is a massive lie. With this bill, Labor is actively working to prevent people from Iran from being safe. People, all because the war parties of this parliament are in a race to the bottom, and once again, it is everyday people who pay the price. People so far removed from the decisions being made in the war rooms in the US, in Tel Aviv and here in Parliament in Canberra. The government gives with one hand while taking away with the other. It welcomes the praise in the morning and quietly shuts the door later in that day. And it is duplicity, plain and simple. Protection should never depend on someone's public profile or the amount of attention their case receives. And I do want to acknowledge those incredibly brave Iranian women, some of whom will rightly be granted asylum in this country. But the government's saying, look over here and don't look over here, this is awkward, this is a bit messy, this is a bit cruel. Don't look over here, look at the headlines. It's not good enough. Protection should never depend on someone's public profile. Anyone who genuinely fears persecution has the right to seek safety in this country. That includes people already living in our communities who are still stuck in limbo, without certainty or a clear pathway to protection. All in the name of appeasing the US and warmongers who profit off conflict. And to quote the CEO of the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, who has been a fierce advocate and champion for people rightly seeking our protection, Australia and the United States are sending military forces to the Middle East in the name of liberating the people of Iran, while at the same time legislating so that they can shut the door on those very same people when they seek safety here, even when they already have a visa. The Albanese government's actions today send a disturbing message about who is worthy of protection and who is not. I don't know if you can stoop any lower Labor, but it's really hard to imagine it. And I want to thank my colleague, Senator Shoebridge, for mounting as much of a challenge as we can to these draconian laws. Hope you give yourselves a slow clap and sleep well tonight.
Minister.
Firstly, I table a letter from the Minister for Home Affairs to the Chair of the Scrutiny of Bills Committee responding to concerns raised by the committee. I'll just do that. I, of course, thank all senators who've risen to speak on the bill. And the amendments in the bill demonstrate the government's commitment to protecting the integrity and sustainability of Australia's migration system. The bill establishes a new legislative framework to enable the Minister for Home Affairs to more effectively regulate travel into Australia in periods of international conflict to avoid any unsustainable strain on the functioning of our migration system. The bill does this by empowering the Minister to make an arrival control determination that would suspend temporary visas of certain classes of non-citizens in specified circumstances. This is a personal power of the Minister, and the Minister first must obtain written agreement from the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister. The arrival control determination legislation is an important addition to the government's ability to regulate travel to Australia. Currently, this may only be achieved through individually assessing each visa to determine whether there are grounds to cancel a visa, which takes time and is not appropriate in circumstances where an urgent response at scale is required. The bill allows the Minister to make an arrival control determination if the Minister is reasonably satisfied that an event or circumstance has occurred or is occurring outside Australia, and the non-citizens to whom the determination is to apply may, if they enter Australia on a temporary visa, remain in Australia after the visa ceases to be in effect, or not have had their visa granted had the event or circumstance occurred or been occurring at the time it was granted. A determination can be in effect for a maximum period of 6 months. It cannot be varied or extended. However, it can be revoked by the Minister by legislative instrument. The bill does not operate in relation to permanent visas of any kind. It only applies in relation to temporary visas and only for non-citizens in a class specified in the determination. The bill also expressly provides that an arrival control determination does not apply to non-citizens who hold a temporary protection or other temporary humanitarian visa in Australia, a refugee or protection visa holder or applicant, or an immediate family member of an Australian citizen or permanent resident. The bill also enables the Minister to exempt individuals from an arrival control determination on a case-by-case basis via a permitted travel certificate enabling travel for those individuals. The current situation in the Middle East demonstrates how quickly circumstances can change that may be relevant to holders of valid temporary visas who may seek to travel to Australia. In these circumstances, it is vital that the government can respond accordingly. This bill provides government with a framework to better and more rapidly regulate travel to Australia in periods of international conflict or global shocks. This new framework will ensure that government has the means to quickly take the necessary steps to manage risk before it manifests in Australia. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
Okay. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Faruqi on sheet 3695 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Is a division required? Please ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Faruqi on sheet 3695 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Orman-Payne as teller for the ayes and Senator McGrath as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 24. The question has been resolved in the negative. I'll just give senators a moment to find their seats. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I would like to move, on behalf of Senator Thorp, move her second reading. That's on sheet 3700 on her behalf.
Okay. The question is that second reading amendment moved by Senator Thorp on sheet 3700 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I believe the noes have it. The noes have it.
My support noted for that. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Payman and Senator Shoebridge.
And the Greens support as well.
That will be noted. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. I move the second reading amendment on sheet 3701, standing in my name.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Tyrrell on sheet 3701 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I believe the noes have it. So, is a division required? Yes, okay. A division is required. Please ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Tyrrell on sheet 3701 be agreed to. Ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Certainly. I appoint Senator Tyrrell as teller for the ayes and Senator McGrath as teller for the noes. There being 11 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question is now that the bill be read a second time. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Is a division required? Yes, ring the bell for 1 minute. 1 minute, please. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Orman-Payne as teller for the noes. The result of the division is 24 ayes, 11 noes. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
The Senate is now in committee for a relatively short stage. Yeah. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. Sorry. Senator Dunningham.
Thank you, Chair. The contributions made during this debate highlight a shared recognition that Australia's migration system must be equipped to respond sensibly and decisively when circumstances overseas change in ways that may directly affect the integrity and sustainability of our system. This bill demonstrates the government's commitment to protecting that integrity and ensuring that Australia can manage temporary visa travel in periods of international conflict or sudden global disruption. As I understand it, the amendments in this bill will establish a new legislative framework that provides the Minister administering the Migration Act with powers to more effectively regulate travel into Australia by specified classes of non-citizens who hold a temporary visa in circumstances where this is necessary to protect the integrity and sustainability.
Senator Shoebridge, you have a point of order.
I can't hear a word. I can't hear a word. I don't think the mic's on or something. I mean, maybe it doesn't want to be heard, but I can't hear it.
Senator Shoebridge, please. Senators, you'll come to order. Senator Shoebridge, please withdraw the last part of your remark, and then I will attend to the question that you've raised.
I withdraw it.
Thank you.
Time's expired, I think.
Sorry, can we just ensure that Senator Darminan's microphone is on, please?
As I understand it, the amendments in this bill will establish a new legislative framework that provides the Minister administering the Migration Act with powers to more effectively regulate travel into Australia by specified classes of non-citizens who hold a temporary visa in circumstances where this is necessary to protect the integrity and sustainability of Australia's migration system, including during periods of international conflict or in response to other events or circumstances outside Australia. Currently, the Migration Act does
Senator Darmanin, pursuant to the order agreed earlier today, the time allotted for debate on this bill and another bill has expired. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, starting with the amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. Okay, the question is that the amendments on sheets 3696 and 3699 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Believe the noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments on sheets 3696 and 3699 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Allman-Payne as teller for the ayes and Senator McGrath as teller for the noes. There being 11 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senators David, Pocock and Tyrrell. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3694 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. The noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3694 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator McGrath as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 25. The question is resolved in the negative. The committee will now report pursuant to order. The committee has considered the Migration Amendment 2026 Measures Number 1 Bill 2026 and agreed to it without amendment. The question is now that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill now be passed. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Senator Pocock, Senator Shoebridge. Yeah. Just slid out from under me. Lock the doors. question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill now be passed. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Orman-Payne as teller for the noes. The result of the division is 26 ayes, 11 noes. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Parliamentary Frameworks Legislation Amendment Reviews Bill 2026. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the law relating to reviews under the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984, the Parliamentary Business Resources Act 2017 and the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Act 2023 and for related purposes.
The question is now that this bill be now read a third time. Call the clerk. Oh, sorry, put the question. My apologies, Senators. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the law relating to reviews under the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984, the Parliamentary Business Resources Act 2017 and the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Act 2023 and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bills. If you're leaving the chamber, please do so quietly. We will now move into committee reports.
On the review of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the state sponsor of terrorism under the Criminal Code, and the Royal Commission Legislation Amendment Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026, and I move that the Senate take note of the reports. And I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Great. Leave is granted.
Thank you. I also present the 515th report of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Accounts and Audit, as well as the independent review of the Parliamentary Budget Office.
Senator McGrath.
On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme, I present Annual Report Number 1 of the 48th Parliament, and I move that the Senate take note of the report and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted?
Yeah, is leave. Can I seek leave to?
Would you like to speak to the
Yes,
report?
thank you, President. I just want to seek leave to continue my remarks, if that's okay.
Senator McGrath has done that, so that's
okay,
covered.
Fantastic.
So it'll come around again. Senator Little.
Today I rise to speak on the tabling of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme's Annual Report Number 1 for the 48th Parliament. The National Disability Insurance Scheme currently supports more than 760,000 Australians with disability. including over 65,000 participants in my home state of South Australia. It is a large and complex system that delivers a wide range of care and support services to people with disability and their families. Given the scale of the scheme and the public investment involved, it is essential that Parliament continues to carefully scrutinise its performance to ensure it's operating effectively, remains sustainable and delivers safe, effective and appropriate services for participants. The committee's report highlights areas of progress and where the system is clearly falling short, with recommendations aimed at strengthening oversight, improving participant safety and ensuring the scheme delivers the outcomes it was designed to achieve. The National Disability Insurance Agency and the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission is required to provide an annual report on progress made on recommendations from previous parliaments. That's a sensible step to ensure that this parliamentary committee report does not simply produce reports that gather dust on the shelf. The Albanese government, though, doesn't seem to have got that memo. This government is known to have already failed to respond to 50 parliamentary reports within the required 6-month deadline, even though under parliamentary rules the government must respond to House and Joint Committee reports within 6 months of the report's tabling. There are 80 additional Senate committee reports that are outstanding, woeful performance, that is, on any measure by the Labor government. Let's hope that this is responded to in the timeline that's required. The report examines the development of the instrument for the classification and assessment of support needs, otherwise referred to as ICANN, which will form a key part of the new assessment framework for people aged 16 years and over. 2 recommendations call for thorough testing of the tool across a broad range of disability types and intersectional groups, including Indigenous Australians and those from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, and for greater transparency about how that tool operates. There are significant concerns across the disability sector that the tool may be implemented before it has been properly tested or understood within the NDIS. Many participants and peak bodies have warned that if assessments are not undertaken by appropriately qualified health professionals, there is a risk of inaccurate planning decisions, inadequate supports, and ultimately poorer health outcomes. In some cases, that may lead to more people having increased hospital representations or avoidable deterioration in a participant's condition. I focus now on recommendations that deal with the intersection between the NDIS and family and domestic violence. Recommendation 7 calls on the NDIA to develop a specific, safe and confidential process that allows victim survivors of family and domestic violence to remove a perpetrator as their nominee without that individual having to be notified. It's a recommendation that is both practical and sensible. The committee heard evidence that perpetrators may use their nominee status to control finances, restrict access to services, or manipulate information within the system. This recommendation ensures participants must have a safe and confidential pathway to remove a nominee without triggering retaliation or further harm. Recommendation 8 complements this by recommending that the Australian Government include the NDIS in its broader audit of government systems that may be weaponised by perpetrators of family and domestic violence. It's an important safeguard. Systems designed to assist vulnerable Australians must never become tools of exploitation or abuse. The report also raises broader concerns about the performance of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, which is responsible for regulating providers and protecting participants. The findings are concerning. The Australian National Audit Office found the Commission was only partly effective in exercising its regulatory responsibilities. It did not have full visibility of the provider market it regulates and had only partly effective intelligence gathering and information sharing arrangements. That is of a real concern. It also lacked a risk-based regulatory strategy and had not effectively implemented proportionate monitoring and enforcement activities. These shortcomings have real consequences for the participants on the NDIS. Under the Labor government, the Commission is struggling to meet its own targets. Of the 7 performance measures outlined in its 2024-25 corporate plan, only 4 were achieved. 1 was partially achieved and 2 were not achieved at all. The performance measure that assesses whether people with disability know their rights and trust the Commission to support them when reporting abuse or neglect was not achieved. Trust among people with disability and their representatives fell from 64% to 56% in a single year. That decline should concern us all. Issues of workforce and organisational culture were also raised. Another major concern was fraud and misuse within the scheme. The establishment of the Fraud Fusion Task Force involving 23 agencies, including the NDIA, is a welcome step and highlights the scale of the challenge that must be addressed. At a time when Australians are facing significant cost of living pressures, the government must ensure that public funding is being used responsibly across all areas of expenditure. Waste and misuse within the NDIS, including fraudulent activity, must be identified and addressed to ensure that resources are directed to the participants who genuinely rely on these supports. The structure of the provider market contributes to these risks. Currently, only around 6% of providers delivering support to NDIS participants are registered providers. Stronger safeguards and smarter regulation will be required to ensure the scheme remain sustainable and participants remain protected. The report also highlights performance challenges within the Participant Service Guarantee. One key performance indicator, plan variations, is currently being met only 42% of the time, with other KPIs sitting between 26 and 55%. Those delays and inconsistencies can leave participants waiting for essential supports and create uncertainty for families. The report also identifies systemic issues affecting service availability across the country. Nearly half of providers reported financial losses in 24-25 financial year, while 81% indicated they cannot continue to deliver services at current pricing levels. And it's a situation that's amplified if you're in a regional, rural or remote area. Your uncontrolled spending and inflation is impacting everything and everyone. For regional and remote communities, these challenges, as I mentioned earlier, are particularly acute. Changes to travel funding for providers introduced from 1 July 2025 have capped travel claims and are already creating barriers to accessing allied health services and specialist support in regional areas. For participants in regional South Australia, including communities in the Mid-North, Riverland, Eyre Peninsula and Yorke Peninsula, this can mean fewer services, longer wait times and reduced access to essential services. It's those kinds of things that were raised directly with me just a few weeks ago in some of those towns. This committee also considered progress in implementing the recommendations of the Disability Royal Commission. Of the 172 recommendations from which the Commonwealth has responsibility, only 8 have been completed so far. 71 are in progress, 51 require further work and 36 remain under consideration and 6 are noted. Finally, the report also highlights an ongoing gender imbalance in the scheme. Women and girls with disability are less likely to have eligibility and plans approved, a disparity that must be addressed through better data collection and policy responses. Women with a disability make up only 38% of participants accessing this scheme, and this figure has remained static since the NDIS rollout. The committee's recommendations on the NDIS gender strategy and data strategy are therefore important steps forward. A scheme of this size and importance must continually evolve. It must be transparent, accountable and properly regulated. Getting this right is not optional, it is essential. I commend the report to the Senate and I seek leave to continue remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
I present 4 government responses as listed on today's order of business and seek leave to have the documents incorporated into Hansard. Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Thank you. I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I table a non-conforming petition from 194 signatories relating to Iran.
Go on to the Senate will now proceed to the consideration of documents which are listed on page 10 of the notice paper. Any document which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Darmanin.
I seek to take note of documents, document items number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 listed on page 10 of the notice paper and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. The Senate will now proceed to consideration of committee reports, government responses and Auditor General's reports, which are listed on page 10 of the notice paper. Any report or response to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Scarr.
Acting Deputy President, I rise to take note of the Corporations Financial Services Joint Statutory Committee report in the government response, which is item 1 on committee reports and government responses, and seek leave to continue my remarks. Do I need to seek leave?
Yep. Thank you. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I rise to seek to take note of items number 2 and 3 of committee reports and government responses listed on page 10 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Are there any ministerial statements? Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I table documents relating to an order for the production of documents concerning the age assurance technology trial. I also table documents relating to reports on outstanding orders for documents and outstanding government responses.
Senate will now proceed.
I have one, yep.
The President has received letters nominating senators to be members of a committee. Minister?
I seek leave to move a motion to appoint senators to a committee.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister?
Thank you. I move that senators be appointed to the Select Committee on Intergenerational Housing Inequity from the establishment of the committee on 17 March 2026 as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
All those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Bill Amendment 2026 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Act 2016 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to May 12, 2026. The Senate will now proceed to consideration of a business of the Senate notice of motion. Clerk.
Business of the Senate notice of motion in relation to the proposed reference to the Education and Employment References Committee, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to amend the motion before moving it.
Is leave granted?
Is leave granted to amend the motion?
Senator McGrath.
Sir, it has changed the date. We have no objection.
Okay, leave is granted. Thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you. I amend the motion in the term circulated in the chamber and move the motion as amended. Over the next few months, members of the class of 2025 will participate in their graduation ceremonies. Their years of recycled lectures and dead silent Zoom classes are over. It's more than likely that they've already started enjoying the fun of seeking employment in Australia today. Days that seem to go on forever, waiting for a new job ad to come out, applying to the ones with less than 3 hours commute, and being rejected before another human has even caught sight of your application. This seemingly endless cycle of torment impacts your self-worth, it dehumanises you, it makes you wonder, why on earth did you spend years studying and saddled yourself with tens of thousands of dollars in debt? In the AI age, an alarming number of applications aren't being sent or received by humans. If you're still writing a CV and cover letter the old-fashioned way, you're risking leaving out an element of the selection criteria that your artificially enhanced competitors haven't. The entire point of a job application and interview is to determine whether someone is right for a workplace and whether the workplace is right for them. Instead, a bizarre battle of simulacra plays out, often without any human from either side actually having read anything that the other has written or had written. Those lucky few who do find themselves employed are looking around every corner to see if the AI who helped them get the job is waiting to take it away again. In Australia, WiseTech has just cut 2,000 jobs due to AI. Just today, Atlassian cut 1,600 jobs in a pivot to AI, though there have been allegations that AI is being used by big companies as an excuse to reduce headcount and cut costs. As reported by the Australian Financial Review earlier this month, and I quote, an AI system built by just 3 developers inside Qantas is already improving on-time performance by spotting trouble across the airline schedules in real time. AI is already shaving a minute off every phone call to Telstra's contact centre. At La Trobe Financial, it's lifted the productivity of the investment management giant's credit analysts by 65%. So for some workers, it will mean getting more work done. For others, it will mean going home in the middle of the day and not knowing if they'll avoid defaulting on the house next month. Research from Indeed's hiring lab found that graduate job postings fell by 24% in 2004, and were on track at the time to fall by another 16% in 2025. As supply has fallen, demand has risen. Every graduate job has hundreds of applications. And let's not pretend, even leaving AI aside, that all applications are created equal. One of my staff, who graduated a few years ago, felt that he seemed to get very few interviews. One day he decided that he would try something different. He started replacing his Middle Eastern-sounding surname with his Irish middle name, and he suddenly became a much more desirable candidate and graduate. Nothing about his skills or experience had changed, but he found himself in many more interviews than he had previously.
Of course, no recruiting officer would ever tell you this. Sorry, your CV is impressive, but it seemed like you could be brown, so I don't think this will work out. In fact, most applicants won't even hear back after making an application. For employers, it's just more paperwork. But for job seekers, it matters. Every single minute matters. Without a response, even the dreaded email beginning with "unfortunately," it feels like you're just throwing application after application into a big fat void. For young people, COVID marked a sharp downturn in employment outcomes. A report by the Australia Institute found that during the pandemic, despite making up only 14% of total employment, young people made up 39% of job losses. This trend reversed slightly at the end of the pandemic before falling back down again with the introduction of generative artificial intelligence. According to a quality indicator for learning and teaching survey in 2024, 26% of graduates had not found full-time work within 4 to 6 months of graduating. That was up by 5 percentage points compared to 2023. For those who aren't able to correct this course, the consequences are devastating.
Thank you, Senator Payman. The time for the debate has expired. You will be in continuation. I propose that the Senate do now adjourn. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to talk about our nation's resources industry ahead of the 2026 Minerals Week, which is taking place from 23 to 25 March. Australia has a long and proud history of producing valuable and high-quality resources that have been utilised here and around the world and have made a substantial contribution to our national prosperity. The iron ore and metallurgical coal mined in Australia provides essential material for infrastructure projects around the world. Our aluminium is used in the manufacture of cars, household appliances and throughout the aviation sector. Our zinc helped create shipping containers and galvanised steel. Our natural gas powers businesses here in Australia and across Asia and is an important feedstock in the production of fertilisers for our agricultural sector. Our copper, nickel and lithium and critical minerals are vital in the production of batteries, semiconductors and other technology that is underpinning the transition to a greener world economy. Mining represents one of the largest contributors to Australia's gross domestic product. In the financial year 2024-2025, Australia exported $385 billion worth of resources. The mining sector employs 220,000 Australians and indirectly supports more jobs, businesses and industries. And these are well-paid jobs that provide financial security for hard-working Australians, including many Western Australians. The resources industry has been an important contributor to our nation's economic success. But we know the world is changing, and many nations, including Australia, are committed to shifting energy generation away from fossil fuels. This creates enormous opportunity for Australia. It gives us the chance to become a key provider of metals and critical minerals that are essential to power the transition. Critical minerals are essential in the construction of solar panels, storage batteries and wind turbines. They will be the foundation upon which the net zero economy is built. The International Energy Agency forecasts that by 2040, global lithium demand will be 4 times higher than at 2024 levels, and demand for graphite will have almost doubled during the same period. Australia has one of the largest lithium reserves in the world and has identified deposits of graphite in Western Australia, the Northern Territory, South Australia and Queensland. Australia also plays host to the second largest deposits of cobalt in the world and is one of the world's largest deposit holders of nickel, as well as a host of rare earth minerals expected to be in high demand over coming decades and expected to have strategic importance around the world. Australia is a world leader in mining resources, but has the potential to do much more when it comes to the refining process and transforming those resources. By processing and refining our critical minerals onshore, rather than just exporting raw materials, we have an opportunity to create more Australian jobs, support the energy transition and add billions of dollars to the Australian economy. The Albanese government is committed to onshoring critical parts of our mineral supply chain and to reducing our reliance on other nations. This commitment is demonstrated through the decision to support the development of rare earths refineries in Western Australia and the introduction of a refundable tax credit for the processing and refining of specific critical minerals in Australia. By building and securing domestic capacity in critical minerals and by value adding in the supply chain, we can mitigate risks associated with supply chain disruptions, so evident in various different resource chains around the world today. We can also build the future of our economy and a future that provides high-paid, high-quality and secure Australian jobs. Australia has a world-class resources industry. It's an industry that has delivered significant financial benefit to our nation's economy in the form of tax revenue, royalties and jobs. But as the world moves towards net zero, the resources sector will also need to adapt. And the good news is that our nation hosts some of the largest deposits of the materials required to modernise the world's energy systems and economies. We have the technology, we have the railways, we have the ports, and we have a highly skilled workforce that is going to be necessary to capitalise as the world transitions. And we also have a federal government that supports the resources sector and doesn't just want to see it continue, but wants to see it realise opportunities that are far beyond what we're currently doing. We want to see it grow, and we want to seize this moment in order to make ourselves an essential part of the global transition. This government wants to see a resources sector powering the clean energy transition around the globe while improving our sovereign capability and our economy here at home.
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Senator Dean Smith.
We are living in a new geopolitical landscape, a new global reality that we must acknowledge and contemplate and respond decisively to. Our rhetoric must now give way to conviction. We must surrender any complacency for vigilance and move from ambiguity to moral clarity. The conflict in the Middle East is emblematic of all of this, in no small part because it is connected to terror, instability and other wars elsewhere in the world. The Iranian regime is abusive, authoritarian and anti-Semitic. It has kept its own people in tyranny, brutalising, suppressing opposition, including demonstrations across Iran in recent months. It has sought nuclear weapons. It has created and fuelled terror and conflict in the Gulf, supporting terrorism through its proxies Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis. But further afield, it has supplied weapons to Vladimir Putin for use in his illegal and immoral war in Ukraine. And we know now Iran has also aided and abetted the military junta in Myanmar, another regime characterised by tyranny and violence. Recent reporting by Reuters has highlighted the alleged transport and supply of jet aviation fuel by Iran to the military regime in Myanmar for use in their military campaign against civilians. The article alleges the utilisation of the Iranian shadow fleet to transport fuel refined from the National Iranian Oil Refining and Distribution Company, a subsidiary of the National Iranian Oil Company, directly from the Bandar Abbas port in Iran to the Mayan oil terminal in Yangon, Myanmar. And on this there are important questions for the Australian government. The Reuters report identifies the two vessels used to transport aviation fuel from Iran to Myanmar to be a vessel named Reef and a vessel named Noble. Appropriately, the vessel Noble is listed on Australia's sanction list, but the vessel Reef is not. This evening I'm calling on the government to detail how and when Australia's sanction regime will be amended to capture this additional vessel and associated oil refineries. This tardiness in Australia's sanction regime is inflicting carnage on innocent people. Groups like the Chin Human Rights Organisation and Amnesty International report that airstrikes by the military regime in Myanmar have escalated dramatically since the February 2021 coup, becoming a primary indiscriminate tactic to combat armed resistance and secure weakening territorial control. These attacks have resulted in massive civilian casualties, widespread destruction of infrastructure and mass displacement, with incidents of air and drone strikes growing by roughly 300% in 2023. It's for these reasons that the decisive actions taken by the United States and Israel are so important and so pivotal. For the first time since 1979, the Iranian people now have a genuine chance to secure freedom and safety. This is an important opportunity, a turning point, a page turn in the history of Iran and the region, with a peace built on a proud pre-regime Iranian tradition and respect for human rights and freedoms. These are the themes that have shone through the efforts of the Iranian communities around the world and their supporters in their peaceful, consistent and determined calls for regime change in Iran. I continue to applaud these efforts in the cause of freedom and justice, especially those of the West Australian Iranian community and their supporters. This evening I'll share briefly a statement made by me at their most recent rally in support of the return of democracy and human rights in Iran, held in Perth last Saturday evening. It said, for decades, the Islamic Republic of Iran has been a profoundly destabilising force, both within its own borders and across the wider region. It is ruled through repression, imprisoned political opponents, persecuted minorities, and denied its citizens the most basic freedoms. At the same time, the regime has exposed instability abroad, supporting militant groups, fueling conflicts and threatening regional security. Late last year, as Deputy Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I joined a delegation to the United Kingdom and Poland. The message was clear, that there is now an indivisibility between conflicts in Europe and the Middle East.
Senator McDonald.
Well, I am an optimist. It's important to understand that, because otherwise I wouldn't have believed that the government could have got this fuel crisis so very, very wrong. Last week, people started calling me, my family, my friends, business operators across regional Queensland. Did I think they should go and fuel up? Did I think they should store fuel? And of course, that rapidly turned into what we've seen play out, which is people desperately trying to secure fuel, to go fishing, to harvest, to drive their truck, to deliver food to supermarkets. Right across Australia, we've seen households, mums, filling up their cars urgently, buying jerry cans from Bunnings to make sure that they had enough fuel. So it was entirely reasonable to think that the government could have planned for this, that the Energy Minister might have had his roundtable 10 days ago, not Tuesday of this week. Other countries like Peru, cancelled school, directed government officials to work from home, anything to reduce the amount of fuel demand in that country. But in Australia, we did nothing. The government is very fond of quoting the National Farmers Federation, and so I will do the same this afternoon. The National Farmers Federation says, reports from its members across Australia show farmers and fishers in regional communities are increasingly struggling to secure fuel, putting food security and animal welfare at risk. NFF President Hamish McIntyre said that increases in demand had put pressure on fuel retailers in regional areas. While overall national liquid fuel supplies may remain sound, impacts are being acutely felt in regional communities right now, especially among independent retailers who rely on the spot market for supplies, Mr McIntyre said. The NFF noted overnight developments internationally aimed at stabilising supply, with the International Energy Agency announcing the release of 400 million barrels of oil from emergency reserves to help ease global disruptions. And the NFF, at this point of writing, awaits Minister Bowen's response to this request. Now, you could not make this up. And I went back to check the Minister's media release just to be sure that I had it right. The Minister has announced today, in order to assist with getting more supply and to secure downward pressure on prices, I'm temporarily amending Australia's fuel quality standards to allow higher sulphur levels for the next 60 days. Well, it starts well, doesn't it? This will allow around 100 million litres a month of new petrol supply that would otherwise have been exported to be blended instead into the Australian domestic supply. Blah, 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 blah. And then it specifically talks about supporting the wholesale spot market that supports independent distributors and harvesters. I don't know if I should be the one to break it to the minister, break it to the government. Most harvesters, in fact I would suggest all harvesters, don't use petrol. They use diesel. And well done. Well done, Senator Sharma. You are smarter than the average bear. You're certainly smarter than the Minister for Energy because...
Senator McDonald, withdraw.
You're certainly smarter than the average bear, Senator Sharma.
Senator McDonald, you still have to withdraw.
Oh, thank you very much for your advice. I withdraw that comment. So we have just had more petrol released into the market when Australian farmers and Australian fishers need diesel. How much more wrong can the government get this fuel crisis? We are now 11 days into it. The government has failed to take even the most simple of actions, holding a round table last week, taking action like other countries around the world did. And certainly here we are today providing more petrol to people who need diesel. I am truly perplexed at the advice the government's getting, but the most simple standards, even Senator Sharma knows that we need diesel, not petrol, and the Australian government is absolutely tin-eared to the crisis that is going to lead to food security challenges when there is not food delivered to supermarket shelves. What a failure of the Labor government.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Your time has expired. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Monday the 23rd of March 2026 at 10 a.m. Good evening, Senators.